The school board work session begins in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 2 minutes. The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the April 21, 2022 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices and remove hats to avoid disturbing others. I'll now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for this work session.
This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the rights for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. We'll now begin the work session with our administrative briefing from the superintendent.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Cummings, members of the board. Always nice to see all of you. Just have two brief items. The first one, as I'm sure you are aware, I'm so pleased to announce here, Sarah Dobbs is our Assistant Principal of the Year for Marion County and has been selected as a finalist for the state level. So we're really excited and proud to have Marion County so well represented and all the great work that she's done and the whole team have done over the last couple of years at Oakcrest. The other item is a request I'd like to place on May 19th on the agenda for a work session that we will cover and present some items related to the impact of growth in Marion County. So I'd like to place that as an item on May 19th agenda, and we have several different members of our team that will provide different information sharing how growth at Marion County at large is impacting or might impact our district in the future. And that's all I have for the briefing today. Thank you.
Thank you. That May 19th, that's the work session?
That's correct.
Okay, for growth. Yeah, we do know that we have some extensive growth in Marion County, and I guess we need to be ahead of that on this one. All right. We'll begin with alternative learning programs.
Good morning, Chair Cummings, Vice Chair Campbell, board members, Attorney Powers, Dr. Gullett, and Ms. Prespatino. It is my pleasure to be able to provide the annual update for our alternative learning programs. And I would like to start off with our Department of Juvenile Justice Programs and our Coordinator of Alternative Learning, Mr. DeJuan Thomas.
Good morning, Vice Chair Cummings. Good morning, Chairman Cummings, Vice Chair, Ms. Campbell, school board members, Dr. Gullett, and Attorney Powers. Again, my name is DeJuan Thomas. I'm the coordinator for alternative learning with the Department of Juvenile Justice Programs. My supervisor is Dr. Daniel Livingood. So our mission that we have for alternative learning is to provide a continuation of education services that empowers, reassigns incarcerated and referred students by creating a culture that supports and personalized learning experiences by using real-world experiences and best practices. To give you the demographic of our sites, we have 4 Department of Juvenile facilities, starting with Marion Regional Juvenile Detention Center, where there is it's an 86-bed facility. Well, this facility is a short-term facility. These students come from 5 surrounding counties, which are Lake, Sumter, Hernando, Marion, and Citrus County. They're about, in this facility, about 15% of those students come from Marion County. We also next have Marion County Sheriff Office, where we have a capacity of 25 students. These students are direct file students and are ESC students. Direct file means the state attorney office has decided to try these students as adults based on the crimes they've committed in the community. Our next 2 facilities are our residential facilities, which is, let's start off with Marion Youth Academy, which is a 42-bed facility. These students stay here 6 to 12 months. So this is what is called our long-term facility, where we can see more growth for our students because we have them for a longer period of time. These students come from all over the state of Florida, and they're sentenced by the judge in the Department of Juvenile Justice. And out of those students, about 5% of those students are actually come from Marion County. Next, we have Ocala Center for Success and Independence. It is a 72-bed facility. They also stay there 6 to 12 months. And they are also court-ordered to be there as well. And the same percentage, about 5% of those students are Marion County students. Both Marion Youth Academy and Ocala Center for Success and Independence are what we call a level 6, so the lowest moderate level of security. Moving on to our personnel data, we have 1 administrator, which is myself, 14 instructional staff, 6 non-instructional staff, and 1 guidance counselor. Moving on to academics. We are supported by the district with adopted textbook for standard-based instruction, district pacing guides and curriculum maps, small group instruction and center-based instruction. district professional development opportunities, department-specific development opportunities, master-based instruction for credit recovery, high school equivalent academy, and we also provide a GED academy, and that's where we're seeing a lot of our success through our GED program, and I'll share more about that here shortly. Like I said earlier, Marion Youth Academy and OCSI is where we can see growth because our students are with us for a longer period of time. To give a little highlight on Marion Youth Academy, based on an enrollment of 25 students, 16% have received a standard high school diploma or GED. 28% have earned or recovered at least one credit in high school or a middle school unit. 12% maintain employment prior to release, giving them opportunity to save money. 50% have received a food handling safe service certification, and 40% of students have completed the Building Construction and Technology 1 course. Two events that we're very proud of that we were able to accomplish this year to bring community engagement and social development to the students was our career day, where we incorporated a basketball camp, where we invited coaches from the high schools to come out and speak to the young men, as well as community members that have walked a similar path as these students but have turned their life around and are doing well in the community now. As well as we participated in CFCC's Black Male Enrichment Conference, and we were very thankful that CF reached out to us, invited us to this event. As well, we have a college tour set up for these young men this month to tour CF as well. Vocational opportunities for our students. We were able to apply for Carl D. Perkins opportunities for DJJ to incorporate, which is called, our program is called Home Builders Institute, where we provide opportunities in the construction field for our students, where we have partnered with Habitat of Humanity, where the students have gone out and got on-the-job training and experience and also received credit, again, in that technology course, construction course, Technology 1, where they also receive credit as well for participating in their Home Builders Institution. Other vocational opportunity offers are safe food handling and CPR course, which gives the students an opportunity when they leave us, they're already prepared to go into a restaurant and work because they have that safe food serve and the CPR certification. So that puts them a little high on the totem pole when they go in for the interview. At Ocala Center for Success and Independence, we have an equine training program. Now, this program is not funded by the Marion County School Board. It's funded by Youth Opportunities Investment. So the facility actually provides that service for the students, and it's been going very well. And they also partner with Lowell Prison, and they're provided horses, and they work very closely with Lowell in that manner. But all of our vocational opportunities are funded with our Carl D. Perkins grants. Moving on to Ocala Center for Success and Independence highlights. Again, this is our other level 6 program where we have the students for a longer period of time. And so this highlight is based off of enrollment of 65 students. 15% have received a high school diploma or GED. 100% of students have either earned or recovered at least one high school credit or middle school unit. 5% maintain employment prior to release, giving them opportunity to save money. 2%, which is one student currently enrolled in community college in his hometown, where our transitional specialist and guidance counselor took his mom and him to the school to enroll to help them out. Again, 2 events that we were able to have at our facility to provide community engagement and social development to assist our students was a career week where we partnered with North Marion High School, and the football coaches, Jamie Gilmore, and a lot of great community leaders came out and provided a camp as well as conversations to motivate our students to do well academically as well as athletically. We also partnered again with North Marion and Mr. Gilmore to provide a Power Up and Transition Conference as well as a basketball camp with North Marion High School as well. We also have the same college tour for Ocala Center for Success for Independence to tour CF as well. At this moment, I open up for any questions or answers that you all may have.
Go ahead, Ms. Thor.
Thank you, Chair Cummings. Mr. Thomas, I just want to share my admiration and respect to you and your team. for working with this population of students. It's clear that they need all the support we can provide. It's still a tough population to move. I'm thrilled to see that the Builders Institute, because we all know that a lot of building is going on in Marion County, so there's a lot of true job opportunities available. Equine, of course, is close to my heart, and we're the horse capital, so that works. And I didn't get past you to say hi to the other folks that are here, but you're certainly in the realm of admiration and respect as well, and I know that we're going to be hearing from you shortly. One of the questions that I do have is the kids, only 5% may be from Marion County, but Marion County Public Schools provides teachers no matter where the students are from if they're in that facility. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am. So our teachers are Marion County's teachers, and we do provide the service to every student that is enrolled with us. And we do, receive FT funds for each student that is with us. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Browning.
Yes, thank you. Wow, this brings me back to some earlier days, Mr. Thomas, and I appreciate you bringing this information out to the board and to the public. An incredibly important phase. Some of these young people get involved in something that needs the special attention, and then boom, out they go. Sometimes it's the best citizens, and getting that message across. We used to have a Dr. Archibald. I know she's not there anymore, wife of the previous superintendent. And one of the top people I used to work with was Juan, ran one of these facilities. And the reason I bring them up is they were very good at pulling resources from across the state into these facilities, and I hope that's still going on. I was brought in from the Department of State, Arts and Culture, and it was important that those resources get reached into, and we've got some incredibly talented people up in Tallahassee. Sandy Shaughnessy is the director. If you need any references into that world, boy, resources are just very available. Also, the Department of Juvenile Justice up there, the foundation, from around the state, resources. And I'd like you, if you would, go back and look at the business card for the Department of Juvenile Justice that existed. I'm just going to say pre-2006 or so. And I'll just leave it at that. Take a look at that, and you can see the progress that's taken place over these last years. Also, the soft room at one of these, I had the privilege of being really involved with, and because so often people, young people come into the facilities, and I'd like you to speak to it a little bit if you can, the positive nature of the people that are involved in situations that are not going to be incarcerated, for example, but you take care of them and you create that comfortable, positive environment so that traumas are reduced, and that, first 24 hours, let's say, first whatever, like that. And so we had gotten through some foundations, and I bring it up not to toot my horn, because I was just part of certain things, but some foundations that created this, brought the money forward.
Yes,
for some of those soft rooms, that type of thing. So that's a big deal. One note I'd like to make is I just have a soapbox. I despise the idea of targeting any group by race. I do not like a Chinese, black, anybody being indicated as being deficient and in special needs by race. So I would just encourage you to, if somebody else is doing it, encourage them not to do it. That is, to me, takes us totally down the wrong path. Blacks are not in any way deficient to the point that they need any kind of special remediation. It's just not in the game. And I think in modern society, that's the way it is. The vocational training, that's a home run, and you even touched on the academic training, because you've got some of the brightest people in your care that we have. You can go off the track even if you're incredibly talented. And I just love the fact that you touched on those and direction into the military, and also in college entrance, that type of thing. Sports, everything is there and available, and once they matriculate through and move on up and then exit that environment, they are theoretically right there with everybody else.
Yes, sir.
So incredibly important. I appreciate you bringing some of this up. It just was like, it's a gift, the community to hear the job we're doing, re-steering things and adjusting and helping in a traumatic time in people's lives. Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Mr. Thomas, thank you for the presentation. You answered one of my questions that Board Member Thrower mentioned about these kids coming from other counties. So the FTE does follow them from those counties, and we do get that FTE for those kids. My other question is, Marion Youth Academy is closing on the 20th of June 20, 2020, this year.
Yes, sir.
What is the plan for those students? Are they going to be absorbed over to across the street, or is there some other company planning to take over? Do we know anything? And how does our tracking go with those students once this facility closes?
Yes, sir. So those students are currently, majority of them, probably about 75%, will be transitioning back home to their communities. There will be about 5 students transitioning to different programs throughout the state based on their needs. So our 2 facilities are based on mental health with a substance abuse overlay. So currently at OCSI, we're at capacity. So those students will probably go closer to where their respective districts' homes are. And so our teachers have already been absorbed with the help of Mr. Brian Green. They've been placed, and so everybody has a job and are very happy. But the facility will not open at this given moment. They have not come out with a plan to open that in the near future. The reason of the closing was because of the state decided there's not a need based on the numbers of kids being placed in confinement at this moment. Now that can change, as you know, but currently right now, the secretary has decided to shut multiple facilities down at this moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to mention, thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your presentation. It's been a little while since I've been up to visit you and your programs, but I was amazed and still continue to be with the success rates that you're having. And whenever we're seeing, 15% of students receiving a high school diploma or a GED, we also have to keep in mind the ages of the folks that are with you. So while 15% doesn't sound like a big number, it actually could be depending on the age range of the folks that you have. Additionally, all of, as fellow board members have said, all of the vocational opportunities and just creating productive citizens of society, and that's what you're doing in your program. I also am grateful to all that Marion County does. While we've talked about the FTE, certainly of these students coming from other counties, I'm grateful that we in Marion County take care of those kids, and that parents who find themselves in these unique situations from Citrus or Hernando or Lake or wherever that might be, and find their student in these difficult situations, that they can rest assured that their student is being taken care of whenever they are in our care, and that we are ensuring that they do become productive citizens in society. So I just want to say thank you for all the work that you're doing, and as well as the partnerships that you've been able to establish. Speaking to Mr. Browning's point, I understand the question and the concern potentially about the specific community that was addressed, but the way I read and understood your presentation is that the College of Central Florida offered a conference that just happened to be entitled the Black Male Enrichment Conference that you were then invited to participate in. So while I understand the concern that Mr. Browning is expressing, it was an outside opportunity that came to us for our students to be able to participate. And so anytime, regardless of what that conference or opportunity might look like from an outside entity willing to pour into our students, I'm certain that we would welcome most of those community engagement opportunities.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. At this time, I would like to provide an update on PACE Center for Girls, and Ms. Julie Williams, the program manager, will be coming to provide that update.
Good morning, Dr. Gullett, members of the board, Chairman Cummings.
Good morning.
There have been some updates from the slide that you have on your.
Ma'am, I'm having a problem hearing. If you could,
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
that's
Yes.
better.
Okay, thank you. There have been some updates to the presentation from the slides that you have there. I would love the opportunity to hand out the updated presentation for your convenience so that you have access to all of the information that I'll be presenting today. Would that be appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. So I am Julie Williams. I'm Program Director for the PACE Center for Girls in Marion, along with Carol Savage, who's our Executive Director. Those are a couple of the updates that we've made to the titles, as you'll see on the presentation handed out to you. So PACE's mission statement is to provide girls and young women an opportunity for a better future through education, counseling, training, and advocacy. We are a gender-responsive program in that we service only female students between the ages of 11 and 19. Our enrollment as of March 25th was 2 sixth graders, 6 seventh graders, 19 eighth graders, which obviously make up the bulk of our population right now. Ninth graders, we have 8, 6 10th graders, an 11th grader, and we currently do not have any seniors that are placed with us. We are a voluntary program, so the students are not mandated to come to PACE. We get referrals from the local schools, the local DJJ office, friends, family, local agencies like Kimberly Center or Net House, those type of agencies. Our personnel data, we have one administrative position, that would be Carol Savage, our Executive Director. We have 4, as of March 25th, we had 4 instructional positions, those were the teachers, 3 which have professional certification. 1 has a temporary certification working towards that professional certification. 2 are in field and 2 are currently out of field working on certification to be in field. And we have 7 non-instructional personnel, which are made up of 3 counselors, a support staff at the front desk, and 3 program aides. We have 1 permanent building that we rent. We'd love to own someday, but we're currently renting, and we do not have plans right now to build a facility anytime in the near future. PACE Center for Girls strategic goals are mandated by our national office. So every one of our centers has the same goal in mind, is to strengthen the core delivery that we provide for and to our girls. So we deliver program models that positively transform how girls develop socially, emotionally, and academically. We address the girl and her situation on an individual basis and design a program that's going to be catered to her and that meets her social service needs, emotional, physical, and any family needs that they might have as well. Our goal, of course, is to serve more girls. We feel that there is a need for girls that has not been satisfied, and there's always room for more. And we want to change the trajectory of girls' lives as much as we possibly can to be successful in our communities. Influence systems and policies. Position PACE as a leader in shaping the systems that affect girls' life outcomes while enhancing organization-wide public sector resources at the local, state, and federal levels. PACE does have a nationally recognized curriculum. It's called Spirited Girls, which addresses social emotional learning needs, life skills, vocational skills, and things of that nature. We're also part of a White House Council. We have a seat on that board for gender responsive programming. Growing capabilities and capacity. Enhancing internal processes, systems, infrastructure, and private sector resources that are needed to strengthen the core, serve more girls, and influence systems and policies. PACE has grown tremendously in the 37 years that it has been in existence. We currently have 21 centers throughout the state of Florida. We've expanded into Georgia, South Carolina, and soon to be Massachusetts. Which brings us to the next slide. Those services that are out of state are provided through our REACH program. Our REACH program is a program that is completely funded by the Department of Juvenile Justice. It allows us to provide therapists to be in the local schools. So they have an office there. They act as an employee. Though they are technically employed by us, and they carry a caseload and see girls at the school when they might not need the more intensive services of being in our day program, but they do receive the therapeutic services, and again, not funded by the district. There's no cost at all to the district. Currently, we have therapists at Liberty Middle School and Westport High School. And we have about 20 students currently enrolled in their caseloads at each of those schools. The academic services that we offer, we're a competency-based program. We offer small group live instruction. We also utilize Play-Doh for our credit recovery needs. We offer transition and follow-up services for any girls who transition back to their base school here in the district, which is our goal. We're following them for a year, and we do that by our counselors making contact with the family and the girl at least once a month, contact with the base schools to see how they're doing, and we do that for 12 months mandatorily, but we also follow up with the girls as needed. They can contact us at any time. We have a saying, once a PACE girl, always a PACE girl. We have young women who come back 10, 15 years later saying, I came here, I need help with XYZ, and we're more than happy to assist in whatever way we can to help them meet their needs. So that's a little bit about PACE, and now we're at the questions part.
Ms. Williams, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Looking at slide 7, where you talked about the REACH services, the
Yes, sir.
2 licensed therapists, you stated that they're at Liberty and Westport. Are there any plans by PACE to expand those services to any other schools in our district?
Yes, sir. We are currently in the process of trying to expand our REACH services statewide, and we, once we get those numbers in place, these 2 schools were designated by the school board previously of the schools that were noted as in need, and we take our cues from that. where they feel they're most needed is where we would place additional staff.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking it's already been a year because I asked that question last year. I was like, why was it just those two? But I did have some conversation about that, and I think at that point they decided that's where the greatest need was, and so that's why they chose them. So I'm glad to hear that they are also going to look to other schools eventually, or hopefully.
Yes, ma'am.
I just had a quick question because I was looking at the previous, so looking 2019, 2020, 2021, you're down about 15 students from pre-COVID numbers, and obviously that also is reflected in the number of teachers that you have there. Do you have specific information as to what could be the contributing factor to having reduced enrollment and what potentially is being done to increase that? I know that a part of your strategic goal is to serve more girls, and while we probably understand that there may be more girls that need these services, what is currently being done to increase those numbers?
So we have felt the impact, I think, as everyone, of the pandemic that has recently been brought upon us. That had a definite impact in our enrollment, and we've also seen an increase in mental health needs. Sometimes by the time girls get to us, their needs are greater than what we can provide, and that has made an impact into our enrollment, but we're also stepping up our services and working with the district and the mental health services to get those girls identified that have the need as soon as we can to get them placed in the program rather than waiting and seeing. I know the district has implemented a lot of programs internally that have been very successful, and we are working with them to follow and find that best path to serve the girls.
Thank you.
Mr. Vernon.
Yes. Thank you for coming out and giving this report. I know you do, but you still deserve some praise and thanks, especially because of the mission. And I would like the community to understand and benefit from this presentation, because there's so many positive things that take place, and this is one of them, where for whatever reason someone can go off the track, and boom, there are resources out there and great people involved in bringing them back on. And I want to bring forward the support you have and acknowledge the support you have up in Tallahassee. Again, I saw your pictures, the art issues. You have resources available to you at the Department of State. Sandy Shaughnessy is the director, Arts and Culture, and they were very much on board back in the day when I was involved with them. Also, you have champions, Senator Baxley, when he was in the House back in the day, and Debbie involved. You have a support base up there. Same with Senator Perry and Stan McLean, and these are all senior people. So take advantage of it and let the public know the wonderful support we get. Also in the governor's office and lieutenant governor's office, you've got support, and the name comes up, and they're looking and able to receive and help to generate funds from foundations. Same thing with juvenile justice. Just all these people work together. George Albright was one too when he was in the House up there. So I'm really excited. Hands of Mercy, domestic violence, all these things come together. Judy Wilson, I love getting the word out so people in a moment of need can say, well, shoot, wait, there is this or there is that or something like that. And when they have resources, and we've got some folks in this community with severe resources, let's say, burdened by extra resources that can come to an operation like yours. So please don't be shy about getting that word out, and I applaud you for coming and making such a positive presentation.
Well,
it really matters in people's lives.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Storer.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Williams. And I just have one quick question. At full capacity in your current building, how many girls can you serve?
72.
72. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
One follow-up question, Ms. Williams. I'm looking at the services that you offer on page 8. I see the Play-Doh recovery, credit retrieval. Are the courses that the young ladies take at your at PACE, when they go back into public school or regular school or their base school, are those credits completely transferable? Are they going to lose credits if they go to PACE, or are they completely transferable?
They are completely transferable. We also work in the Skyward system, so all the grades, all the attendance, everything is integrated into the district's services, and everything is completely transferable. We worked very closely with the curriculum departments to make sure that we're crossing our T's, dotting our I's, and getting these girls all of the needs, all their academic needs are being met.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Very good presentation. Thank you.
Good organization.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. At this time, we'd like to provide an update from New Leaf Center, and delivering that will be Dr. Katie Vernon, the principal of New Leaf.
We're having mouse issues, so give me just a moment. You go ahead.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone, while we wait.
Dr. Vernon, please make sure you pull the mic down or step up. There you go, so we can hear you.
Okay. Is that better?
Not yet.
Not quite enough. I think you have to be closer to it. We need to change that microphone.
It's not the change of the microphone, it's just how close the person is to it, so.
Oh, it is. If it could be a little closer.
I'm touching it, so are we good?
That's very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just don't like to be covered over. Thank you.
That's it?
Yes, that's it. I do. Okay. All right. So I am Katie Vernon, and I am the principal at New Leaf Center. And I'm here again this year to present what we're doing, the great things that we're doing at New Leaf. So the mission for us at New Leaf is to provide a lifelong learning by providing a positive educational environment that empowers the at-risk youth of Marion County to be responsible and productive citizens while being supported by a community that recognizes student potential. For those of you that don't know, we currently are serving ESE, or Exceptional Student Education students, in grades 1 through 12. So that is different than the last time I was here. And general education students in grades 1 through 6. The way that they get to us, we're not a school of choice, so they are placed with us. And these are the modes by which that happens. They either violate the MCPS Student Code of Conduct, or they have an individualized educational plan committee decision, or an IEP committee comes together and decides that they need more supports, and New Leaf is the place for that to happen. They are transferred to us because of a felony infraction that occurred in the community, not necessarily at a school, could have been anything in the community. We also get students who step down to us from DJJ placements. So sometimes they come from Mr. Thomas or other facilities in the state of Florida. We also get students who are coming down from mental health placements. So they've been placed for a period of time due to mental health needs. When they step back into the community, we're the step down facility for that to happen because we offer more supports than a traditional site. Or if they come to us from a previous alternative placement, so out of county, out of state, they did something that would have earned them a spot at a school like ours, we serve them once they get here. Our enrollment, these numbers are as of 3/25, so that's when this was due. As of 3/25, you can see that in grades 1 through 5, our elementary, we're currently serving 26 students. We do have the 1 first grader and the 1 second grader. That's very recent, within the last month. And you'll see that our numbers progressively grow as the older they get. Grades 6 through 12, you'll see that our largest numbers are in 6th grade and 8th grade. Historically, that has always been the case. And then as they get older, you'll see that we start to drop. So we're currently serving 5 students in 12th grade with a total of 107. If you were to add those numbers up, as of the 25th, we were at 133 total. As of yesterday, we were at a 143 total. So we've grown a little bit in the past month. Our personnel data, we have 4 administrators. We have 12 teaching units. 10 of those are filled. Of those units, 5 of our teachers hold professional certifications. The other 5 hold temporary certifications. 8 of them are certified in ESE, or Exceptional Student Education. 7 of them are dually certified, meaning they have their ESE certification and then their subject certification as well. 3 of them are teaching out of field, meaning that they still have tests to take, but they're working towards a full certification depending on what they teach for us. We have 17 paraprofessionals, 3 non-instructional staff, and 5 bus drivers. In addition to our regular site, we also provide PASS, or Positive Alternative to School Suspension, at our school. It's a little different than a traditional PASS site. In order to come to us, you would need to meet the following criteria. So we will take any ESE students in grades 1 through 12 for our PASS site. Our PASS site is different because we do provide transportation. So all of the other PASS sites, the parent would need to transport their child, not for these students. So if they meet the following criteria, we're gonna pick them up on our bus. They qualify for the diversion program that the district has, meaning it's their first offense for a drug infraction. They're gonna come for 10 days, we're gonna pick them up, and they're gonna return back to the base school, and they're going to attend your diversion program that you have after hours. They have a pending alternative placement or expulsion packet. So they've done something that has violated the code of conduct, and the school has turned in a packet. In lieu of out-of-school suspension, they'll come to us pending student service decision. There is an IEP committee decision that needs to be held, or needs to happen. So there's an IEP meeting that has been scheduled, and we're waiting the outcome of that meeting. And then we have our students who have committed a felony transfer. During the transfer period from base school to us, we will serve them in PASS so that they're not missing school. As of the 25th, we had served 112 students in PASS. As of yesterday, we were at 135. For academics, nothing has changed from prior years when I've come to speak about what we do. We're still utilizing the district adopted curriculum. We're still following the pacing guides that the district puts out. We're still following your curriculum maps. We are still providing instruction in small groups, center-based model. We have daily math and reading interventions for all grades. We are administering all district and state assessments. And built into our schedule for grades 8, 11th, and 12th, for those that need it, 1 period a day, they are scheduled for Plato or Admentum to recover credits or units that they are missing. Our support system. So it takes a lot. It takes a whole bunch of people to make this happen. So we have an infused behavior modification program within our site. So that just means simply that everyone speaks the same language. So our kids know what they're earning, how they earn, what's acceptable, what's unacceptable. Everyone's using the same terminology, and so there's consistency everywhere, and that's good for our population. It helps them understand, feel safe, know what's expected, and grow behaviorally and academically. We collect behavior data in 5-minute increments. We use a point and letter system, and it is visual. So if you visited us, many of you have, we've shown you point boards in every classroom. Those points those letters, correlate to misbehaviors. So if a student is on task, they have school appropriate behavior, they're earning a point. If a student is off task, or they're doing something that would be inappropriate at a traditional site, they're gonna earn the correlating letter. So all students know what all the letters mean. The letters are a visual representation of something that has occurred. That is important. It's how our kids earn their way out. So in order to go back to base school, we need to earn a 90% or better. So they're trying to earn that 90 every day so they can return to base. It's also important because we have a behavior specialist on staff, and those letters help her sit down and decide what is the target behavior here. What is the antecedent? What's happening before? What can we do to replace those behaviors? And it gives us really specific data to make that happen. So that is like the core of who we are. It's everything that is important to everyone. It relies on this point and letter system. It's how our kids get to go on field trips. It's how they get to shop at the school store. So the point and letter system is very important. We also have wraparound services. So we're working with Omega Behavior Analysis. They are also in your schools. So they work with kids in the school, and then they go into the home, and they're working with the parents. And so when they transition to us, they keep those services, and when they go back to you, there's no disruption in service. So they've actually been really good for our students this year. It's a rather new business in Ocala. I think we're on year 2, maybe year 3, but they've been really good for our kids and our families. The centers, they come in and they see our students as well. Interfaith is providing food to our students, the Backpack Project. We have Project Connect, juvenile probation officers come and visit very often. And then we have the Heart of Florida, who also offers services at our school. Social skills instruction is delivered through direct instruction. We do that twice a month for our K through 6. It's done, we use zones of regulation. You're also using it in Marion County Schools. I saw this year you just offered a training. Secondary students are also receiving once a month habitudes, which again is what they're receiving in Marion County Schools. So when they go back, they're used to it. They're right where they would be if they were at base. So it offers continuity, which is good. And we offer sight and sound supervision, meaning that our kids go nowhere by themselves. There is no, can I go to the bathroom? There are no bathroom passes or hall passes or office passes. If you see them in the hallway, they're with an adult. We have a paraprofessional in every classroom, in addition to 4 full-time behavior support staff on the floor, meaning if anything happens and they need more support, we can push into the classrooms, which is typically what we do. We typically push in instead of pull out. We have a full-time behavior specialist, which I spoke about earlier, a full-time mental health counselor on campus. We are currently partnering with Impact Counseling. They are also on your school's sites as well. And we have a full-time school resource officer. He's actually been with us since the day we opened. So that's been awesome for us. Our kids are earning, so we really want to provide opportunities that we don't think they would necessarily have the ability to have outside of us. So we've partnered with Appleton Museum. They come once a month. Our kids do earn to go there. It is something they want to earn to do. the ladies come and they bring an art project and they all work together, and that's been great. They will actually be here this Friday. Ambassadors of Nature has started coming. They bring animals for our kids to see and learn about. They love that. And then obviously we have the Ocala Police Department. They're coming out with their ice cream truck, which is super exciting. And Marion County Sheriff's Office, they support us immensely, just most recently with helping with buying our kids needed clothing and Christmas presents. We offer field trip incentives, and like I spoke about earlier, we do have a positive behavior intervention and supports, or PBIS, which is Leaf Loot, which is our money at school that they can earn, and then our school store, which you get to shop at every Friday, and it's got some good stuff. Attendance is a struggle, and I know it's a struggle, so it gets its own slide. We're trying. It's a hard population. They haven't always had great experiences at school. And so it's really, first and foremost, is building relationships and getting them to want to come to school. And so I think we are doing that. They like school. They want to come and see us, and that's something that hasn't always been the case for many of them. They're excited about school, but they still don't think they should come 5 days a week necessarily. So in order to combat that, we are doing daily attendance calls home. Sky Alerts are going home. We're calling weekly, and we're having a teacher call once a week to discuss attendance, to discuss student progress, to discuss academics. We're going door to door. So our buses aren't going to a bus stop. They're going to a front door, and they're honking the horn. If you're not coming out, we're calling you from the cell phone on the bus to tell you, hey, we're here. So door to door every morning. We're having the child study team meetings, which you would have at your base school, where we have a social worker and a social worker assistant who is assigned to us, to the district, and they're working with our team to get with families and help them combat anything that is standing in the way of getting their child to school. How can we help? What can we do to support you? We need them at school. We're providing home visits when that needs to happen. So if you're not answering the phone and we can't get you to work with us, we're going to go and knock on the door. We're going to look for you because we need you at school. And then we're offering incentives, weekly food incentive parties. Our goals are much the same as years before, with an emphasis on the word minimum here. We want to increase our students' independent reading levels by a minimum of 1 grade level, and we'd like to do the same with math. And listen, we're still holding on to this 18-19, but there hasn't been any new scores, so I feel like it's legitimate. We earned a maintaining score in 18-19, and it is the first year that an alternative school has done that in Marion County. So we did that with our school improvement rating, and we're very proud of that. So that's test scores. So they are performing, and while they're not proficient, they are maintaining, which means they're earning. They're making gains. So this is determined by student gains academically. So they're doing a good job, and we're proud of them. And that's it. Open for questions.
Ms. Laura?
Dr. Vernon, first I just want to congratulate you on achieving your doctorate.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
And also condolences. I know that you guys recently lost a cherished student to gun violence in the community. And you definitely serve a unique population of kids that are so incredibly needy to extend to their families as well. And sitting here and listening to you list all of the supports that you provide really bring that into perspective for anyone that's listening. You know, obviously you and I go back a long way and have shared many students over the years, some of whom have gone on and done very, very well. And those that we haven't seen do as well, we just know that we planted positive seeds, right? and at some point, they're going to live up to their potential. I'm wondering how it's going in terms of what else you may need from this school board. And I'm especially interested in supports so that kids are successful transitioning from your program back to their base school. Because of the supports and the love and compassion that you guys provide, it can often be difficult. You know, it can create an opposite problem where the kids don't want to leave you necessarily. They get past the stigma of being at an alternative school, and they benefit from all the supports that you provide. And I do worry about the target that they have on their backs a lot of the times when they get back to a base school. After all, they have a reputation that they've earned.
Absolutely. They have. It's hard. You know, sometimes they go back and you think that they're going to, you're like, I'm sure you are going to knock it out of the park because you have all the skills you need, and you come right back. And sometimes I don't know, and I'm like, I'm not sure, but I think, and they earned it, and they go back and they're so successful. So it's hard to determine who's going to be and who isn't going to be. I can tell you, though, that what has worked for us has been relationships at the base schools. It really helps when we have those IEP meetings and we have the base schools show up and start to build relationships with families and students. Because while students earned their way to us rightfully, that doesn't mean that there wasn't a damaged relationship between someone at the base and the student. Because sometimes our perception is skewed when we're young, and so we feel that maybe they sometimes feel they were unrightfully sent to us. So it helps when those relationships can be repaired at those IEP meetings. It's also very helpful. We have relationships with our behavior specialists. So when we're able to call and say, hey, we're sending Johnny back and this really is what works for him, we've seen success there. Our gen ed kids, we do have a behavior specialist that was hired this year that works between CERMI and New Leaf, and he is helping transition the general education students back, working with the base schools and kind of serving as the go-between with us and our behavior specialist. Because while our kids are general education students, they're receiving ESE services with us, if I'm going to be completely honest. I mean, everyone's getting all those supports. So that can be hard when you're a gen ed kid and you go back to a gen ed classroom, but really you're at New Leaf getting all the supports that I just named. So really it's about relationships. It's about relationships with us and relationships with them and our relationship with the district and the base schools and just how everyone can work together to support our students in that transition. And I think we're back there. We were there and we kind of lost it. And I think we're getting back there where we can just call up a school and know who we need to talk to help support students.
Thank you for that, because it's so important. You know, kids are there because something happened, but that doesn't have to define them moving forward. And providing that handoff and that support that really is authentic,
yes,
is critical. So I'm glad to hear that you're on an upward trend with that. The people move on to different positions, and sometimes someone that was stellar in that process is no longer there. And boy, you really feel that.
Yes, that's sad when that happens.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you again for all you do.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to, this is very encouraging. I'd like to, my earlier comments to the other speakers really apply to your organization as well. I wanted to ask, do you have a hard copy of this presentation?
I do, but the one I have has writing all over it.
No, I don't want yours. I was just wondering, if you had one, great.
Mr. Browning, Ms.
Yes.
President said.
Okay, all right, I have one, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that. All right, the idea of a couple of resources that I failed to mention before is Kiwanis. If they can be of assistance in any regard, I know they're currently, especially one over in Silver Springs, that group, but all of them, and Lions Club. Fort Kings Lions Club, for example, they just have resources that can come into play. Some of what you were talking about from like the sheriff's office and what have you, and certainly they have resources on that positive side that so often we think about the negative side, but on the positive side, there's been so much good that's gone on, and what you've alluded to and pointed out. I wanted to ask, you get the feedback when they return, if they stumble again, for example, but are you getting a feedback on your positive outcomes? Can you see your alumni moving on through? Do you have a method for tracking that so your batteries are charged and the community batteries are charged, and we're getting we're achieving our goals?
So all of our tracking of positivity is really just word of mouth. So our kids come back and see us very often. There's a kid at the front door at least once a week. And then our relationships just with administrators and school staff and behavior specialists. If I see somebody somewhere, they want to talk to me about one of our kids. So really, it's just word of mouth. There's nothing else that's happening to track those positive things, no. Okay. Well, just to the extent you can amplify these positive outcomes, and you were noting the numbers dropping as they were moving older. Would you elaborate a little bit on that? What do you attribute? Is it the school system? Is it just kids maturing? Is it your alumni that are not coming back? Is it what would you attribute that to? And this is a general question. So our numbers are determined by student services placement. So generally speaking, just historically, this is our 7th year, we don't get a lot of students in 11th and 12th grade. So I would assume that those students are just more mature and just not committing the infractions that our younger students, they're impulsive and, they just make rash decisions. We're just not getting as many older kids, and that's just who is being naughty at the base school, really, and then because we have no control over who we serve. Okay, thank you. And just a final, we're working on policy right now. I would like to see some input from really all of you, the speakers today, in terms of our policies and how you, if you were the author, you were the Michener, you were the actual author of those policies, what would you change? What would you add? What would you take out, if anything? Because we're right in the midst of that right now, and much of it finally impacts judging behavior and code of conduct, that type of thing. So, put your brains to work, and you have an opportunity, really, I think, right now, because we haven't done this for years, and so much of what finally ends up on your plate comes vis-a-vis our policies. So thank you for coming out, and a very good presentation. Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Dr. Vernon. It's good to see you again.
You too.
I actually have several questions, just kind of based off of the presentation for clarification purposes.
Okay.
So let's start with the variation of students that you have. So whereas you have some that are just placed there because of an IEP meeting, and you have others that are there because of a felony infraction, how are those two populations intertwined within your school, if at all?
They are intertwined. So we serve our students by cohort, so they're served with their grade level. Some grade levels have more than one group because they're large. So for instance, 6th grade, there's 2 6th grade classes, but they are intermingled. So that's why sight sound supervision is so important, because you realistically could have a sex offender in a classroom with a student who brought a weapon or a student who brought alcohol to school twice.
Or got in a fight.
Absolutely. So you do have, it complicates things, absolutely, for sure. And then it even is more complicated when you start to put students in with varying disabilities or exceptionalities. So you'll have a student with autism in a classroom with an EBD student. So it can get tricky the way that we do that. And I think we're really good at it, to be honest with you, because I know, like, looking from the outside, it seems very daunting, but sight sound supervision is very important, and relationships are very important. And so if we never let them be alone, that's number one, and that's probably the most important. And then we really know them, like we're watching them, we're talking to them. We have staff everywhere, so if they're gossiping, our staff is hearing it and reporting it. So, and the same on the bus, they're not sitting together, they're separated by seat, there's a para on the bus. So just really trying to eliminate or limit any time for anything to happen that's not school related is really the best way that we can keep things under control and keep things safe. And so that's where the priorities are. And then really just trying to keep it academically based, like no gossip, no talk about things outside of school, because that's when we start to get heated. So it's all about staff, really, all about staff to keep everyone safe.
Thank you for that. And you make a really good point, and while this wasn't totally the point that you made just a moment ago, but it was something I was just going to make as a statement, the transition is so imperative, where you have students that do have all of this support in a school essentially that has 100 to 150 students, going back to a base school with 2,000 or more potentially, and what that looks like, and the safety of a small environment versus basically being forced out in a way. I mean, eventually they do get out of your, and I know that for the most part they all want to leave, but there are some that benefit from that small environment, and I think we can appreciate that and understand how that puts additional challenges in place, and what we as a school board can be doing to think about what that looks like for some of these students in unique situations. And that's just really more of a statement. I wanted to speak also to the elementary. So I know that with 26 students in elementary school, you have one in first, one in second. What does that look like from a classroom? Are they all together?
No, they're not. So we have a classroom with a teacher who's certified in K through 3, and she serves our first, second, and third grader. So it looks like if you've been to a self-contained classroom at a base school with multi-grade levels, it looks just like that. So they're working center-based. So your first grader's working on first grade curriculum, your second grader on second, your third grade on third, and they're rotating through centers. And it works well. I was an EBD teacher at a Marion County school serving K-5, and so the 1 through 3, it's a cakewalk. So when you are 4th through 5th graders, we have them separated as a 4-5 split in 2 rooms. It was just a 4th and a 5th, but behaviors sometimes necessitate that we get creative, and sibling groups sometimes make us get creative. So that's actually what happened this year. We had to move to a 4-5 and a 4-5 because of a sibling group, and they just didn't work well together. And so those kids are being served by, so there's 3 teachers total, with working in centers there as well with the para.
Okay, thank you. And
You're welcome.
I've seen that in action, but just for the purpose of explaining that part of the presentation a little bit more, when you just see there's one first grader or one second grader, sometimes it causes a little bit of confusion or misconception. And so I know how it was being done. I just wanted you to explain.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. I also was curious to know, I know you mentioned Plato, the Edmentum, the credit recovery. So hypothetically, or rough generalization, if you could estimate, how much of the program is actually online based or being done computer based if we're doing credit recovery in classrooms?
So we are only utilizing Edmentum for 1 period a day for those 3 grade levels, and it's only for recovery of units or credits. Everything else is direct instruction, so only when we're looking to recover. And some of our credit recovery is done through direct instruction as well, so if we can make that happen based on the schedule. It's hard because, like I said, our kids are always with an adult, and they also do better if it's the same adult. So limiting transition and change is important, just generally speaking, for our population. But when I can make it happen in our older grades, we will take a kid from their, let's just say their 12th grade cohort for one period a day and let them recover, if the schedule allows it, and for an 11th grade course taught by a teacher. So it's not always ad mintum, but it is typically ad mintum just because their needs are so great and there's so many credits and units that need to be recovered. But to answer your question, I got off on a tangent, one period a day.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for that. And the final question and I have additional statement. And this potentially could be after Mr. Neeb gives his presentation, but just tracking attendance, because we get that every day as well. You are correct in obviously that your attendance is lacking, I guess you could say. And while you're not serving the same population, you do track about 10% less than they do on a daily basis. And I don't know if there's anything being done differently between the two schools, or it sounds like you're doing everything you can to get kids there, but
it is a relevant, obviously, point to make. The difference being, and I'm not an excuse maker, so I don't want this to feel like an excuse, there's a very big difference in the way we have to enroll students. So we were asked years ago to enroll the ESE population sight unseen at our site. So we are picking kids up and enrolling them the very day that the base school is withdrawing them. And when we do that, that means we're immediately marking them absent. So that transition period from base to enrollment to coming to us, typically we can make it happen in 2 or 3 days, but those 2 or 3 days are always going to show up as absent for those students. And if you consider the large transition that we have, there's always going to be 7 or 8 kids sitting in a transitional period, and they are going to be marked absent. So
that's
just so you know.
That's a great explanation, because we've all had parents reach out to us, my kid was alternatively placed, what does that mean? And then the kid's probably potentially sitting home for a day or two trying to figure out what all of that means. And so that's actually a great explanation. While it may not account for everyone,
absolutely,
but
it does
seeing
not.
that difference in the two programs actually is helpful. And then the final thing I was just going to make, actually, to Mr. Browning's point, is really interesting, not realizing that you don't have access to the data tracking of your, as he used the word, alumni. And that actually, potentially that's at the district level, and maybe that's Mr. Frazier, Dr. Livengood, that could help us see what that looks like, and maybe we have that on our side as opposed to you all having that on your side. But I think that would be helpful from a data tracking point, similar to the way we just have a new data sharing agreement with the Early Learning Coalition. It's very different population, but where we're able to track those K-4 kids coming into kindergarten. Similarly, obviously, this is a much smaller number, but once your students transition back into school, what does that look like, and what is the success rate that we're seeing from those students? And then, I guess, recidivism rate almost is the other word, and what that looks like. I think, to Mr. Browning's point, that's knowing that you don't have the access, or potentially it's not being shared, or what have you. I think that would be a good point for us to be able to start looking at and tracking and seeing, maybe we do have that data, but seeing that you don't have it, I think we need to work on that.
And we do have access to Skyward. We
Sure.
we just don't
know.
Right. Correct.
The actual, and how much you actually are tracking your alumni. I mean, most people, you're focused on here and now, who you have, who's transitioning, and I understand that entirely. There's no reason why, but someone should be tracking those alumni. Mm-hmm. And so whether that's on our side or your side or a shared agreement or something, I think that would be helpful for us to see personally. So good point, Mr. Browning. Thank you. Sorry, that was a lot of questions, but I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes, thank you. You were, Dr. Vernon, you were talking about kids not being left alone and the minimizing the gossip and that sort of thing. So it got me thinking, I wanted to ask you about your cell phone policy.
We do not allow any electronics on campus, but we actually don't allow anything on campus because, at the end of the day, we do have students with significant charges on our campus. right now we have someone awaiting trial for manslaughter. So, and we have sex offenders. So it's a difficult population at times. And it's easy to forget because when they're with us, they're just kids, you know, and we love them. And then you sometimes don't even remember, you know, what they're there for. So safety is really important. So our students, they don't bring anything, no backpacks, no purses, no electronics, no papers, no pencils. We provide everything that they need at school. And that they go through a metal detector, and that just ensures that everyone is safe.
Thank you, Dr. Vernon. And Vice Chair Campbell, to your point about tracking alumni, and I think that extends to our graduates. I've always felt like that would be a great project for a graduate student to track graduating seniors. You know, what are they doing a year later? What are they doing 4 years later? If they enrolled in college, did they graduate on time? You know, all of those things to help drive our curriculum and planning and budgeting. So, yeah, thanks for raising that.
Dr. Vernon, thank you. You answered one part of the question that I had about that was concerning to me about when these kids transition back into the public school system. One of the things that you stated that that there is a collaboration with the schools when you're doing the IEP prior to them going back to the public school. I think that's very necessary so that everybody's on the same page and so that of the appropriateness of those IEPs as they're going back. So you answered that. But my other question would be, when I looked at the attendance, I'm looking at the attendance slide that you had on here, because so many of these kids are court ordered there, so many of these kids are on juvenile probation, where's the juvenile justice system in this process if they're not attending school? Because if they're on probation and they're not attending school,
then they're being violated.
They're being violated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's correct. And then there's also the delay there. So unfortunately, our kids, a large population of them, or a large majority of them, are currently on probation, and they do tend to violate regularly. And so there's a delay there as well. So if our kids do violate, we don't find out for a few days usually. So they're marked absent instead of being withdrawn. And it's cleared up after. It's found out after DJJ gets in touch with us. But just during that time, they will be marked absent until we can prove where they are, if you will.
And I'm asking that because I would think that if a kid knows, if it was me, if I was sentenced there as another chance, and I know that I need to be in school, that attendance would not be an issue for me. I would not violate based on attendance. So that's concerning. That's very concerning to me. And also with this attendance as well, are we getting any help with truancy with the courts with this? Because if these kids have, again, they've been sent there for a reason, shouldn't there be some assistance, something from the court system?
So we do participate with, like I said earlier, the social workers, and there are the child study team meetings, which those do end up resulting in the truancy court. However, and I don't want to misspeak, but I'm being told, I was just told yesterday by our new social worker that there's a standstill, if you will, for what the next step's going to be. So they're calling, but I don't think anything's happening with the parents at this point currently in Marion County. That's what I was told yesterday.
And CST meetings. What does CST stand for again?
Child Study Team.
And who's the members on those teams?
So that would be a social worker or social worker assistant who is assigned to us from Marion County Schools. And then our IPC.
Wait. You said a social worker or a social worker assistant?
That's correct. So one of them sits in on the meeting. They both would, if I have a concern with a student, I'm going to email them both. But typically the social worker assistant is who sits in on the child study team meetings. And then someone from the administrative staff at our school, and then someone from guidance at our school. And then the parents are invited. They don't typically show, however, then we try to get them on the phone.
So the probate, if they have probation, juvenile probation, that officer is not involved, or?
If they have juvenile probation, then they're going to be violated, but it doesn't deter all of them, unfortunately, and they're not all on probation.
Right.
So.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thor.
Thanks. Dr. Vernon, getting back to your truancy concern, which is a huge concern of ours as a board. Yes. We did just meet with, or I did as a representative of our board, with Judge Yeomans. She is our new truancy judge a couple weeks ago. And April Adams should have some information for you that's pretty timely on what's going on with that. Attorney Powers was in attendance at that roundtable because we had made some good strides a few years ago, but then that judge retired and then COVID hit and blah, blah, blah. So let us know what we can do. I see John McGowan back there. Please connect, because these kids have got to be in school.
Agreed.
We know what they're doing when they're not in school.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Vernon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes. There have been several comments to it, and I really would agree that this alumni idea of high achievement, I think you'll agree, or you could speak to it, that sometimes what you receive is a full gamut of the population, regardless of, they could be the brightest kids in a class, they could be the lowest achieving kids in a class. So Superintendent, I would love to see us provide to you and to the other folks here that have presented achievement to the extent we can track it. High achievement, say in military, in sports, in college, in whatever in the world you want to go into, following this remedial kind of improvement point or special caring in their lives. So that would be so encouraging, I believe, to crisis moments within the population, that positive outcomes do come from maybe underachievement at the moment, and that the bright future does exist. So I would, Superintendent, I would love to see us, if we can, without just going way off the chart in terms of creating another department or something for data. Sometimes you can just spreadsheet and pull this information in that might be very useful to you as you're speaking around or advocating for the program. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vernon. At this time, we'll provide an update on Silver River Mentoring and Instruction, and Mr. Alan Neeb, the Deputy Executive Director of Silver River Mentoring and Instruction.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Cummings, Vice Chair Campbell, Board Member Browning, Board Member Thrower, Board Member King, Mr. Powers, Dr. Gullett, Ms. Presbitino, good morning. Thank you for having us back for our annual Charter School Alternative School Update. I am Alan Neeb. I'm the Deputy Executive Director at CERMI. I was the principal there for 6 years prior, and our Executive Director is here with us as well, Mr. Mike Nebeznik, and Eric Howard is our principal this year at CERMI under my training. He's been there with us as to an equal time that I've been there, 8 years. He started as a social studies teacher, and he is our interim principal. Our mission statement, very equitable to-do leaf. At Silver River Mentoring Instruction, our mission is to provide the increase of lifelong learners by providing a positive educational environment that empowers the at-risk youth of Marion County to be responsible and productive citizens while being supported by a community at large that recognizes and accepts their potential. Before I let you digress over the student data, I just want to piggyback on something Dr. Vernon said about relationships. That is the catalyst for our attendance initiatives as well. It was told to me many years ago by a veteran teacher that teaching in present-day education is more of an ask for an entertainment advocacy, entertainer. Our kids don't come to school for science, math, English, social studies. They come to see the folks that they feel are positively impacting them and want to help them grow as a student and eventually a citizen. Now to the student data. So we have 48 7th graders, 92 8th. That is the outlier of the data for sure, and it has been for the last 6 years. We have 28 9th graders, 62 10th graders, 11th we have 34, and 25 seniors. And I gave you a gender breakdown as well. This data is also, as of March 25th. Those numbers are higher now. As of yesterday, we were at 313 total for our enrollment. A little further disaggregation of the data of our students for you. 3 Asian students, 113 African American, 45 Hispanic, American Indian 2, multiracial 18, Caucasian 108. We have 3 active students with an IEP. However, those are all consultation students. Their service plan is consultation only, which we do offer. And then we have 58 current students with a 504 plan. There's some data there that is kind of uncomfortable to talk about, but we're transparent. So to year to date, we've had a total of 10 arrests on our campus. However, 7 of those, very, very large number, 70% were probable cause affidavit. 3 of them were notice to appears. So I wanted to share that with you as well. That number is down comparatively, not so much to the COVID year last year, obviously, but to the year prior, significantly down. Our personnel data breakdown, we have 2 administrators, both being mentioned already, myself and Mr. Eric Howard. We have 9 instructional positions, 13 non-instruct. The bus drivers are part of that cohort, that number. We currently only have 1 teacher with a professional certification, but we are helping the others, as you can see, that have temps gain full certification and be highly qualified in their field. 6 current teachers teaching in field and 1 out of field. Our campus breakdown, we have 2 permanent buildings. We only have 1 campus for our site, 3 portables, 9 total classrooms, 7 offices, and we do not use any owned district buildings, and we own our own facilities, and do not at this time have plans for expansion. Again, to connect to relationships, we know that behavior modification and turning around students' outlook towards school and adults in the educational world is based upon modeling and good influences. Our behavior modification is predicated on those things, but also a clever little acronym we call SMART. The S is for safety and supervision. We're also a sight-sound campus. The M is for maintaining a positive attitude. That's obviously not only for students, right? Staff can maintain a positive attitude every day when they walk through the door, despite what we have going on in our personal bubbles. Being appropriateness, again, I feel that is for both students and our team. Respect, big one, again, both. Task-oriented, so our students are obviously taught to match the district's level of bell-to-bell instruction. There is no downtime. That's a very slippery slope with our students. And we have a school-wide behavior modification system that is predicated with this SMART acronym on resiliency and choice theory. So we would like very much so to model for our students their own ability to correct their choice that they made that may have gotten them not only to our campus for their actual infraction, but also for the time that they are with us, their referrals actually in our classrooms or on our campus. We want them to own that behavior, obviously be resilient, and be able to overcome it with our counsel. Okay, there's a lot of acronyms on here, so bear with me. We have a tremendous amount of resources that we work with in the community that our students greatly benefit from, and we would not be able to be as effective without them. Some of those are Ocala Consulting and Prevention, Counseling Agency, Children's Home Society, TBOS, which as you likely know is Therapeutic Behavioral On-Site Services. We've got BAYS, which is Behavioral Area Youth Services. DJJ, as most of our former presenters spoke, on the Department of Juvenile Justice, Ocala Police Department. We actually just recently this year partnered with the Department of Health for an abstinence education program through the SKIP grant, which is later mentioned here in this area. They came out and did some very benign sexual education for our students. And we also partner, obviously, with the centers, now SMA, formerly the centers. And Marion County Children's Alliance there, again, relating to the SKIP grant, which is who the abstinence folks came out with from DOH. SKIP is supporting kids involving parents, and we were approached by Beth McCall and Kelly Wyndham at the Marion County Children's Alliance to include us in this grant for SKIP. So every Tuesday, two of their mentors, their community members, business owners, child advocates, they come to our campus, and per cohort, right, per class of our groups of students, they extract the kiddos who have had the consent form signed and the parent expressed interest, and they get to spend about 30 to 45 minutes in that small group with these visiting mentors and do some really cool enrichment activities. There's a litany of them, but some of them have been substance abuse related, put down the gun and pick up basically anything else, right? A substitute for non-desirable outside of school behavior. Fantastic program, and we hope to continue that relationship. We have about 35 students currently participating in that grant from our campus, ranging from grades 7 through 12. We are a trauma-informed care model. We're supported by our trauma specialists, all of our staff, excluding a couple of the new folks recently, are trauma certified by Star Commonwealth's Trauma Whole School Model program. Fantastic resource. Basically, the way I summarize it and share it with folks who may not have delved into it as much as we have, is it is unpacking the why behind the student's behavior. Not the atypical, what's wrong with you, why, it's why. It's what happened to you in your past. There has to be a catalyst. Children don't inherently wake up every morning and go to school and want to be devilish, right? They just don't. So we are digging and trying to find that information out. Non-clinically, of course, but it is very important to us. And again, to piggyback on Dr. Vernon, it's predicated on relationships, 100% predicated on relationships. Some continued discussion on our wraparound services and social emotional supports, again, still in the trauma vein. Our students and their families have access to the therapeutic counseling through our contracted provider, Impact Counseling. Dr. Vernon referenced as well there at New Leaf and CERMI. Again, not to beat the subject to death, but positive adult-student relationships that inspire self-worth, confidence, and resiliency are basically the assets, right? There was a piece of research done in the trauma arena that said all it takes is one adult in a child's life, and that may not be their parent, unfortunately, as we know. It may be a guardian, a relative, if you will, but oftentimes it's going to be a teacher or a coach as well. So it only takes one, and we have 20-something folks on our campus that are all trying to be that one, but we only need one of them to actually execute. Great if more do, though, of course. We also have a credit-based token economy, PBIS, framework of supports. For our kiddos, it is done weekly. It is also visual, so our students can earn points for being present. They can earn points for doing a good deed, a positive referral, as we call it. And all of these point boards for the entire student population are posted on our large group floor, so the students know what their tally is daily. It's actually become a very exciting thing to see when they're getting off the bus, particularly on Thursday morning when the points have been aggregated for the week. They run to the board on their way to class, all under supervision, of course, and they get their point total for the week. And then on Friday, they actually get to spend those points, right? Or they can bank them and budget them and wait for a bigger ticket item at the end of the year. So what I'm referring to is small, tangible snack bags, right? Chips, popcorn, etc. They can buy every week, or if they want to save their points for that end of the year, we're going to have an Xbox, we're going to have some Bluetooth headphones, earbuds, and some really cool, meaningful items for our demographics and age in general that would be good catalysts for driving that behavior. And it's been very effective with not only increasing our attendance rate, but it is a deeper dive into some intrinsic motivators and extrinsic motivators for our kiddos. Again, at the bottom there are ABGs, as we like to call them, attendance, behavior, and grades. Our goal for all of our students, for them to successfully exit our program, regardless of what the time frame is, right, coming from student services and that great department there, our goal for when their time is up is for them to have 90% plus attendance with us. Behavior, their behavior, if they're coming to us for obviously a higher trend line of ODRs, office discipline referrals at their base school, we want that trend to come down. If it's a more specific, isolated behavior, code of conduct offense, obviously we're monitoring and communicating with that student and their parents to make sure when they do go back, they are not going to slip back in the old peer group. As we know, the research says that many students are influenced by their peers at a much greater rate than their family and friends, and that's a crucial aha moment for us to be very aware of. And they have to have C's in every academic discipline, whether an elective or a core class. Academics also very equitable to New Leaf. We have district-adopted textbooks for standards-based instructions, inclusive of going to the new best standards next year. We have an inclusion model instructional design. I skipped over pacing guides and curriculum maps. Those exclusively govern all of our curriculum for our subject areas. We have local and district PD opportunities. Primarily our PD happens at site. It's typically trauma-related, behavior modification-related, but we do also, and have always been graciously invited to the district's PD when it is subject area related to our teachers. And actually, a few years ago, we went to specifically a PBIS training with district PD, which was awesome. And we enjoy that relationship and appreciate it. Site-specific there are all of our instruction is mastery-based, so we know that a kid could come into a classroom in any of our schools and sit down and get a 45 on an assessment, right, whether formative or summative, and we're not stopping there. That child is afforded the opportunity to re-look at the material that they probably should have studied prior to that exam and then take another shot at it, because there's nothing worse than being told you failed and that there's no way to recover that failure. That is not in our mission philosophy. So mastery-based means the child can review the material, come back, try it again, really in perpetuity until they master the content. We have a high school equivalency academy. It's actually very similar to Mr. Thomas's GED Academy seats that they have. We purchased 5 seats, and that is heavily process-driven. In other words, we are not advertising for our 11th and 12th graders that may be struggling a little bit with their GPA and credit tabulation. We're not putting this out in front of them and saying, hey, we got this too, right? This is very specific to a credit count, to a GPA factor, and to an age factor that we're discussing with our kids. And actually that conversation is first had with their parents because it is, or their guardian, we need buy-in from everybody to offer those seats. It needs to be the right fit. Some continued academic information. For the 2019-2020 school year, which was the COVID year, we helped our students, again, these are cross-grade levels, recover 155 credits and units in total. Last year, we ticked up, again, going back to in-person instruction, obviously, and this year, we're crushing the number. We were at 215 at the end of the third quarter, so I really expect that number to be close to 300, if not over, of units and credits recovered for our students. Some iReady data there, again, in the best concert with transparency. We know our students are coming to us from base schools already, as Dr. Vernon said, with not exactly an excited smile every morning to go to school, rather for a multitude of reasons, right? Their own behavior, their own choices, or feeling of disingenuousness with their public school, whatever it may be. They come to us very behind the 8 ball in terms of state testing and progress monitoring data. So you can read the numbers there. 1% are above grade level, 6 early on, 13% 1 or grade level below, 4% 2 grade levels below, and 53% are more than 3 or more grade levels below. The math data is similar. I actually didn't get a chance to put it on here, but the very last data point there is 85% for our math data. 85 students are 3 or more grade levels below. So when it comes to assessment and quality, right, instruction in the room, working in the power zone, walking around, monitoring students, smiling, building relationships, when our students sit for assessments, despite all that positive intervention and belief in themselves through us and hopefully their surrounding circle, they still struggle on assessments. And particularly we know that they may not mentally encapsulate that this data is going to be, is going to pertain to them returning back to their public school. It's going to help place them intensive reading classes and remediation and enrichment classes. So we are striving to see those learning gains go up despite the typical progress of our students on those assessments. If we give something value, at least this works with my son, if I give something value, the folks that I'm trying to convince of that equitable value, they will see that. So we are not belittling, the transition from FSA to BEST. We are encouraging the students try their best every time they sit in front of an assessment, whether it's CBT or paper-based, or are even in-class assessments for formative learning gains. We do have some additional resources that I feel prudent to touch on. We do offer Saturday school for every middle and high school in the district, 7th through 12th grade. Schools can refer students to our Saturday school program, which is run by our staff, 2 Saturdays a month from 9 to 1. And there is a curriculum. It's not just a holding tank for, picture the Breakfast Club, right? It's nothing like that. We go over the substance abuse. We have a substance abuse awareness curriculum provided by our counseling agency, Impact Incorporated. We review the code of conduct in great detail during that time, and they also have a work detail. These are district students, right? Somebody from Vanguard High School could catch a tardy, skip 5th period, and get sent to Saturday school. We also use it for our students as a formative consequence, if you will. If they need a little extra reminder for behavior modification, they are welcome to come on Saturday. And we parse those two populations so they are not intermixed with our Saturday school district kiddos. As Dr. Vernon mentioned as well, we share the same transition specialist between both schools, and he is tasked with the upkeep of that connective tissue, right, that relationship between us and the base school. Again, there are a tremendous amount of idiosyncrasies that we gain a benefit from of that student being with us, even for a short period of time, a semester or a year, and in the case of an expulsion. And the goal of any efficacy-driven transition program is for those services, mindset, techniques to carry over back to the base school when the child returns. It's framed in the goal to reduce recidivism, and primarily, keep those kids in your buildings where they have a vast array of greater resources in terms of clubs, sports, dances, social engagements that we have. So that has been a great boon to our success. He checks on our kids, he communicates with the parents, has a cadre of school-based contacts, guidance counselors, APDs, et cetera, that he is in contact with about our students who have returned. All right, our goals, these never seem to change, which means we're not meeting them, which I kind of have an issue with. But 90% attendance or above is our goal. I think we actually hit that the day before yesterday. We get the same attendance report you guys get. So Mr. Howard in particular, in tandem with this point-based incentive PBIS system, was pretty pumped about that number, as he should be. We would equally like to improve the unit and credit recovery opportunities for our kiddos to 95% plus. We know, we see that when they come to us, they're unit and credit deficient, and obviously when they leave us, we'd like for them to be perfectly on par with where they should be going to their next appropriate grade level. Return to base recidivism, again, there's that word. We are able on a pretty regular basis to keep our recidivism under 15%. There was a time many moons ago where recidivism wasn't much of an issue because we could dictate when the child goes back to their public school. That was probably before my time, actually, but I digress. Now that is time-stamped for us, understandably, but due to various legal reasons, understand. And so when our kids get done with their time served, we're having a conversation, and that conversation is either going to look like, hey, you're kicking butt, you've got your ABGs taken care of, attendance, behavior, grades, we're ready to recommend you to return back to your public school, or the polar opposite, that child has not made significant growth on our ABGs, and we're reaching out to that parent to say, hey, you can either send your daughter or son back to school with a non-recommendation, which comes with its own, pitfalls. They'll be put on a behavior contract at Lake Weir, at Vanguard, at all the schools, or if you'd like, for there to be that mastery component that we're hearkening back to, your child can stay with us for another marking period and try to truly earn their own way out and not just go back to public school based on the time requirement. And I would love to say I have very specific data for that on you, for you on that, but it would probably be a 50-50 split is my best estimation, that 50% of our kids that are in that non-rec spot will oblige, and the parent guardian will agree and keep them there. The other half will go back, non-recommended. And the recidivism is markedly higher for our non-recommended students, and that makes sense. We want to continue to grow. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped over. Achieve 90% of our students who have selected their E in 8th through 12th grade. We were welcome to participate in that a few years back, and we have very much so attempted to match the level of involvement in the post-secondary ventures that the district does with the 3E, or 4 E's now, right? It's 4, yeah, that's right. For those populations of students. And that's connective tissue as well, along with the transition specialist and other facets, because when they return to their base school, they are given that opportunity as well. Continue to grow our transition services for our students returning to base. And really, we want to empower, right? We want to build a framework around, a scaffolding around our students so that they know they're not on an island, and then we want them to hopefully not too cumbersomely, travel with that framework back to their base school, and we're trying to put up the 2x4s around it as well, not to go overly analogous. We want to improve the hiring and retention of highly qualified teachers. That is definitely a goal. I know you folks are in the same spot, but we want less attrition, as I'm sure you do, because in a small campus like ours, the tighter the group is with our population, the greater our net returns will be on that investment of having high quality, continuous staff. All right, that is the whole ball of wax. Any questions?
Ms. Campbell.
Okay, we'll start with me this time. Mr. Neeb, I know you and I had conversation back in the fall, and
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
certain you're aware and remember that conversation.
Absolutely.
Talking specifically about the capacity
Yes.
at CERMI, we know that we have had an exceptional number of students that, at least it feels exceptional to me, for alternative placements this year. At that time when you and I were conversing in November, we were discussing that, I just pulled the numbers, you had 200, I believe it was 252, roughly 260 students at that time, but we're expecting about 50 to 80 of them to transition back to their school, and so this spring, potentially that has occurred. But you also shared with me at that time that your capacity based on contract was 300 students, and then you just shared at the beginning of this presentation that you're at 313 as of today.
Yes.
Can you give us a little bit more detail on what that looks like? Because we still have 5 weeks left of school, and while I don't want to have any additional students that we have to alternatively place based on what our statistics have looked like this year and the significant challenges our students have experienced due to COVID-19 and the pandemic-related issues, I'm not assuming that we're going to stay at 313. So
No, ma'am.
What are
Nor am I.
your thoughts and plans on that?
So we have been granted approval by our board to hire at will for highly qualified, right, instructional staff. Even with 5 weeks remaining, if we can find somebody that would fit our program, and that's a task in and of itself, because we have interviews very frequently, and that's a challenge, right, when they know what we're truly about. So to answer your question, I would say we would hire someone today if we can find the right person, and that will obviously help distribute our population over a more appropriate number of staff. But with 5 weeks less, yes, we are paying attention to that number.
Okay, so you're still contracted for 300 and you have 313 and.
Yeah, and we would,
Right.
there's.
I mean, I know that you're serving them. I'm not
Absolutely.
questioning that. I'm just, for this board to consider as we're alternatively placing these kids, and we have more in the next board packet and more in that, and so we'll continue to potentially see those numbers rise. We need to have a real conversation about what that looks like, spring to fall 2022 transition, how many of those students will actually be transitioning, what those capacity numbers look like. And I mean, that's just something for us to take into consideration, because we're over capacity already. And we understand what overcapacity looks like because we have it in other schools happening too.
Sure.
But this is a unique population that actually thrives in that smaller, more conducive environment. So thank you, Mr. Neeb.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brown.
Yes. Well, I just made a big notation here. It sounds like a boot camp. Sounds like military boot camp, and that's exciting. I like the no-nonsense approach to education and pulling back on track. Because, boy, you see that in the military. You just see it. You see the going in and coming out, and it's, wow, it's exciting. And your thought processes on trend, that is incredibly powerful, that incidents are the up and down of the moment, but you're looking for trend outcome, which is incredibly powerful. The math situation with those high numbers that falling off the bottom of the chart, it was kind of appropriate geographically couldn't make the bottom of the chart, 85%. I just happen to know this is anecdotal, but on a pilot point of view, aviation point of view, there's a lot of math, there's a lot of thinking. It's very inspirational. I've used it before with students in this environment, actually in this district, and that is what we call an astronaut level certification on the times tables. And it's just something, I'll share that with you at some time in the, anytime you're ready, if you'd like to get that, because it's something that can be done in a day, and it's like reciprocals on headings and compass heading. It's a different way of looking at math, and it's absolutely inspirational to kids.
I would like to see it. Thank you.
Yeah, male and female. Also, the comments I had earlier for resources at the art level, often art can bust into the psyche, and I've been involved in the Department of Corrections at the top level to try to reduce the need for narcotics and the remedial solution to anxiety and issues that are associated in the prison system by using music, art, and that type of thing at a high level. And then it inspires the other kids when sort of a student leader takes something up and does quite well. Amazing. So I can help in that area, and I know we've direct the resources because we've got some people here within the district. And someone like Joe Pickens, Representative Pickens, and I just use him. He's now president at St. John's College. But he came down and specifically, and I use him as an example, to help. We were at Stanton. It was an F school, and we turned it into an A. And it was just outside, and I say we. It was really the teachers and Don Zaharias that did it. But the resources coming from those people is just incredible. And it's there, and it's available. And it also helps the district to bring things forward. The governor's office, we went from that model. And this goes back a little while, but boy, it's applicable with a brain like yours in the driver's seat. I'm just throwing these. We took the worst performing district in the state of Florida. And at the time, it was Gadsden County. It's improved. But it was the worst performing, and off we went with deep space telescopes, some of the things we had done here, and microscopes. And we can still do that type of thing. Boy, you've excited some past successes that, they never get old. And with as I say, a brain like yours and some of what else I've heard here today is very encouraging. A child is never the same when they look through a deep space telescope and begin to learn in that regard. You never put that toothpaste back into the tube, type thing. It is. And solar voltaics, we've done that at the middle school level, and so some of these programs have probably fallen off the chart a little bit. I know Dr. Gullett helped us find one of our 8-inch Celestron telescopes and get it back into play. But that's the kind of thing we can put some things in your direction, and I'd have to regenerate, but some of that.
We'd be grateful for that, Board Member Browning. Thank you.
Yeah, it's in microscope level. I just want to say a thing that Celestron has this product, and I'm going back to Lake Weir Middle, but and Kelly, who is in charge of this campus, was the principal, and the idea of a drop of water, pond water, for example, and not just one student looking at what was in that microscope, but a CRT screen that the whole class was watching. Oh my gosh, you never put it back. You could never put those kids back to the level of before they knew all this, and they knew it together. It's so exciting, and that stuff's out there, and it's available to you. We got foundations. There's a lot of things that can happen. I don't want to over-talk it because you got to deliver, but I can right now put you on to like Fort King Lions Club or that type of thing, and I know we've got so many great organizations that would get behind, but you got to have somebody like you to drive the bus, and you're inspirational. I just love it. I just love it. So thank you very much. It's been inspirational to me.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Go ahead, Ms. Thor.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Neeb, always good to see you, and
You as
thank
well.
you and
Thank
your
you.
team for the good work that you continue to do. I'm so glad that you mentioned the dedicated transition supports that you're sharing. We see that in action with the students that you recommend for early reentry. I think I can maybe think of maybe only one that didn't make it.
Very recently as well. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So that's an awfully great track record. So please take heart. You know, it's good to have high goals. And we know what the competition is like outside of your school. And it can get a little bit disheartening sometimes because you're trying to move a tough population. But you are making progress. And I'm looking at the percentage of males that you have in your program, 71%, and that 53% of all of your kids are 3 grade levels or below in ELA. And we had a presentation earlier, which I know you were here to hear, from PACE Center for Girls. And it just makes me think all over again, and I know Board Member King and Vice Chair Campbell, you've mentioned this before. It appears that we really could benefit from PACE Center for Boys, for lack of a better word. We know that our male youth is struggling at high numbers. And so it's just something that we really, I think as a board and together with our superintendent, need to give some attention to. The numbers look pretty clear to me, and I'm also glad that you're participating in professional development and your team and teachers. In the past, there seemed to be this invisible barrier. It was like, well, that's your school, but you're us.
Yes,
So
ma'am. Our
I'm so
students are Marion
glad
County
that
students.
dynamic has changed, and I hope every single of our alternative schools feel not just welcome, but more than welcome, that you're part of us.
We always have felt that way.
Good.
much
So
so.
I'm glad to see that you're availing yourselves of that. And I'm going to ask you, too, about your cell phone policy.
No cell phones. Identical to Dr. Vernon. We have no cell phones, no backpacks, no pencils. Everything is self-contained, for lack of a better term, in our school. When our students come in and report to their homeroom period, they are furnished with all the necessary accoutrement to have a successful day.
Thank you. Was there ever a time when cell phones were allowed?
Yes, there was. My first year, and then after that, it changed. It's just too much to police. It's a liability. They don't need them. They're already conditioned to be scrolling, basically scrolling addicts. If you haven't seen the social media documentary on Netflix, I challenge you to watch it. It's fantastic, very eye-opening. So no cell phones whatsoever. Only our kiddos who have jobs, and for this to be successfully done, they have to bring a pay stub from Sonic, from Burger King, from wherever to validate that they have a job, because when they get on the bus, they may be trying to secure a ride to work once they get off our school bus. So those are the only preconditions for being allowed a cell phone.
Thank you.
That's it. You're very welcome.
Mr. Neeb, again, thank you for your presentation. I think all of our board members have addressed to all of our presenters this morning the appreciation that you guys that we have for you all for what you're doing with these kids. I want to thank your presentation in particular for one specific slide that was unique from all the other ones. It was slide number 4. It was the demographic slide. I think that's important when we're looking at these presentations, because it paints a picture. It takes us from a out of space view to a on the ground view, where we can see exactly what type of students you're dealing with, and not only through race and but IEPs and 504s and those types of students. It really makes a difference to me when I see that drill down information. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
I do have a question, and I don't know if I heard it or not. What type of support do these kids get during the summer? I understand you guys don't do summer school, correct?
We do summer school, Reverend Cummings, Chair Cummings, but it is a remote option only, at least historically it has been. We have through our partner, Impact Consulting, we're offering a camp this summer, but it is not intrinsically connected to, students who have been referred to us, right? It is a 4th through 8th grade enrichment camp. Some of those may be our students, but we do not have a true brick and mortar summer school yet.
And is that something that you guys are looking at doing? And the reason I ask that, with COVID, we learned a lot of stuff. We're still learning a lot of things from COVID, and we see the necessity where some kids were already behind and fell farther behind. And we know that when those alternative placements come through us, and I have to admit, I just found this out recently, when we would, I guess, alternatively place a student, I was thinking that they were going through the summer, and it was a continuation until recently I found out differently. So, I mean, is that something you guys are looking at doing possibly? And that question would be for you and New Leaf as well.
Everything's on the table, Chair Cummings. We have discussed, as I mentioned earlier, the dearth of finding truly highly qualified, not just the certificate that's hanging on the wall, but they've got the right DNA and the wiring to work with our population. So as we expand our ability to hire those folks, as I said, we have our board's approval to do such, and with that may come some tangible construction expansion in our existing buildings where we could accommodate for more such services.
And another part of the reason I asked that question is because oftentimes when we get these kids that come back to us for early reentry, we look at the packet, and the packet says that they're doing much better coming back from CERMI or New Leaf. So if they're doing that well, obviously we need to be trying to replicate some things that you're doing.
Sometimes,
get these kids back up to those levels.
Yes, sir.
Because most of the ones I see come back are outperforming at a very high level. So
it's, if I may, it's a bubble within a bubble, right? Mm-hmm. So I was at Westport for 6 years prior to joining CERMI, and even when I was at Westport with Ms. Ellsperman, I mean, there was 2,500 kids there, right? So, but it's a huge campus, but there were these micro bubbles around of, I'll lump myself in there, but of teachers, coaches, support staff that didn't make the campus feel that big. Right. So that's fantastic. The campus I'm at now isn't that big. So we inherently can over leverage, right? Use our assets to over represent the real changes we hopefully will make, and that's where we put our assets, our resources.
Again, thank you.
Yes, sir. I don't want to forget our Stan Davis Scholarship Fund. For any student that's come to CERMI, they can return to us and apply, and they're typically honored for any type of post-secondary offer, whether it's CF or College of Central Florida, for a university, fire college, you name it. So I didn't want to let that slip off the agenda.
Elaborate on that a moment.
Our Stan Davis Scholarship Fund is a memorial scholarship fund for Mr. Stan Davis, a previous board member. And so we collect money from our staff for the privilege to wear jeans on Casual Friday, and all of those funds are put into our nonprofit nest egg, and that money, those monies, is then distributed to our students who they don't have to graduate with us, right? They may have been alternatively placed for a drug offense, the second quarter of their ninth grade year. They go back to school and graduate, and they come back, and still we will honor that scholarship offer. It's for $800 per semester. Wow. Yeah, I'd like to know more about that. Perhaps we can direct some foundational support to something like that. That's excellent. That's aiming towards success. That's incredible. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you, Mr. Neep.
Thank you.
And thank you to all of you, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Williams, Dr. Vernon. Thank you all for the presentation this morning. Mr. Green. Mr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Neep. At this time, that concludes our alternative learning programs update.
Do we have any public comment concerning our alternative placements? There being none, thank you. Thank you guys so much. All right. Do we need to take a break? Okay. We're going to recess.
Good idea.
For 10 minutes. And we'll come back with the rest of our meeting. We're going to continue with our administrative work session with our quarter 3 quarterly standards, mastery assessments, and data review. Mr. Ben Whitehouse and board members, I want to ask that to kind of expedite this, that we kind of let them go through the whole presentation, and if there's questions or comments that you write them, and we'll address them at the end, and that we try to keep our comments to a minimum or questions to a minimum. Go ahead, Mr. Whitehouse. Good morning.
Thanks, sir. Good morning. Morning, Chair Cummings, Vice Chair Campbell, board members, Attorney Powers, Superintendent Gullett, and Ms. Prestipino. We are here to share with you this morning the results of our final quarterly standards mastery assessment given at the end of the third quarter. Just as a reminder, that is a snapshot in time prior to spring break, so it was a little bit ago. And since then, our schools have certainly been working hard utilizing this data to develop their action plans to make sure our students continue to improve from that point forward. So again, just like as we have in the past, we want to give you a breakdown, not just assessment to assessment, but certainly looking standard by standard, so we get a little bit more fine detail on how our students are performing year over year, especially since we had some shifts in our standards. So at this point in time, we've now assessed all of our standards in reading for our students. And you'll see as you look at the data, we certainly recognize English language arts is our weaker area when we look at our assessments. There's a lot of gaps that were formed over the last 2 years, and our schools have worked really hard trying to complete those gaps. And so you'll see as you look at the standards, there are a handful of standards where we are doing better this year than we did last year, but certainly there are some standards where we had some room for improvement, and our schools have identified those to target for their remediation for the last month leading up to our state assessments, which will begin for ELA and math in May. Here you'll see our elementary math assessments, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. We are seeing a little bit better improvement still for our math students.
May I interrupt a moment? When you turn your head that way, it goes away from the mic. If you could elevate that, I'm missing your message. Thank you. Yeah.
Better?
Try and keep that.
All right.
Keep that tight, and I can follow it. Thank you.
All right, I'll keep my head a little stiller too.
Yes, sir.
So our math results are continuing to look better this year than we've seen in the past. Again, having our students in person has made a difference in that consistent instruction for those students. So we are seeing some improved results, especially in our 4th grade math results. We're seeing improved results. And just a reminder, as you look at the screen, when you see those NAs, that just simply means that standard was not assessed on either last year's or this year's, as we don't assess exactly the same thing from year to year. A lot of it is situational. Our elementary science results, again, we're seeing much stronger performance. As a reminder, our 5th graders are the only ones that take the state assessment in May for science. So when you look at our 5th grade science results, you will certainly see standard by standard, we're seeing a lot of improvement from last year to this year. Again, having those students back in person, being able to do some more hands-on learning activities with science has certainly made an impact. So this chart will show you, again, our average score for QSMA from last year to this year, which only tells you part of the picture. The other part that we add in there is the percent of our students that are meeting that target average, meaning those are the students, when you average all 3 QSMAs together, that we anticipate are going to be at a proficient level come state assessment. So just as a reminder, we have already completed the 3rd grade reading FSA, so those students have already completed their assessment for reading, and we've completed the writing portion of state assessment this month for 4th and 5th grade. They will take their reading assessment starting May 2nd, so our schools are still working towards improvement for those students. And it certainly is encouraging for us when we look back at quarter 2, the percent of our students that were meeting that target average has grown steadily to this quarter. We're seeing much more of a higher percentage of our students that are meeting that target average, especially in 5th grade is where we've seen that largest increase of our student performance. And just as in the past, we were going to continue to spotlight some of our schools for you so we can share some of the specific work that our schools are doing. So I will transition now to Dr. Hembrook to share a few of our elementary school results.
Thank you. At Bellevue Santos Elementary, the leadership team is following and monitoring the specific action plan that we created back in February. The entire leadership team is focused on the action plan, which includes small group instruction and reteach opportunities based on data from standard checks such as the QSMA. Additionally, the team is having very specific data chats with individual students that includes goal settings for the students. The school has also extended after-school tutoring for an additional 5 weeks. And daily attendance check-ins are occurring for students that need some support and incentives in getting to school regularly and on time. As you can see in the data, the QSMA-3 average score for ELA shows that the 4th grade cohort had the same average as they did when they were in 3rd grade. And the 5th grade cohort scored an average of 54 points on the QSMA-3, which is a 7-point increase from their 4th grade average the year before. And the 4th and 5th grade students increased their math QSMA-3 average from last year to this year. And the science average score increased from cohort 4th grade last year to 5th grade this year by 17 increased points. At Legacy Elementary, they are providing small group direct instruction to students. This involves the coaches, the intervention teachers, specific paraprofessionals, and they are all providing standards-based instruction to these particular students. The students are reassessed after that small group instruction using a standard check. The data is then analyzed and used to make next steps determinations. Attendance is also tracked at Legacy and monitored for students who are also showing high numbers of absentee rates. ELA continues to be a focus area as the QSMA data demonstrate that the average QSMA-3 score is lower than last year's. Additionally, fewer students met the target average compared to last year's data. The QSMA-3 average score for math for 4th and 5th grade students increased from last year by 7 points for 4th grade and 6 points for 5th grade. And the 5th grade student increased their QSMA-3 average score by 5 points compared to the average score they earned when they were 4th grade students on the science assessment. And finally, Marion Oaks Elementary, students are receiving direct instruction using standards-based lessons. These standards being retaught are identified based on data at the student level. This allows for specific targeted instruction based on what each student needs. The coaches and the intervention teachers are pushing into classrooms and/or pulling small groups of students as an added strategy in addition to the classroom small group instruction that they're receiving by their classroom teachers. Mentors are assigned for all of the identified students, and these mentors meet with the students regularly to discuss their progress and goals. Additionally, there are also about 20 5th grade students who attend tutoring in the morning. The 5th grade students scored an average score of 51 on the ELA QSMA-3, which is an increase of 5 points compared to their average score last year as 4th grade students. And these 5th grade students scored an average 52 on the science QSMA, which was an increase of 8 points from their 4th grade average. I'll go ahead now and turn it over to Ms. Kindard so you can hear some from the transformation data.
Thank you. When reviewing the data for East Marion Elementary School, the data shows that the 3rd grade math has increased by 5% of students meeting the target average from last year, as well as the 5th grade cohort increased their average by 6 percentage points on the science QSMA from last year. Overall, our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade ELA continues to be a focus area, and we continue as a school to deliver strong Tier 1 instructional standards-based instruction in ELA, math, and science, and to reteach those quarter 1, 2, and 3 standards that students did not master. Students have been identified and are working in small groups as teachers are being prescriptive with their instruction during quarter 4. In addition, both ELA and math coaches, as well as intervention teachers, have specific time in their day that they push into classrooms during the ELA and math blocks for additional support with identified small groups of students. 4th and 5th grade math is also a focus area for East Marion. In our percent of students in the target average in 4th and 5th grade was down 12% from the previous school year. The school continues to address this focus area by leveraging the math intervention teacher as well as the math coach, pulling small groups of students to work on specific standards with a focus on depth of knowledge, level 1 and 2 standards. East Marion students are involved in after-school tutoring 4 days a week, and that is continuing for the next 3 weeks in order to meet individualized student academic needs. At Emerald Shores Elementary, the data shows that third grade math has increased by 17% of students meeting the target average. Fourth grade math is up by 16%, and fifth grade math has increased by 14% of students meeting the target average from last school year. Fifth grade science has increased by 7% of students meeting the target average from last school year as well. Third and fifth grade ELA continues to be a focus area for Emerald Shores, as the percent of students meeting the target average in third grade and fifth grade is down 8% and 14% respectively. The school is addressing this focus area of ELA by teaching those standards in quarter 4 for strong tier 1 instruction, but also going back and reteaching quarter 1, 2, and 3 standards that students struggled with previously. They are also providing a double dose in their additional hour of reading instruction. The reading coach and a district program specialist pull out small groups of students to work on identified standards and provide targeted instruction. And teachers are using prescriptive lessons with individual students to increase their ELA as well as their math skill knowledge. We have over 65 identified students at Emerald Shores that continue to attend our academic Saturdays leading up to state testing. This Saturday, April 23rd, is our culminating Saturday. ELA, writing, and math skills are reinforced for all students on those Saturdays as well. At Greenway Elementary, when reviewing the data at Greenway Elementary, the data shows that third grade math has increased by 13% of students meeting that target average, and fourth grade math is up by 1% of students meeting the target average from the last school year. Third and fifth grade ELA at Greenway Elementary continues to be a focus area for us, and we're addressing that focus area by continuing strong Tier 1 academic instruction in ELA, while again reteaching those quarter 1, 2, and 3 standards. In response to the data, students are working in small groups with math and reading coaches on a daily basis. The administration at Greenway Elementary also pushes in with certain specific identified small groups of students during the day as well. MTSS is consistently monitored, and students in 3rd through 5th grade are reviewing ELA standards through direct instruction by classroom teachers. 5th grade math continues to be a focus at Greenway Elementary, and the school is addressing this by identifying the standards that students are currently struggling with and utilizing the math content area specialist to provide that targeted instruction to the students. After-school tutoring is continuing 4 days a week at Greenway Elementary to review those specific skills in ELA and math. And at this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Whitehouse.
Thank you, Ms. Kynard. So we're going to now take a look at our middle schools and how they're performing on this third QSMA. Again, we see our ELA QSMA data first, comparing our standards 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and we are continuing to see that trend with our English Language Arts assessment, that we have a lot of gaps from the last 2 years that still need to be filled, especially with our 6th and 7th grade students. Our 8th grade students are performing a little bit stronger on our English Language Arts assessment when we compare to last year. When we look at our math assessment for middle school, we're seeing a much stronger performance this year compared to last year, standard by standard. As you go down that list, you'll see that most of those standards are performing at, if not better than last year, which gives us some great promise for how our schools have been able to close a lot of those gaps in our math learning from last year. Algebra and geometry, again, these are our students in middle school who take algebra and geometry, which are predominantly eighth graders in algebra, though we do have quite a few seventh now that are taking algebra and then take geometry in eighth grade. So these are our highest performing math students at the middle school level. And we are seeing improved performance, even though we typically see about 100% pass rate from these students. They are still performing better this year than they did last year. And certainly, again, that face-to-face instruction and daily instruction in math is important. With our middle school science standards, eighth grade is the only grade level that takes the state assessment. So when we focus in on eighth grade, we see that we are seeing some improved performance still. And that has been consistent through all 3 quarterly assessments that our eighth grade group has shown some improvement over last year. And again, getting them back in person face-to-face has certainly added to that. Our civics assessment is for our 7th grade students taking the civics course, and we are seeing some improved performance on this QSMA. When you look standard by standard, most of them are comparable or improved over last school year. And this shows you the same template we had for elementary schools, looking at the average score last year to this year, which you can look year by year or cohort by cohort on those average scores. And then also looking at the percent of our students when you average all 3 QSMAs together that are meeting that target average, which means that we would expect they would likely be a proficient score when it comes time for the FSA. Certainly our ELA scores, as you see, are the one area that we're really focused in on. Our math students seem to be performing much better when you look at our percent meeting target, as well as our 8th grade science and civics scores showing improvement over last year. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Frazier to spotlight some of our secondary schools.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehouse. As we take a look at Lake Weir Middle School's data, you'll notice 6th grade ELA and 7th grade ELA are focus areas for Lake Weir Middle, as the percent of students meeting the target average in 6th grade is down 15% from 2021 school year, and 7th grade is down 13%. The school is addressing this focus area by continuing their student-specific action plans for each grade level and subject area that involves multiple staff members to address attendance and targeted instruction during their intervention and acceleration time during the day. District program specialists are supporting collaborative planning as well as modeling through side-by-side coaching and modeling. 6th grade math is also a focus area for Lake Weir Middle School, as a percent of students meeting the target average is down 14% from the 2021 school year. The school is addressing 6th grade math by identifying the standards students are currently struggling with and utilizing the content area specialist to provide targeted instruction. 8th grade science is up 11% from 2021, and civics is up 9% as well, which are 2 data points we can celebrate. Taking a look at North Marion Middle's data, 6th and 7th grade ELA are also focus areas, as a percent of students meeting the target average in 6th grade is down 6% from the prior year, and 7th grade is down 11%. The school is addressing this focus area by having data chats for each student and having them set goals for themselves. They're also providing targeted small group instruction twice a week for the identified students. District program specialists are supporting collaborative planning as well as modeling through side-by-side coaching and modeling. 7th grade civics is down 2 percentage points. Our program specialists are also supporting civics as well as the assistant principal. Common checks for understanding occur weekly to monitor student progress. 8th grade science has had some positive improvement from 2021 school year with an increase of 14 percentage points, and 6th grade increased 19% from 2021.
And our last group we have is our high school results. For high school, we are only assessing our 9th and 10th graders in ELA. All of our secondary students, 6 through 10, have now completed the writing assessment for the state, and they will take the reading portion of their assessment starting May 2nd. When we look at our high school ELA results, we are seeing a little bit stronger improvement than we had in our younger grades. Comparing last year to this year, standard by standard, our 9th grade group is certainly more of a concern with ELA than our 10th grade group. Algebra and geometry, these are the students in high school that did not take algebra or geometry in middle school, so typically we expect these scores to look a little bit lower than we see in middle school. But again, as we look, we're still seeing stronger performance compared to last year's cohort of students in algebra, especially as we look standard by standard from last year to this year. Biology and U.S. history are typically 10th grade biology, 11th grade U.S. history that we see in those courses. They are course specific, unlike middle school and elementary school, which tends to span multiple years of learning in science. Biology is only biology, and so we're able to get some really good results out of those students year after year, and we are seeing some improved results this year compared to last year. Again, having those students back in person and in daily instruction with hands-on labs. U.S. history also seeing this third quarter some improved performance from our students compared to last year. And this shows you our breakdown where we are expecting our students to perform when you average all three of those QSMAs together, looking last year compared to this year, and certainly cohort by cohort. Our Algebra 1 students, you'll see very positive to see some better results out of those scores heading into this spring's assessment.
As we take a look at Lake Weir High School's QSMA results, 9th and 10th grade ELA are focus areas for Lake Weir High School, as a percent of students meeting the target average in 9th decreased by 15% and in 10th grade by 6%. The school is addressing this focus area by continuing their student-specific action plans for each grade level and subject area that involves the multiple staff members to address attendance and targeted instruction for identified students. The school is also progress monitoring their most struggling students using Reading Plus and Math 180 to develop their targeted instructional groups. Biology increased by 13%, which is a data point that we would like to highlight and celebrate as well.
Thank you, guys. Any comments, Mr. Bryan?
Yes, thank you. Yes, okay. Please don't take this as a negative, because everything I do is attempting to get to a positive, to a better solution, to a more desirable outcome. I couldn't help but think, I wish I had your skills when I was reporting my report card to my parents back in the day. And I wrote down a couple of things here. Well, my mom, dad, my F1F-3.8 is struggling, except within the cohorts. And they say, look, son, you passing or failing? What's going on here? What is it you're talking about? Let's just talk about one at a time. So, and I bring this up because, following this was, I can speak Japanese, I can speak Spanish, I can get by in French, I can do a lot of things, but I can't get by in this. I have no idea what you all just were talking about, your QSMAs. They helped me get it, but I would just like to say we need to really articulate out and communicate with the audience. A lot of people, I'm using myself as an example for all the people that are watching to see how we're doing. And like language, ELAs. Dad, I'm down in my ELAs except for my cohort buddies, that kind of thing. Wow. We need to look at this thing and this whole system and maybe communicate a little bit better if people are going to understand what you just said. And struggling, I don't know. It was going so fast. I couldn't tell the difference between focus, struggling, success, excess, survived, excelled. It was very, very hard to follow. So bottom line, did we do well? Are we up? It looked like there were a lot of improvements.
So I can capture that last part for you, sir. We are certainly not doing as well in English language arts as we have in the past, and we know that's a struggle area for us right now. The gaps are persistent from the last 2 years in English language arts, And when we look at the type of learning that's involved in teaching students to read versus teaching more procedural knowledge that we'll see in mathematics, or specific content knowledge like you'll see in civics or biology, it certainly takes more time and more challenge to try to fill those gaps along the way. So English language arts not doing as well as we would like, math looking better than last year, science looking better than last year, social studies looking on par or better than last year depending on which grade you're looking at.
So hard content, we're doing well. And the others, we're, use the term, struggling, and hopefully we're improving as we move along, as these things come to us. You know, just in terms of speaking, evaluating, it's a report card, you know.
Honestly, sir, I think all the content is very rigorous, so I wouldn't say that, you know, we're not doing well in something that should be easy. It's all challenging content, and when you look at our reading assessments, it's not just measuring whether our students can sound out words and read. It's really reading for comprehension. Can I take a piece of information, digest it, and be able to extrapolate information from it, which is a very high-level skill for our students, and it's not just simply telling me what's the theme of the story. I've got to be able to look at multiple options, and maybe there's two themes, or maybe I'm comparing two stories together and trying to find trends and patterns. So they're very high-level cognitive skills for our students. And if you remember back to the first quarter, we had a large number of quarantines. It's hard to think about now because things have been so much easier, but we dealt with a lot of students coming and going, and those gaps of instruction, when students are out or teachers out, become greater gaps and challenges that our teachers have to fill. So are we where we want to be with reading? Absolutely not. Our teachers working incredibly hard trying to fill in those missing pieces as best they can, 100%.
I know they do, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that answer because it's that's exactly where we're going. You know, what we want to achieve, and there's always reasons. I get that, and the explanation helps me understand. And the key here is it's not criticism of the teachers or the results or the process or any of that. It's an attempt to understand what you all know really well. You know your field. You're really on top of it. You got it down, clean. And this is almost like flight jargon to the average person on an aircraft coming into ORL. It's hard to follow. And so I'm tossing that out to you, you know, just in communicative skills. Any pilot knows what's being said, but anybody else just listening probably has no clue as to what's being transmitted to that pilot. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys for presenting this information to us. We understand that these are our quarterly standards mastery assessment, and this is not the first presentation that you've given to us on these standards. We get them every quarter. So these assessments, and I appreciate the directness with it and letting us know that there is some improvement, but we got a long way to go. We have a long way to go. So thank you. Ms. Campbell.
So I have several questions. First of all, at this point in the school year where we're having the third quarter data, are there any skill sets that are still left to be taught? Because I always am curious to know where I know QSMA 1 tests certain skills and we see certain levels of that, and then QSMA 2, and then the third one. By this time of the year and by the time they're being tested on the third QSMA, all of the skills should have been taught. So what we're doing, and I'm seeing shaking heads, so my question has been answered by the shaking heads. So all of the standards, which are those R's and P's and numbers and all of that, those are all standards that these students are being tested on. And we know the standards based on what we have from the state, and FDOE sends us that information. We know what the standards are that need to be, that's going to be on the FSA. So all of those numbers are correlated to a standard. I'm trying to help explain a bit of what the presentation was. But now that they've all received the schooling, I guess, the education on those standards, what Q4 then in the classroom is for those teachers to note individually students that are struggling with specific standards and to reteach the ones collectively that are scoring low. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, ma'am, and it really depends on the grade and the subject. So certainly with our elementary students and with our English language arts, we front load a lot of that information so that fourth quarter gives us the opportunity to go back and identify those weaker standards and spend a greater bit of time focusing in on those areas of concern. Not necessarily true with our content, especially when we get to the high school level. There's a lot of content in biology to cover or U.S. history that just can't be done in the third 9 weeks. So usually what we do is front load the harder content to give us time to remediate. So for instance, biology, we tend to put ecology towards the end because ecology is a higher score for us, but we also teach ecology in our 9th grade courses so the students are familiar with that content. So it just depends on the course. But yes, ideally our goal is to give the fourth quarter an opportunity for our teachers to really hone in on some of those areas based on the data where they've seen struggles and spend greater depth time, either whole class in small group or with individual students.
So another thing I always like to look at are cohorts. And so while we're seeing 15% decline, year over year, looking at the cohort, that cohort may have actually had an increase. Granted, the standards have also changed. So I understand that a 9th grader is now being tested on 10th grade skills, but sometimes if you look at the cohort, it helps you understand that while they are still under that 10th grade standard, they are actually improving based on what they were previously. So I always like to incorporate that into the dialogue, and I'm not certain that we necessarily talked about cohorts quite so much in this. We know we've had significant challenges. We have 2 years of significant challenges that these students have gone through. So on the positive side, there has been potentially some improvement, but also some decline. But sometimes when we're hearing a 15% shift, it isn't quite as large as that if you're looking at the cohort, even though it still is drastic. So it's kind of a statement more than a question per se. I want to make 2 statements, and this is going to go to, I want to make one statement about, because we're doing, and I'm going to say so well in science, I think that's in part due to our focus on STEAM and STEM. And when we switched that gear in elementary school several years back, that has helped us catch up. And so I'm just going to say I think that's a part of why we're doing pretty well in science and why those numbers are higher than what they were previously and how we continue to do well there. Then my questions, I have 3 questions. The first is, when we're looking at the data on transformation schools versus here they go, they're laughing because they know here I'm going with this question. A couple of our transformation schools are doing better than our non-transformation schools. Is the data showing in a couple of our transformation schools good enough that's going to pull them out of transformation status? Or, and this is a loaded question, ladies, or are we actually going to, we're still not reaching where we want to pull all those transformation schools out of that status, but we are increasing the number of schools going to be in that status next year?
So I'll take an attempt at this. Certainly Ms. Kynard is the expert, but just a reminder that when we look at our transformation schools, most of them are based off of L300 status, which is a 3-year average of those scores. So 1 year can certainly help them, but may not be enough to completely pull them out of a transformation status.
Okay. And I see Dr. Gullett wanting to answer this question too.
If I may, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Campbell, great question. We are always reviewing the data, and this is not the only piece of data that we look at, and certainly we're considering which schools might need and would benefit from additional resources next year. Yes.
Okay. Similarly on the elementary conversation, so looking at our 3rd grade scores overall, they are struggling. Our 3rd graders are. We know that is the first year that they will be given the FSA, but we also know the FSA is going away. I know that we progress monitor or do that data all the way from kindergarten on, so I know we are capturing that data, and we're still kind of determining from the state level what that will really look like from progress monitoring and what all we're going to have to turn in and all of those things for next year. But my question is about 3rd graders. So should there have been more retained prior to 3rd grade? And that's kind of a rhetorical question. But as we look at this data, and I know I've heard the conversation over the years, 3rd grade is whenever the state tells us that we have to start retaining kids, but would it have been more successful for some of these 1st graders when they were there. And I know it's rhetorical. I'm not asking you to pinpoint any specifically, but I think we need to start looking long and hard about, we see what it looks like in third grade, but if we could have gotten them when they were 7 instead of when they're 9, 10, whatever that looks like, when they're 6, when they're 7, if we could have made the adjustments then, that might have set them on a different pathway, because at this point, with some of these third grade scores, we know that we are playing catch up potentially for the rest of their schooling. And I really don't like the concept of where that is taking us. And so the final question that I have then is, what can we do? What is it that you need from us? Are there more community supports we need to try to rally? Would mentors in the classrooms, would volunteers in the classrooms, what can we do to try to move this needle? We don't have much time to move this needle before these FSAs are actually, we have, a week before May, the first week of May, when FSA are coming out. I know that the QSMA was the end of last quarter, obviously, but as we look to the future, and this is just going to be one data point that we have in some of these students' futures, but what can we do? Is it, obviously summer school is going to be impactful, but when we look to next year and wanting to move this needle so much more drastically than what we're seeing it, and in some cases we're seeing it fall backwards, and we're certainly wanting to be moving it to the positive as we're trying to get to top district in the state. We're wanting to get to that top third instead of the bottom third. What kind of support can we as a board offer that you aren't currently receiving or that you would like to see differently? That's a loaded question. But if you have any feedback, I'm open to it, as this board member's open to it.
Excellent communication, by the way. Our PhD candidate communicator, thank you very much from this board member.
My pleasure to try to assist you, Mr. Browning, in understanding the situation we're seeing right now, because some of this is bleak, guys, you know it. But I'm interested to know what we can do as a board moving forward. Obviously, we haven't seen our FSA data. These are what we believe to see, we will be seeing. So again, this is all our progress monitoring. This is all based on the standards, what we are anticipating we might see. We may have a terrific day. Everybody goes in and, prayer over everybody and everybody doing great. And we're all going to go in and take the best test they've ever taken in their lives and have wonderful assessments come out, and the state may rule terrifically. But in the event that's not the case, if you have recommendations on what we can do as a board to help provide additional support or encouraging additional support outside of the school district per se, I'm open to suggestions.
We appreciate that, and I will say that some of the schools that have really embraced the community members, their churches, mentoring programs like Cut Different, we have, that has positively impacted their student achievement scores, absolutely. And so we can certainly, Mr. Frazier, Dr. Hembrick, and I will certainly work together with the schools this summer, as well as Lauren Debick, to potentially identify additional community support groups, business partners that would want to come into the schools. We welcome them. We had one that just came in that we found with Ms. Debick with her MCPS leadership group that are going into Bellevue Elementary, group of high school students that are going into Bellevue Elementary and really reading with the students one-on-one. So that does make a difference for our students when they know that there's that added mentor that shows up for them to help them in school. Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Can I speak to something you mentioned? You mentioned retention, and I know there has been a lot of conversation with retention in the third grade, and I'm very, very familiar with third grade. I spent many years there, and we used to be the safety net that would catch them all, right, and then retain them. This is a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit different because for the past 2 years, these students have been on quarantine, they've been out of school, their teachers have been out, there's all of that combined. So particularly in this case, I don't think retaining those third graders at that point would have helped them. What I see is that these students, potentially they've lost 2 years of solid, good instruction in front of the classroom teacher. We know that the classroom teacher is key in the component in being in the classroom, and they missed a lot of that. So we do have to play the catch-up game, and I can think, they had math, the vocabulary, like I can go all over what went wrong, and I do appreciate, anything that this board can do to support you guys and what we can do right to move forward to try to fix that gap. One thing that that did catch my attention, though, is I know last year there was a lot of concern throughout the nation, even that math, that our students, there was a lot of conversation that they would be struggling in the math. So I find it interesting to see that we're performing well in math, and so when I see that, I'm like, what have we done there to be showing that improvement and not the other? But it probably could just be ELA and math, and maybe we don't know that, but that caught my attention too, so that's all I have to say.
Good point.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Campbell, I wanted to give an opportunity for the area superintendents to respond to your question first, but my addition to that and to Ms. King's point is that to your perpetual disruption and what can we do, this is a community effort. We knew going into this pandemic very early to see that disruption was going to take a toll, not just academically, but mentally, physically. We need to have our students present every day. We need our community support in making sure that they're present for learning on a continuous basis. And again, we see the data already from the lack of attendance, not to anyone's fault because of the pandemic, but it's real. They need to be in attendance to receive instruction. If they're not in the seats, they're not going to have access to that instruction. So we are committed to, and thank you for the board's commitment to our employees and our teams that are in front of those students, our teachers and support staff and school leaders that are in front of the students each and every day to support them and meet them where they are to mitigate these gaps. If there's no magic program, it's going to take time, but I have been so impressed by everyone stepping up to be very laser sharp focused on meeting every child where every child is. And that takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. Again, I'm going to say this again because it's important to me to say this. It's not about a magic program. It's about that tier 1 instruction, wrapping them around with support, and meeting them where they are. So I just want to say thank you for that and having our community support us with please have your child in attendance every day.
And I want to say also where Ms. King just brought it up and the superintendent just reinforced it about these 2 years that these kids have had to deal with, and Ms. Campbell, you brought it up as well. These kids have had a lot that they're dealing with, and it's going to take, and I've heard everybody say this before, it's going to take a community effort. What I'm thinking is, or what I see is, it can't just be us as a school district. It can't just be the parents. There has to be some reinforcement of these standards, of these goals and these strategies everywhere this kid goes throughout the day. If they go to baseball, the baseball team needs to be reinforcing these strategies. They play football, whatever it is, they're doing gymnastics. It has to be a community effort for all of this to really transcend, to try to catch up, to close that gap, that 2-year gap that we've had. And it does take the parents, and it does take the churches. Every entity that has a influence on that child has to be in partnership with us as its district and with the parents as a household to close this gap, because it's bad, and it could get worse.
But what we are doing, and we talked about it last time we here, is summer school.
Right.
So what we could do is to help, bolster, reinforce, enrich, whatever we need to be doing. That's a solid and that's a good, and that means that they're not going to have that summer slide or anything, and we can catch them up and move them and not lose that. So I hope that our parents really seriously think about utilizing our summer school programs, because I could see that being a great benefit also.
And Chair, just to reiterate your point, and then I'll move on. But I'm going to look specifically to Ms. Debick on this, because when you said exactly what you said, it reminds me of the Measure Up Marion program, and you may be thinking exactly the same thing. But it reminds me when that program was implemented, and it's not really functioning any longer much. But when Measure Up Marion was out, they had posters. They had every restaurant that participated had a separate menu specifically for Measure Up Marion. There were posters in gyms. There were everywhere you went. There was something specifically that would target you to Measure Up Marion. So that's a whole marketing campaign of sorts, and marketing's not the right word, but a communication public relations campaign with various community partners everywhere that these kids would be, where we actually would provide materials of sorts or collaborate with them to assist us in that, where when they're looking at a menu in a restaurant that it might have the ingredients. I'm not sure what all that would look like, but if they're looking at grams and looking at calories and where we're actually reinforcing some of those metrics included in everything that they touch, that's a wonderful, wonderful suggestion, Chair Cummings. It's going to take some work, but if we can figure out how to, even if it's the little things that they keep thinking of restaurants, but the menu or something that they receive actually is something that we help provide that has the things that they can do with their crayons and actually where they're calculating things out instead of just something simple. But I love that idea. And I also want to say, before putting this in my board comments, I felt like all of my comments sounded really negative, and I don't want them to sound that way. We know that we are in a very unique situation, and thank you to Ms. King for pointing that out, that the students, regardless of your age, we all have experienced unprecedented, I hate that word because it's gotten overused, but exceptional times that we can't even fathom what this is going to look like on these generations that have been experiencing K-12 education during this pandemic, and we're going to see it for years to come. I want to encourage our teachers not to be so discouraged by the data. I really do, and I don't want this to be a discouragement. I want it to be an encouragement that even if you're seeing growth in one child, it's growth in one child, and you made a difference in that one, and each one matters. Just to Dr. Gullett's point, that we're doing very specific instruction to each student, and our teachers have done exceptional work this year in unprecedented, unbelievable times that we're experiencing. And so I don't want my comments to sound so negative. I'm just seriously wanting us to come up with as many solutions as we can from a community perspective, that we need to rally the troops outside of Marion County Public Schools to help us with this.
Chair?
Ms. Thor. Yes, Mr. Thor.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're good.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, to the whole group, you had to present some hard to swallow material this morning, but you know what? It is what it is, and it acknowledges the challenges that we've had. And, through crisis comes creativity, from challenges comes fortitude and resilience. And those are exactly the kinds of skills that we all need to be reminded of, and that we know our kids need to continue to learn, because they're going to have challenges all through their life. And I think about, let's just say World War II. There were a lot of people that were affected by that war that ended up doing some pretty great things. So I'm not looking at this as a disaster. What I'm looking at it is as an opportunity. It's out there in the media, this is the year of the parent. Well, here in Marion County, why don't we make it the year of the community? If kids are going to be in restaurants looking at menus and ingredients, wouldn't that be nice instead of looking at their cell phones? And I have comments that I'm going to make at the end too, but I asked some pointed questions throughout the presentation this morning about cell phones. And, you get better by doing things differently. And we've already done a lot of things differently this year. Our challenges with our buses, we have finally started to tame that beast. And we have taken really good care of our employees. We have the Here Comes the Bus app now. We have the pending pre-K program that we're talking about doing. all of the schools, districts that are the highest performing, their youngest learners are hitting those, I think it's those 10 categories, and they're proficient in all of them. So they are well set and well positioned to really do well in school. And I think that families had choices whether or not to hold their kids back or not this past year. It wasn't something that we dictated or the state dictated. The parents had the choice. So, you know, everybody makes their own decisions for their own reasons, but what we're seeing now, it's sort of like a bad harvest. You know, the wine stays good for a couple years, but then when it comes on, you're like, ugh. But it gets better. And so I think that we have to be careful not to fall too far into the doldrums. You know, we have great work going on at Emerald Shores with the Attendance Response Committee, that we've taken that show on the road, you know, to do some very targeted supports and help and encouragement and enthusiasm. And, you know, we're all cracking the same whip, and we've all muddled our way through this because that's what you do to get to the other side. But within all of that, you know, there's been some great things that have happened and some great new ideas. So let's not lose sight of that. While it was sobering for me to see these numbers, it was not at all surprising. So it is what it is, and we're going to overcome it because that's who we are.
Mr. Browning?
Yes, thank you. Wow, some comments that I can really get behind. Ms. King, Ms. Campbell, Ms. Thrower, Chair Cummings. We live in an incredibly successful, high production, high achiever community. Incredibly successful. This is a very positive area. Our students are very positive. Our successes are a home run. Our teachers are a home run, as far as I'm concerned. The idea of success, from my point of view, is what's happening in math. No excuses for the high achievement. No excuses for the collapse of the economy, and at some point, there's always these excuses. The pandemic, when you see the final end of this thing, you'll see that there was an awful lot of high achievement that came out of that, like focus of parents with children, for example, focus of parents on the school district, are benefiting from their high level of achievement. Some of the people, the resources we have in this community. So we are highly successful. We do not receive the dregs of society or the biggest problem known to mankind. We actually receive a beautiful bell curve of population that will always have 5 standard deviations on either side. And I like Ms. Thrower's comment, and I'm going to drill down on this a little bit, her comment about this group presenting. It isn't this cohort. I have never heard cohort used so many times, it's like, unless it was asymptotic to the X and Y in some statistical presentation. So get behind the success. This is my advice. Get behind the success. Bring forth the numbers. If a kid failed, I failed the 2nd grade. I don't know exactly how I failed it. I know the nuns put me back because they didn't like the school I came from. But that's okay. I wasn't retained. We need to really communicate to people. We need to get the word out there, and we need to do it in a way that pulls us all together and measures our huge successes. We have so much success beyond the failures, and you'll always have some failures, but those failures often are successes in the making. You'll find that those that flunk out are often the high achievers. Elon Musk recently made a very important quote that when he is hiring, this is one of the highest achievers of mankind, when he is hiring and someone has an MBA, he doesn't hold it against him. So that's the success is something that we must champion, and I know you all do. I'm preaching to the choir, but I just want to see it out there, and then we gather that and we move forward and let the rest of them then, the teachers, we have such a great group of teachers, and I just want them to be able to be recognized for their huge successes. When I go to a school, it's loaded with success. I mean, it just is. So let's capture that and go forward if we can. If our grades are failing, let's get them up. That's what they used to say to me. I wasn't the high scholar Reverend Cummings was, but I was learning the material. Maybe I didn't test well, but I was certainly learning the material. Thank you all for listening to this, because it could have an influence, and you all have a huge influence on the community. You really do, with your presentations and with your day-to-day work. And I get beautiful comments, I get beautiful feedback from some of you, or just in the line to the board members. Wow, I mean, it's positive, and let's just go with that and expand it out. You know, get it from the first deviation from the mean and pull those other ones. That's small amounts. Pull those up into the bell curve. So thank you. I know I go on a little bit, but I'm just a big believer in success and achievement.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Any further questions? Thank you, guys. Any public comment? There being none, we're moving to our mental health assessment allocation. Mr. McGowan.
Good afternoon, Chair Cummings, Vice Chair Campbell, school board members, Attorney Powers, Superintendent Gullett, and Mrs. Prestopino. Thank you for having me. Here to present an update and overview of our mental health assistance allocation plan for the 22-23 school year. As many of you know, we've had our framework in place as required by statute. This will be going into our 5th year, so this began in the 18-19 school year after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act was passed into law. We began that in 18-19, so again, going into our 5th school year of implementing this framework to provide direct support to students. There's 5 goals of our mental health assistance allocation plan: access, MTSS framework, professional development, community resources, and family involvement. Those goals, while developed by our team several years ago, were developed through the requirement of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act in accordance with what the requirements are, and I will go through those in detail as we go through each of the goals. The first goal is access, simply meaning increasing mental health personnel directly to our students. State statute identifies school mental health professionals as our school counselors, our school psychologists, and school social workers. So through the allocation, each year we utilize that funding to provide more of these individuals on staff so they can provide more direct support to our students. Wanted to provide some ratios with you. In prior years, as I've shared this data, we've looked at national recommended ratios, which is actually how the statute is worded to try to reduce that ratio. But as we know, unfortunately, with what we have going on, especially coming out of COVID, nationally and in the state, no one, unfortunately, is really close to hitting national recommended ratios for these professionals. So we wanted to look at our size-alike districts, excuse me. So I looked at 5 different districts that have a similar student population to Marion, and that would be Lake, Manatee, Sarasota, St. Johns, and St. Lucie counties. And so these are the ratios for those 5 districts. So I'll begin with our school counselors. And as a caveat, for the 379 students to one school counselor, Lake County recently, from my understanding, what I was able to research, recently passed a 4-year millage rate, and that helped them lower their school counselor ratio. They were able to hire additional school counselors through that. So that is, taking that into account, it would be a little higher than that. So we're on par with those size-alike districts. The national recommended ratio for school counselors is 1 to 250 students. But as you can see, in comparison to other similar districts, we're on par with that. Our school psychologists, we are below the ratio of those 5 districts, and the same for our school social workers. Although I will, again, a caveat for the school social worker number, one of the 5 districts has a very small number of school social workers, so I'm not sure what they're doing to supplement that support. So that skews that just a hair, but again, under the ratio for both of those. So in comparison with those districts, we're providing a good number of that direct staff to support students. Through the mental health allocation, we hire and support 15 mental health professionals, 7 school social workers, 5 school psychologists, and 3 school counselors.
Mr. McGowan, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Going back at your other slide, I just want to make sure that I'm reading this right. For school counselors, size alike Florida districts, the ratio is 1 to 379. And our current ratio is 1 to 390 in high school. So it's looking to me, and then with the rest of the numbers for middle and elementary, that we actually could use some more guidance counselors.
Yes, always, absolutely. But what I would say is, again, for that caveat for the school counselor is that and I don't know how much specifically it reduced that ratio, but Lake County, they were able to hire through that extra funding. They spent that directly on school counselors, which lowered that ratio. So if you take that into account, it's very close. It's over 400. So that ratio would be closer. But yes, in general, and then we did break down our ratio by level as well. So the district number is listed. So overall, it's 1 to 461. But that varies by level as well.
So, Mr. McGowan, I'm sorry, Are you finished with it? I know you have 16 slides, but since Ms. Thrower interrupted you here,
Sure.
This is actually the point that I want to hit too.
Okay.
So, especially at high school, and I was just about to do the middle school numbers as well. Specifically at high school, I just took the attendance, the school numbers, population numbers, and while I understand the 1 to 390 is a district average, if I'm just doing the math on what each of our high school breakdown is, and potentially, I believe we have 1 guidance counselor per grade level at each high school, I believe that to be the case, then our ratio at a school, for example, and I hate to call out a school, but for example, at Dunellen would probably be more like a 1 to 280, but at Westport High School, it would be 1 to 687 if we only have 4 per high school. So while I understand we're doing a district average, I actually have a problem with that because I think at some point we have to get really serious about making sure that we have more than 1 guidance counselor for more than 600 graduates.
Yes, ma'am, agreed. And that is accurate. It is 1 per grade level at high school level. I believe over a certain student population, there is a 5th school counselor added, but correct, it is 1 per grade level, so 4 at each high school. So that would vary depending upon the population of the school.
So based on these numbers, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 or so, 4 to 5 of our high schools that are reaching roughly this 1 to 390. But our Forest is going to be 1 to 5 something, and Westport is 1 to almost 700. And Bellevue, I have Bellevue at 409, based on the number I was looking at. So, I mean, it's close to that number, much closer than what Forest and Westport are. So we need to have thoughts about that. That was what I was getting hung up on. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Another point of access for the plan is identifying and referring students for intervention and support. One of the statutory requirements that we provide is through screening. So at the elementary level, we do a true universal screener for all students. That is through teacher observation. The BESS, which is the Behavioral Emotional Screening System, is used. So again, for all elementary students, that is a teacher observation of behaviors. And so this are the fall and spring results. So each student is categorized into a risk index. So if we look at the fall results, normal risk is in green, so 79% of our students fell within that range. 13% were elevated risk, and 7% were extremely elevated. And then in the spring, you see the comparison, which was a little higher in each of those areas, except for normal risk, of course. But that's traditionally what we've seen over the last several years. As we move from fall into spring, when we do the observation, usually in September, again, we're getting school started. Teachers are getting to know their students, and then with the spring, they know their students much better. Typically, even behaviorally, that's when we see more behaviors develop, and so that naturally kind of increases from the fall to the spring. What do we do with this data? And that's the most important part. So our multidisciplinary teams, which I'll speak to in more detail in a second, these results are shared with each multidisciplinary team at the school. At the student level, they're able to see where a student fell on this behavioral screening, and then they have conversation in their multidisciplinary team meetings about what supports are needed. Some students are already receiving supports, some are not, and then they have those conversations about what support can be implemented for that student, whether that be counseling, whether that be mentoring, whether that be a variety of different things. Another way to open up access for direct support services is through a simple referral system. So we have a staff and a parent referral. So if a parent is observing behaviors at home and they come to the school and say, hey, I need help with my student in regards to whatever it may be, they complete that referral. Same with staff. If a classroom teacher is seeing behaviors in the classroom, they complete this referral, provide background information. That goes to the multidisciplinary team at the school, and they have that conversation about what supports can be implemented for that student. So the next goal is the MTSS framework, and like we've kind of heard earlier today, it is a true framework where we have to address kind of all tiers. So tier 1 is our universal supports. That's where we're really teaching skills to students. As we've learned and as we've heard throughout COVID, our students have lost a lot of skills, whether that be soft skills, whether that be social emotional learning skills, however we want to define that. Our students have lost those skills, and it's not something that, it has to be something that we teach. Just like academic instruction, these are skills that we can teach our students. So that's where that comes in at the tier 1 level. So at elementary, we have caring school community, and secondary level, we had habitudes for our tier 1 SEL program. And then tier 2 is more for that small group intervention, and this is also where a lot of our community partners come in. So at the tier 2 level, we have group counseling. So for example, if we identify students who are in need of social skills or coping skills, conflict resolution, our mental health providers, like I mentioned before, school psychologists, school counselors, school social workers can provide that. But we also contract with many of our community agencies that come in to provide those services as well, such as Cut Different, Skip Mentoring, that's both been mentioned before. We work with Pace Center for Girls, Ocala Consulting and Prevention for counseling services. We contract with those providers through our framework to provide those services to students. And then tier 3 is more of that individualized support that can be through an IEP for a student with a disability, through a 504 plan, that can be IEP counseling that our school social workers provide for students with disabilities that have counseling on their IEP. It can be short-term individualized counseling through our school counselors or the social worker, but it can also be a referral outside. So that can be a referral to a therapeutic setting. It can be a referral to our local review team, which is kind of the next step. So if we've exhausted all resources at the school level to support a student, or we don't have the services to support a student, we can have conversation with the local review team to see what community resources can be provided. One of the important items to mention with the framework is that per statute, if a intervention is determined by the multidisciplinary team and it's a school-based intervention, we have 15 days to implement that intervention. If it's decided by the team that it's something that needs to be referred to an outside agency, then we have 30 days per state statute to implement that intervention. In addition to our MTSS framework, as I've mentioned several times, our multidisciplinary team is really the heart of this framework. Every school site has a multidisciplinary team. They have two main functions. One is to have regular meetings where they're discussing students, just like we would do on the academic side for intervention. They have consistent conversation regarding students on how we need to intervene on behalf of students behaviorally and for their mental health supports. And also, they also serve the role of more emergency services. So whether that be helping with a threat assessment or a suicide assessment, those are obviously not routine meetings per se. Those are, it happens and they jump in, so that multidisciplinary team works together for that purpose as well. Wanted to share some data with you in regards to interventions and our suicide and threat assessments. So the number of school-based interventions we've had through April 6th was 515. So what that references is if the multidisciplinary team determines that a student needs counseling, small group counseling on social skills, or they determine that they want the child to be in one of our mentoring groups, that's what that number represents. Community-based referrals is that tier 3. It's really beyond maybe our scope of what we can do to help support. So we're referring that family to an outside provider, and we're working with them to set that up. A couple of notations here. One thing that these numbers do not include are services that are already set up through the family. So if I'm a parent and I already have my child in counseling in the community, we do have a process by which that therapist or that counselor can come on to our school campuses and meet with a student. So those numbers are not represented, but we help facilitate that as well. In addition, students who have counseling listed as a service on their IEP, that is not represented in the numbers. As far as our suicide and threat assessments, to date, we've had 722 suicide assessments, 392 threat assessments. These numbers are a little higher than at this point in the school year last year. However, I don't necessarily view that as a negative because I think that means that we're identifying those students that are in need. I would be more concerned as if comparatively to last year, these numbers were lower because we know that we have mental health struggles with our students. We know that's a significant issue in our society as a whole. So if those numbers were to decline, that would tell me that we're not identifying students and providing that support in place. So those numbers are a little higher, and all of our mental health professionals help support through that process and then the follow-up that might be needed. Next is professional development. So through statute, one of the requirements is a standardized statewide training. The state has chosen youth mental health first aid. So just as we would think about first aid, the physical first aid course, so CPR first aid, it teaches us signs and symptoms of how to help. Same thing. So youth mental health first aid is for all school district employees to teach them signs and symptoms of what to look for mental health distress, and teaches them who to go to and kind of what resources are available. To date, we're actually at 92% of our district trained. Obviously, the goal is 100%. We're currently at 92%. Another piece of professional development, as we've talked about with our multidisciplinary teams and our mental health providers, especially at that tier 2 and tier 3 level, is providing them resources through our mental health allocation of evidence-based resources they can use to provide counseling. So zones of regulation is one of many that we have that our providers can utilize. We just conducted a training for all 3 of our mental health professional groups, and our goal moving into next year is to use our funds to contract with those companies to come in and provide that training, as these are evidence-based resources that we use, so we want to get that training directly from them. So we recently had that training for those employees. Next is community resources. So we do work with numerous agencies through our framework, counseling, mentoring, whatever it may be, to provide direct support for students. But we also work with many other agencies on a monthly basis through our monthly community meetings. So We have a monthly meeting with Department of Juvenile Justice, Department of Children and Families, law enforcement, our net house, several other counseling agencies, Medicare, a lot of different groups that we have individual conversations regarding the system as a whole in our district and our circuit of what barriers may exist that we can work together to lessen those barriers for mental health supports in the community. Our local review team, as I mentioned earlier, is if we have a student that at the school level we are not able to provide sufficient support, we can work with the local review team, which has a lot of the same agencies I just mentioned, DCF, DJJ, et cetera, that we can discuss that individual and see what next steps are. So whether that be through, if they're a foster care placement student or some other situation, we work together to kind of break down those barriers to provide services to that particular student. And then our top 10 is a meeting that we continually have with our law enforcement officials in the discussion with threat assessment. So any students that have a very serious substantive threat assessment, we can have those conversations with our law enforcement, our SRO supervisors, to be able to problem solve and assist those students as well. Okay, community resources. Also in statute, we are required to work with our local community health facility, which is SMA, which is the old centers, so that they can provide us training on Baker Act procedures and work with them to reduce Baker Acts. You'll see our on-campus Baker Acts year to date. Last year compared to this year, this is an area of concern. This is something that we have seen increase. So 87 to this point last year and at 144 this year. So how that process kind of works out at the school level is if a student is showing signs of distress, the multidisciplinary team will conduct a suicide assessment. If it's low, then they kind of just still help the student with resources if needed. If it's high, that's when they bring in their school resource officer to have conversation about next steps. The goal is always to try to de-escalate. So the school team can reach out to the mobile response team from SMA to have them try to come out and help de-escalate the situation with the student. If that's not able to occur, then the school resource officer does have the ability and the authority under the Baker Act criteria to Baker Act a student. A couple of the things we really want to improve on next year is de-escalation strategies. So, as like I've mentioned, our school psychologists, social workers, school counselors, they are identified as our mental health professionals, as well as other folks that we have in the district through other means like our SIT therapists, et cetera. They are first line of defense to help try to de-escalate these students. So we've provided some initial training on this, but that is something we certainly want to evolve more with next year and providing that to all of our groups so that they have the skills necessary to help de-escalate students. Our SROs have received their training through their appropriate department on those skills, and that is what we want to focus on to help reduce these numbers for next year. And family involvement, through a few different opportunities, we've had the ability to share our mental health assistance allocation framework to update parents on how they can access services within the district. We also worked with some DCF representatives at our parent partnership events on how parents can help navigate the mental health framework outside of our school district and the community. So we participated in all of the parent partnership events. We've had sessions at each of those. We also offer youth mental health first aid training for parents. In addition to our employees, which is required, we've offered sessions for parents as well. And actually, as of tomorrow, I'll be presenting to the leadership MCPS group as well, providing them an overview of this framework. And finally is our budget, and that is referenced on the other handout that you have on page 12 if you'd like to take a closer look. But the distribution of those funds is 90% of our budget is allocated to mental health providers. So those 15 individuals are psychologists, social workers, and counselors, and then 4 district staff that help support and implement the plan. Plus the professional development. So the stipends and all the other required funding needed for implementation of youth mental health first aid, that is 90% of our budget. The remaining is ancillary things, buying the resources for counseling, those types of items. So, okay. Any questions that I can answer for you?
Ms. Campbell?
I have one question and then kind of one statement that may be a little odd, but since you went to the budget on the very last slide, in that information I see, and maybe you can just offer further information on this, it appears that we have multiple school psychologists that have positions that are filled, but we have one that's vacant. And those that are filled range in salary from $79,000 to $81,000, but the one that's vacant is $150,000 salary. Can you explain that discrepancy and how we're not able to fill? I'm sorry, I'm on page 14 of the PDF. That's the separate. It's the other piece to this. It's not on the PowerPoint slide, but if you guys have the attachments, it's page 12 of the plan, but page 14 of the PDF. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. McGowan?
I do, yes, ma'am. And to be honest, that must be just an error in
I mean, I was just curious. It does seem to be those are the numbers that are added in there. So I didn't know why that discrepancy was included and why we would be higher unless they have additional duties or multiple schools, or I'm not certain what that would.
Yes, ma'am. That must just be an error, and we can correct that. When we do have a vacant position, as we list on the budget, we do list, obviously, the high end of that pay scale because we don't know what experience level that person may be coming in with, but that's an error that we can correct.
Okay. Thank you for that, because I'm like, that just stood out to me really. So I don't know how that changes the budget. Maybe there's something else that's missing there or what have you. There are a couple of other vacant positions, but it seems like we've potentially gone to the lower end of the salary versus the higher end on those. The only other statement that I'll make, and this one may be kind of an awkward statement to have, I know that we certainly want to continue to increase the education and training of our employees to de-escalate situations with students that result in a lack of or a reduction in Baker Acts. However, I do want to stress that the state of Florida is very unique that we have a Baker Act. And when I've talked to friends in other parts of the country where they may have had a family member or someone that was in one of these scenarios that could have actually helped them get de-escalated, get calmed down. They don't have that ability in some other parts of the country. I don't know who all has them and who doesn't. I just know of a couple of states for sure that do not. And while I understand we want to always work to de-escalate those situations, I also want to, applaud is not the right word, but I'm grateful that we actually have the potential to have something like that, because just because a Baker Act happens for a student, regardless of the age, does not mean that that's a horrible thing in every case. Sometimes it actually is exactly what that student needed for those very targeted interventions right at that very specific 48-hour window. And after that occurs, they're good. And so I understand from a mental health plan for the school district that we want to ensure that we're doing everything we can to de-escalate. I also don't want it to be looked at like a black eye. We understand the mental health challenges that our students are experiencing, and year over year, they have increased. And we have students dealing with a lot of situations that, frankly, at their ages, I mean, we've never experienced the things that they're experiencing, social media, et cetera. And I'm probably playing into what Board Member Thrower may be talking about in her board comments when I just use the word social media with cell phones, et cetera. But I kind of just wanted to make that statement. So it's not a question as much as it is, it's not a bright spot, but I also don't want to look at it as a black eye that we have those numbers increasing, because it very well may be that those numbers of students needed that at that point in time, and that actually saves some kids' lives.
Well, I agree, and it correlates with the increase of the suicide assessments we've done in my comment in regards to that. I mean, I think that even though the numbers have increased, that's an opportunity that we've been able to intervene. And yes, to your point, de-escalation is always the goal, but the purpose behind a Baker Act is to provide supports. And a lot of times that's what it can directly provide. And what I'll also add to that is that whether it's a school-initiated or a community-initiated Baker Act, all that information is provided back to our team and our SRO supervisors, and we then provide that to school so that they can follow up with individual students. So just after whatever happens with the follow-up of the Baker Act, we know that student's coming back to our campus, so we want to put supports in place when that happens.
Thank you.
Chair? Yes. Yes, so those totals, and I couldn't agree more, Ms. Campbell, those totals, do they include self-admittance, if you will, into that self-recognition of a need to go into that kind of a situation, or is it just forced in because some external authority deems it so? Does it include all admissions? That's my...
Yes, sir. That's a good question. These are involuntary.
Voluntary. Okay.
Examinations.
Okay. Yes. And okay. Thank you. And they to reinforce Ms. Campbell's thought is that should not be a black eye. That's for any human being. That is a resource. It's an opportunity, and it becomes an asset for many of these folks. I do know, and maybe you could even elaborate on it, how successful it is to empower, especially these young people, with the ability to call in law enforcement immediately, without question, and readmit themselves out of a situation, whatever it is, or they can just voluntarily pull that trigger, and it's very empowering and very successful as an asset, as to have that level of control over your life and your mental health and the resources you really know will help you when you get in there. So if you can, elaborate on the positive nature of that as well, because I don't see it as a negative.
Well, Mr. Attorney Powers, you had something?
Yes, sir. A Baker Act is by definition an involuntary placement. Voluntary placements are things which are generally maintained privately, do not become any sort of public record, but a Baker Act is an involuntary. And I would, that is something in which a student is exhibiting behavior which requires that for the safety of themselves or others that they be involuntarily placed for a 72-hour period, or up to a 72-hour period for further assessment. And there are some specific guidelines, rules, and statutes that control the use of those within student populations as well. And Mr. McGowan and I have spoken with that also, along with the law enforcement community, as part of our SRO training that we did last year. So the Baker Act does become part of a student's record to the degree that any juvenile record is. And so in the future, whether it's treated as a black mark or something, juveniles are their court records, because this is a process which goes through a court system, and their court records are kept private except within the court system. And so the degree to which it might be treated as a black mark is completely dependent upon whether it manifests itself in continued behaviors resulting from that, which may lead to other mental health services, or can lead to, as an adult, if you've been subject to a Baker Act, there are certain restrictions that you have, firearm ownership, other things like that. So there's a lot to unpack there if we started talking about it, but I just wanted to make it really clear that the Baker Act is not something where a student can call and say, I had suicidal ideation or something like that, and therefore if they're voluntarily placed, it doesn't result in a Baker Act type situation.
I
If they're
see.
involuntarily
So the
placed.
term, the Baker Act, there's another term then that should be used for non-involuntary.
Right, those are voluntary placements.
It's called a voluntary placement.
A voluntary
That's it.
placement.
That's the term?
Right, a voluntary placement or a voluntary referral for services are things which a student can reach out for and access.
Okay, thank you.
Or the parents of the student, provided that also the student is amenable to that.
And it becomes an actual resource for that individual as they grow out of whatever it is. And if in fact that occurs, a positive outcome, that's great. So it is not, Baker Acts are strictly involuntary.
By
I
definition,
appreciate
Baker Acts are involuntary
Thank you
proceedings.
for
And
that.
beyond that, I'll let you speak because that's Mr. McGowan's expertise area here. I'm just from a legal perspective.
Thank you.
That's accurate, yes.
But my point still was, even though it is an involuntary placement, there are 144 students that potentially had lives saved because of those Baker Acts. Don't know the students, don't know the scenarios, don't know what occurred in that 72 hours. But that's, even though they were involuntarily placed. That was my point. It is something unique to the state of Florida, and I don't think we should take it for granted that we do have that opportunity to potentially help save kids' lives.
Yes, ma'am. And again, we're able to be provided supports through that.
And as I mentioned, the criteria that are required, Mr. McGowan and I have also discussed this along with SROs and along with guidelines that have been posted and Florida statute, requiring that the Baker Act assessment is a very specific set of tools for specific unique situations, and it's not something which really even can be used willy-nilly. It's something that has to be, specific criteria have to be met and assessed in order for Baker Act criteria to apply.
Important distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGowan.
Okay, thank you.
Achieve 2020, I'm sorry, any public comment?
I think it's
Any
just
public
us.
comment?
No public. No public here.
Achieve 2026 strategic plan, update, goal 3.
Thank you all for waiting with us all day.
Luckily, we have a lot of devices and we get quite a bit of work done. While we're
And the phone's not ringing, so yeah.
Exactly. Well, good afternoon, Board Chair Cummings, Vice Chair Campbell, board members, Attorney Powers, Dr. Gullett, and Mrs. Prestopino. I am excited to be here today with representatives from the Human Resources, Employment Services, and Professional Leadership and Learning departments to discuss our portion of the strategic plan with you and how the work surrounding this goal positively impacts student success.
Elena's coming to fix it for you.
Okay, thank you. I thought maybe if I clicked, it would just go on. No worries. Do we need to put it in presentation mode? Oh, you did. You're awesome. Thank you. As you can see, this is the strategic plan at a glance with all 5 goals, and our goal is Goal 3, talent management. The overarching goal of talent management is to ensure that all students have access to highly effective and diverse teachers, administrators, and support staff. To make sure that we meet this goal, we have identified 4 priority strategies. These strategies are to recruit a highly qualified, diverse staff across all employee groups, to provide innovative professional learning to retain a positive workforce, to reduce staff absences and the impact they have on schools and students, and to build stronger practices for human capital management. And these strategies under our talent management touch all employee groups and interact together to positively impact student success. So to track our progress and determine whether we're on target to meet our goal by 2026, we've created the following metrics. Increase the percentage of in-field certified teachers in classrooms from 92%, which we pulled that data, that's baseline data from the 2021 year, from 92% to 97% by 2026. To improve retention rate of instructional personnel from 88% to 94%. To reduce the number of exceptional student education, self-contained instructional vacancies from 23% to 10% or less. And to decrease the diversity gap of administrators and certified staff with the student population of the district from 26% to 14%. Now, Brian Green, the Director of Talent Development, will discuss our recruitment strategy with you.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Oliver, and good afternoon. I am very excited to start with Strategy A and the focus on recruitment within this strategy and the tremendous work of our team, that team being our district recruitment team, which consists of principals at every level, assistant principals, leaders of custodial, food service, Marion after school, and transportation staff, as well as Ms. Oliver, Ms. Debick, Ms. Gassman, and other district leaders, and especially the creativeness, the talent, and the work of Ms. Nora Choquette. Without all of them, we would not be as successful. So with Strategy A, the first key activity is to develop strategic partnerships to source new talent and develop a diverse workforce that is effective and qualified for non-instructional, instructional, and administrative positions throughout the district. This goal focuses on all employee groups. Examples of this key activity in action include our partnership with the College of Central Florida, a memorandum of understanding with St. Leo University we are finalizing, the University of Florida through Gator Connection, CareerSource, the CEP, and other like partnerships as we source new talent. We are also working towards sourcing this talent and developing a diverse workforce by providing our administrators monthly student and staff demographic comparisons, working toward our ongoing partnership with TPG Cultural Exchange to not only bring diverse talent to the district, but to also fill instructional areas of critical need, and working toward partnering with our local NAACP, the Hispanic Heritage Council, and Ocala's Racial Harmony Group to grow our marketplace of ideas and stakeholder input to source diverse talent to the district. Key activity 2 of this strategy is to strengthen the internal and external pipelines for current and potential teachers, administrators, and staff to grow our own and reduce diversity gaps. We have professional and administrative pipelines to grow our own that Ms. Biddick is going to address in our next strategy. However, it's important to note that historically we have limited ourselves to professional learning for those who are school-based. Using the strategic plan as our compass and under the guidance and leadership of Dr. Gullett and Ms. Oliver, our trainers, Ms. Nora Choquette and myself, have expanded upon professional learning to staff who are in support services to grow our own among support services personnel. Ms. Choquette and I have held multiple customer service trainings with our custodial, food service, and transportation leaders to include employment services staff, with approximately 150 of these leaders now trained and a focus on providing this same training to our receptionists and secretaries. We also have a list of trainings our supervisors would like to see in the future as we work to develop our pipelines for leadership growth within support services. We are also focused on growing all of our staff for greater opportunity to reduce our diversity gaps within the ranks of our teaching, administrative, and support staff, and this will be assisted through our district and community-wide stakeholder survey that in part gathered methods MCPS could utilize to narrow our employee diversity gap. We are also examining at this time this input for action planning to include partnerships with diverse organizations. It's important to note that we do not see these trainings, activities, or focus on diversity gaps as independent to our core goal on student success, but that all of these efforts collectively as directly impacting student success. Key activity 3 is to target our recruitment efforts toward difficult to staff positions, and we have identified several difficult to staff non-instructional positions, such as our paraprofessional, custodial, transportation, food service, substitute, and Marion after-school program staff. We have now held 2 bus blitzes, participation in the Hampton Center Job Fair, the Marion County Sheriff's Office Job Fair, and 3 parent partnership events as recruiting opportunities. We have 2 other job fairs we're participating in coming up that focuses on non-instructional positions. One is this evening and one is next week, and there will certainly be others as those opportunities become available that we will make sure our presence is there. For our instructional positions, we have participated in the University of Florida, University of Central Florida, and 2 University of North Florida career fairs, with others in the works to include historically black colleges and universities. We also offered 18 conditional contracts the board approved for those in their final internship, and we are very excited about the recent success of our career fair, where 317 people showed up looking for a career. This is the largest career fair and turnout in MCPS history, with a focus on instructional and non-instructional positions. We hired 119 new team members who will now start to complete the onboarding process. This included 60 instructional staff members and 59 support staff, which is inclusive of 17 paraprofessionals, 9 food service workers, 9 custodians, 5 bus aides, and a huge 19 bus drivers. We have done many creative things to strengthen our recruitment, such as the Find Your Perfect Match Challenge in February, our QR code interest forms from our business cards, and other like advertising and spotlighting of our different careers in MCPS. A big thank you to our administrators for getting involved and to our board for supporting us. Again, we do not see these activities and actions as independent to our goal of student success, but all of these efforts collectively is directly impacting student success. So now, Ms. Biddick, Director of Professional Leadership and Learning, will discuss Strategy B.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Good afternoon.
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 This focus strategy 3B is to implement innovative professional learning opportunities to reinforce a focus on retaining a positive and effective workforce. So as we look at key activity number 1, to ensure mentors are provided for teachers regardless of their onboarding date. Marion County Public School has a strong mentoring and induction program with over 200 first-year teachers supported by a mentor, or what we like to call an instruction talent developer. Over 250 instruction talent developers engage in professional learning that supports them as they provide mentoring and training for our newest teachers. These mentors are paid for their time and support through the referendum dollars provided to professional development. Each participating teacher in our mentoring and induction program receives over 30 hours of support, along with a wide variety of optional professional learning opportunities. Key activity 2, monitor and support the development of differentiated professional learning opportunities for teachers through each phase of their career, including recognition of teachers as leaders. The Professional Leadership and Learning Department works with and provides support to all other Marion County Public School departments in creating a comprehensive list of professional learning for teachers and stakeholders at all levels. These professional learning opportunities support all employees, from transportation, nutrition services, support staff, teachers, paraeducators, coaches, administrators, and district personnel. Many of these professional learning opportunities, the learning can be picked, and the learner themselves can pick the training that best suits their need based on their individual knowledge and experience. Teachers are encouraged to become leaders and share their expertise by providing on-site and district-level learning opportunities. A learning pipeline has been created to support the differentiation of learning for the various levels and scopes of jobs. The learning pipeline will be highlighted when I speak about key activity number 5. Key activity number 3, develop a process to explore implementation of teacher-driven professional learning opportunities. Marion County Public Schools continues to look for ways to tap into the potential of our outstanding teachers to provide additional training and modeling of best practices, while also encouraging teachers to share their talents outside of their school and the county. By engaging in professional forums that empower and celebrate teachers. 2 examples of these forums are Ed Camps and ECET2, which is Elevating and Celebrating Effective Teaching and Teachers. These 2 forums support educators to organize and participate in powerful professional learning designed by and for teachers. These forums encourage participation to facilitate sessions by sharing experiences and from learning with each other and from each other. It strives to recognize teachers as talented professionals, putting the teacher in the lead. Key Activity 4, establish mechanisms to elevate teachers' voices in district decisions. Marion County Public Schools strives to ensure that teachers and key stakeholders are able to share both ideas and suggestions regarding district initiatives, programs, and decisions. Our superintendent has developed roundtable sessions with teachers and staff members at all levels. These forums allow our key stakeholders to share concerns, ideas, and suggestions to better all Marion County Public School students and employees. In addition, several key focus groups target areas such as curriculum resource adoption, content area focus needs, and most recently, our safety procedures. Last year, a Professional Learning Advisory Council was developed, allowing staff at all levels to engage in dialogue regarding desired professional learning opportunities that would support the need of our district as a whole and the need of individual groups of employees. This committee works collaboratively to develop strong learning and growth opportunities for all stakeholders. The results of the district and community-wide stakeholders survey will be shared with the Professional Leadership and Learning Advisory Council and will be used as we move forward with professional learning opportunities. Key Activity 5, create a comprehensive leadership and learning pipeline for instructional and non-instructional roles with job-embedded opportunities for growth. Using the research of the Wallace Foundation as a guide, our district has created a leadership pipeline that helps us look at job-embedded growth opportunities for all levels of employees. This pipeline also demonstrates opportunities allowing each employee to extend and challenge themselves within their current role. The Marion County Public School Leadership and Learning Pipeline can be seen on these following slides. Additionally, the support service pipeline for employee growth has begun and continues to be a focus of the Talent Development Department. These slides give you a draft visual of the process we are using to ensure all employees are provided with both growth and extension opportunities. We look forward to rolling out the final product in July of this school year. Please note that that draft is quite small, and we know that on the slide it's very difficult to see, so we have given you some handouts to help out with that, but that will not be what the final product looks like. This is just a draft of a skeleton at this time. These charts will give you a visual overview of the process we are using to identify and monitor these opportunities for continued growth that is offered to the Marion County Public School employees. As we move through this 5-year plan, we will ensure this same type of care is being used to develop courses for all job classifications in Marion County Public Schools. Oops. Sorry, it jumped on me. For Key Activity 6, provide professional learning opportunities for school leaders to provide meaningful feedback for maximization of employment engagement and performance. The pipeline that was just shared also helps to support this key activity. The Professional Leadership and Learning Department has worked to build upon existing school leader learning opportunities, as well as create new opportunities to ensure that our school leaders have research-based strategies that focus on supporting and growing our employees. An example of this key activity is personal learning activities that empower administrators to use evidence-based feedback and coaching, focusing on task alignment, expected outcomes, and the use of evidence-based instructional strategies. An additional example is our partnership with the National Center of Educational Excellence and the National Institute of School Leadership. Over 66 of our Marion County Public School leaders are currently participating in this nationally recognized leadership development program. A foundation of our work reminds us that our students grow when they are in the care of professionals that continue to grow. And now Paige Sadnick will continue, and she'll look at our next Goal 3 strategy.
Thank you, Ms. Biddick. Good afternoon. Strategy 3C is to reduce school absences and the impact on schools and students. In support of Key Activity 1, investigate the challenges and barriers relating to and impacting staff attendance, and Key Activity 2, identify strategies and develop and implement a plan of action to increase staff attendance. The Employment Services Division sent an anonymous survey to sites that included elementary, middle, and high schools. This survey asked school staff members to identify barriers as well as solutions and incentives that would positively impact staff attendance. Additionally, the survey asked for volunteers interested in becoming part of a committee focused on utilizing staff feedback to support our schools. We look forward to working with this dedicated group of volunteers to support the work of our students, faculty, and staff. We continue to gather insight from stakeholders throughout the district. The recent district and community-wide stakeholder survey asked for input on what MCPS could do to encourage staff attendance, to include recognition and improved culture, both at the site and the department. Key Activity 3, provide best practices for schools to cross-train employees to maximize classroom support due to teacher absences. For this key activity, we are researching and developing a framework of best practices that will support our schools. This framework of ideas will be developed for schools to address temporary situations where cross-training would be advantageous. We will soon reach out to and begin work with the Marion Education Association, the Marion Essential Support Personnel Unions, to build this framework. And for Key Activity 4, explore methods to increase substitute availability, provide training, and increase efficacy, we've employed a variety of means. Recognizing the substitute salary as a barrier to the hiring and consistent participation of our substitutes, the Human Resources Department prepared a proposal for the school board for a salary increase for substitutes. The school board was in support of an increase in pay for our substitutes and approved an increase ranging from $100 per day to $125 per day. We continue to keep track of our substitute fill rate every 2 weeks. This allows us to monitor the available support for our schools in alignment with the impact of our recruitment efforts. Those recruitment efforts include disseminating substitute flyers and informational packets at recruiting events sponsored by the district, such as our recent career fair, as well as local job fairs that are here in the available area. Additionally, this information has been shared with over 40,000 veterans throughout Marion County. A survey sent to all Marion County Public Schools substitutes gathered input on barriers to substitutes accepting job assignments, as well as suggestions for training, incentives, and recognition. We had an exciting response rate with over 100 submissions that will be used to explore ways to increase substitute availability and efficacy through training and recognition programs. Next, we'll review Strategy D. Ms. Oliver.
All right, thank you so much, Paige. Strategy D under Goal 3, talent management, is to build stronger practices for human capital management. Our Key Activity 1 is to conduct a human resources survey to enhance a customer-focused approach and develop an action plan for best practices. Our department is finalizing that anonymous human resources survey to gather feedback to inform our practices moving forward. Brian Green, Director, and Nora Choquette, Coordinator, both in Human Resources, have conducted in-person visits in all of our elementary, middle, and high schools to hold conversations with administrators to gain information about our practices, and this is what they discussed: current hiring practices, multiple recruitment efforts, and they also gathered feedback about ways we can improve our practices and strengthen our human capital management by better investing in our employees. It was wonderful information that we gained, so we're very excited about that. We used this information and will continue to use this information to help us develop our HR survey questions and finalize that and get that out, to inform our daily HR practices, to streamline our onboarding process, better recruit and retain employees, and to provide a more customer-focused approach. We are definitely very excited about this work. Ms. Sadnick will come back, Supervisor of Employment Services, to present Key Activity 2.
In support of Key Activity 2, to establish effective, transparent, and streamlined hiring and onboarding practices, the Employment Services Division is reviewing all processes, documents, and communication for the onboarding experience. Additionally, as Ms. Oliver just referenced, the site-based human resources visits with all elementary, middle, and high school administrators have provided insight and input on the stakeholder experience as it relates to the hiring and onboarding process. A key change that has been implemented is a streamlined new hire process for the transportation, custodial, and food services departments. This pilot experience has given us a great deal of insight that we will use along with administrator feedback to continue to inform our next steps. As we approach the 2022-2023 school year, we will be providing training for our hiring authorities and their secretaries that will focus on streamlined and consistent practices. And to ensure that our team is informed in best practices and current topics within the human resources field, our department leadership has joined the Ocala Human Resources Management Association, or you may know it as ORMA, and attended the organization's first local conference. All of our department members as well have participated in trainings and action planning on the strategic plan as a whole, as well as our specific area of impact, Goal 3, talent management. And now, Mr. Green.
Okay, Key Activity 3 is to develop and implement a research-aligned evaluation system to effectively establish practices that will capitalize on strengths and identify areas of growth for each employee to better serve our students. We have conducted a review of all evaluation systems in the district, their similarities and their differences. There are 15 in total. The Marion Education Association has 6. Marion Essential Support Personnel has 1. The International Union of Painters and Allied Trades has 4, and then our non-represented groups, administrative and non-represented, also has 4. We are currently pending the release of the new principal leadership standards to continue this work to ensure our evaluations are research-aligned and are growth-centered as we capitalize on the strengths of our employees. This is a team effort amongst our professional leadership and learning, area superintendents, and human resource departments, as well as other key personnel and union representation. Key Activity 4 is to develop and implement a human resource scorecard that assists with the planning and management of strategically aligning human capital management systems. We understand the importance of managing the many systems within human capital management that require a framework structured around planning for each of this strategy's key activities so that they are strategically aligned to achieve this portion of our talent management goal. This is a sample of but one portion of our scorecard. This is not intended for you to be able to read this small print. We wanted to give you a visual of our scorecard, or this portion of our scorecard, and you do have this, should have this as an example in your packet. Just as we have a measure of accountability for our strategic plan with our metrics and team leaders, we too have a measure of accountability for each of our key activities under this goal with performance indicators and objectives to achieve each key activity. We also measure our success against a scoring rubric at the beginning, middle, and end of the year to track our progress.
It is our belief that recruiting and retaining the right people in the right positions, providing support and growing the capacities of all employees will help ensure that every student succeeds, and that is the top priority. I want to thank you for your time today. It has truly been lovely to be here to share with you what we've been doing all year and what our focus is moving forward. Let me tell you, the work is challenging. It is, in some cases, difficult. It has been innovative. It has been amazing. I have a phenomenal group of people behind me, and I couldn't do it without them in any way, shape, or form. The team is amazing, and they're doing great things. We are looking for feedback, and we are looking to grow, and we are looking to succeed. And we're looking to change the culture in Marion County and improve all around. And student achievement is definitely at the core. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't know who wants to start.
Ms. Campbell.
Sure. So you all know I've talked to, I have a few things here, mainly statements more than questions. I'm going to start with the researcher in me. You all referenced multiple times this survey data and that you're using it, and maybe it's just the researcher in me, and maybe I'm the only board member that's interested, but I personally would love to see the baseline numbers. I know that may be considered internal proprietary information, but I would love to see some of the baselines. All of you referenced various points in a survey that we have collected, and I know that you all have that. While you're tracking those metrics, I would love that baseline information just so we can see where we need to grow and if there are things that we need to do as a board to help increase that. A couple of other things, the onboarding. So I know that was, yeah, somebody's taking, yeah. Absolutely. And I see Dr. Gullett's got her pen too.
Yeah,
so.
I just had to make sure before.
No, absolutely. And thank you. In the onboarding process, as a new Marion County School Board employee effective 16 some odd months ago, my hope is, and it may be already there, but my hope is the more we can streamline that onboarding process, that it is more electronic, that I don't have to sit with someone who's flipping papers and I'm signing flipping papers, because my assumption is that then someone else has to scan those papers, and there's just a lot of paperwork that, frankly, if you can buy a house online now, hopefully we can become an employee of Marion County Public Schools soon to be in an online fashion as well. That, again, just a statement. Another comment that I want to say, and I have an anecdotal piece of information here, but as we're talking growing our own and our internal publics and pipelines, as well as our substitute kind of, growing our own, I want to ensure we are including our students in that. I've been harping on this. I want to make sure that we are actually talking to our future graduates, that especially even if they're going to college right here in Marion County, maybe they're going to be hybrid students, whatever that might look like. And here's my anecdotal story on that. This week in class that I teach, and I'm not even going to say which school because I'm teaching at 2 universities right now, but I had in our impromptu speech, I asked them to share what their summer plans were, and one of my students is currently working to become a substitute so that whenever the student is taking classes, they can also be a substitute. And the anecdotal comment was, there are a lot of hoops to jump through. So I don't know how to make that more attractive. I said, well, you get $100 a day. So, I was trying to make it more attractive, but just in that collaborative room of those groups of other college students that might be looking to supplement income in the fall, $100 a day could be attractive, especially based on the hours that they would have to work to get that. But if there are a lot of hoops to jump through, specifically on that one individual's perspective, whatever that looks like, I think that we could look at that. But obviously, all of our internal pipeline, I think, should include our students. And my hope is that in the career signing day that we have all kinds of students that are joining Marion County Public Schools to find a career here. And then the final thing I'm going to mention, and this would take an act of Congress, not entirely, but in part. And so I'm aware of that. I actually have done some recent research into what it would take for the school district or school districts across the state to be able to have as an employee benefit that the employees could choose tuition assistance or tuition reimbursement as an employee benefit. So I want to start with, I was researching how we potentially could have
the employee choose that they wanted to receive a portion of what the district already provides into the FRS. I just learned yesterday this would be a legislative action that it would take, but it would first take an actuarial study to see how that would impact the FRS. So I want you to know I'm doing my side of trying to figure out if we could actually, in money we're already putting out, we already have this percentage we have to put into the FRS. Would there be a way that that employee could choose a percentage of that if they wanted to go to tuition reimbursement or tuition assistance as opposed to going into the FRS? It's not as easy as I thought that it might be. It's not just going to take a legislative, piece of legislation. It would actually take an actuarial study and more work into that. But I also want us to still think, even though there isn't necessarily that easy route to, this is money we're already putting forth. I want us to also consider how to continue being competitive in the business world. We are competing with private business now, and that might be something that would be attractive for us to consider in the future, whatever that would look like, even if it's a $250 stipend or something, reimbursement, something, as we have these employees in the pipeline and what we're looking to do and growing our own and how those look, and this one can go to this level and this one can go to this level. That's often going to take education and often going to take certifications and additional schooling and enhancements to those employees. And I want us as a board to continue to look at what will make us competitive in the business world and how we can help make that attractive to those employees wanting to excel in those areas and look to future career development. So that wasn't any question, I guess. All of that was just comment. Sorry, thank you.
No worries. You can certainly have access to our HR survey information. We have a couple that are already back. We have another one that is outstanding, and it is being finalized now for our current hiring agents. And when that comes back, we will certainly share that as well. As for the onboarding process, we are looking at numerous areas to streamline, and the electronic process being part of it, absolutely. In addition to that, students are already being addressed in the way of sharing job opportunities with them, so that is most definitely already happening, but we've got even more exciting ideas coming forward, which we haven't shared with anyone yet, so mum's the word right now, but we are very excited about some things we've got coming down the pike, ideas at least, and did I miss one?
Just the tuition assistance.
Yes, well, that's big. I'll leave that one with you, and you continue to communicate with us in any way we can help you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a good answer.
Right?
I'm trying to figure it out already and how we could fund it and out of money we already have, but anyway, I didn't receive the answer I wanted, so now we're kind of back to the drawing board. It's okay.
That's okay. Drawing boards good.
Drawing boards are good.
Yep.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all of you on the team for this great presentation. Your last slide was the most impactful to me. It's getting the right people in the right places for the right reasons and letting them fly. And Dr. Gullett, thank you so much for your roundtables. I've been getting really good feedback from teachers and other stakeholders about how productive those are, and there's just a general good feeling about the direction that we're going. Strategic plans, most of the time they're pretty boring because there's something that you do because you have to do them or you're supposed to do them or it's a best practice, and then they just gather dust in the drawer or on your hard drive or whatever. But this strategic plan has there's been so much input from so many different realms that is actually a very exciting strategic plan, because it's being used, and that just makes all the difference. One of the priority strategies that got me thinking was the one about building stronger practices for human capital management. And like our vice chair was saying, we're now competing with local businesses. In the old days, if you got in at the school system or the hospital, then you pretty much had it down, other than a horse farm. But things have changed, greatly here. And so I'm thinking about the fact that, again, through crisis comes innovation and new ways of doing things. And we did have employees that were very successful working remotely during the shutdown. And that's something maybe to think about operationally for this summer. If we have 12-month employees that have a great track record of doing well in that realm, it certainly would save them on gas. It would give them that flexibility that private business are able to do. Somebody, were you just waving something at me, Mr. Green? Is there, do you have something on? I thought it was like, he's already got it written down. Or maybe it's just been a long day, I don't know.
If I may, I'm looking at them, they're looking at me probably because we're smiling because the team is already looking at ways to consider remote working, and so more to come. It's under investigation as we speak.
That's really fantastic because it is mirroring what has worked for so many people, and so to continue that any way we can will just make us more marketable. And then the last little note I made was pre-COVID, we had employed, I believe it was some teachers from the Philippines to help reduce our need. What's happening with that?
Well, I believe that's under our TPG contract, and we are currently working with TPG. That's the company. I can't tell you what TPG stands for, but oh, that's the one where it is not an acronym. It is TPG Cultural Exchange. We are working with that company to extend that contract for next year and continue that relationship to get additional teachers from outside of the country. It's been very helpful.
Good.
Yes. Thank you for asking.
Absolutely. And then my last point was, getting kids to shift their thinking of, I'm here in school because I can't wait to get out of school and actually look at our school system as a viable employment opportunity, a very viable opportunity. And that's just a little bit of a mind shift. I'll admit that when I was in school, it never occurred to me to work in a school, which may sound funny sitting here where I am right now, but it just goes to show you that life has twists and turns. And so I just think that's a really interesting concept to really boost up and build on the volunteer hour opportunities and things like that within our school system, and get our kids really excited about how well our school system is, the trajectory that we're on, and why wouldn't you want to be part of that? So thanks again for everything y'all do.
Thank you. Thank you. I loved your comment about many times strategic plans or school improvement plans are just documents and not being utilized. This is a living, breathing document. It is added to, it is shifted as we need, as the district needs, and the work is exciting. It is exciting. So thank you. It's the truth. It is an exciting strategic plan.
Mr. Browning?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Wow. All right, lady in gray. I look at you with that name badge. I know exactly who that is. And I want to say that I just want to give you a huge thank you for your actual performance onboarding.
Thank you.
This board member. You have been, and your team, incredibly helpful, incredibly professional, just top rate. So I'll just say that what you're doing for the other employees, you're doing over here on the board side as well.
Many.
Okay, I mean, it's just from the bottom of my heart. You're a professional. That's all I got to say about you. All right, or one of the things I have to say about you. All right. Now, early on, one thing I would like to see, this crosses several disciplines, finance, HR, and students. But you cross through all of these. Where do we sit? I would like to see a percentage. And one of maybe it was Mr. Green, I don't know, but it was one of them that had the percentage applied to a level of employment, a level of employee, administrative, next level top, next level administrative, teachers. I'd like to see paraprofessionals, the maintenance, the bus drivers, and I think I should flip it and put the bus drivers at the top because that's who the students see first. But I'd like to see a percentage of cost, a percentage of our 7,000, just in general. This is an ongoing thing while it's in my head. Probably it goes more to the superintendent than to you, but I know you cover all these things in some regard. And how those resources then, I'm constantly being asked how they all reflect down on that student, that our goal. Then the early phase of the presentation, which goes right to my heart, and that is, it looked to me like it was straight out of the Civil Rights Act, the diversity. It's maybe a new term, but the idea of equality. And Stanton-Wearsdale, I scooted right through your whole program there with unitary status. Now, a lot of people don't know what unitary status is. That means that we take separate but equal and we put it in the middle, and it is unified. It is not distinguishable what goes to this school with this one, this walk-in zone, this other. All right, so transportation. I would just like to see you all focus hard on transportation, and especially down in my district, Stanton-Wearsdale. And just hang your hat on the 65th year anniversary we have right now. And the walk-in zone is totally unperforming. Totally unperforming. Now, that isn't going to be something you can just wave a magic wand at, because we've been waving magic wands for 20 years and haven't had any success. Maybe some marginal success, but I'm greedy when it comes to success. I want it all. So if you would look at that, look at safety. We went down one avenue, but they voted, no issue here, nothing to see here, keep walking. And that isn't good enough for me, because this, at least a stop sign, at least decent surveys, at least a few things that are equal. Signs, lights, camera action, just like you would see at any school.
Mr.
Yes.
Browning, love your comments, but that's not their wheelhouse.
No, I understand it, but they went right down through my wheelhouse. Thank you, Chair. They went right down through my wheelhouse, and I stopped at number 6.
Hold on, sir.
Yes.
Your wheelhouse is not what we're here to hear about, the strategic plan.
And their strategic plans.
We're asking that we stay focused on
it. Started with diversity, sir. Thank you. And I am directing my comments straight at that diversity, and that diversity is Stanton-Wearsdale. So I would like to see on the unitary status, number 6, that's transportation. And I would like to just see a hard focus. If there's a problem in any area that you deal with at HR, you all focus on it. That's what I'm asking for. It's something I never contemplated exactly using HR to focus in on diversity. Wow, how exciting. So there, I got it in, Your Worshipful Highness. Thank you. All right, thanks. That's my comment. That's to you. And it's more of a comment, a little bit.
Yeah, I want to thank Ms. Oliver and the entire team. You guys did a great job, and I heard the word exciting a few times, and actually I was even thinking that word. I'm like, I'm excited because there have been ideas and things that have been tossed around for years, and now it's on paper, and you guys are following through with that, and that is promising, and that's leadership, and I just appreciate you guys, so thank you so much. And I love, like Ms. Thrower said, the final page, with the core, and you said that the core is that every student succeeds, and so thank you for bringing that, and that's what we're here to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
I appreciate it. Take care.
Any public comment? Thank you, guys. All right. 7.1, board topic, value adjustment, board appointment. This is just, I guess, a continuation of our current board, our current value adjustment board. The same person I had before was Dr. Gwendolyn Dawson. It's going to remain, it will remain there for my spot. So I think that's it.
I've enjoyed working with her.
Yeah. Any other comments? That's-
I mean, so it's just an appointment from the community and then, because I'm not sure what the appointment is. It's one person appointed from this board? Okay.
Just a reappointment of her.
And it's a statutory appointment. It's a required
Sure.
appointment to the Value Adjustment Board. And we have from the school board a voting member, and then the representatives. There is a public school representative, which is usually a community member, who is there as well. I don't know who that is this year.
We do
No,
we do the school board member in November, right, at our organizational meeting?
Right, no, I know you're the school board member. We also have someone who's supposed to be from the community
And that's Dr. Dahl.
for the school side.
Okay. No problem.
So,
All right. Any public comment?
Wait, aren't we going to talk about it some more?
We done talked a lot today.
That was really short.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with Dr. Dawson. That's fine.
Thank you. If anybody has.
She's doing a good
yeah,
job. I mean,
anybody else has, I'm sorry, if you have any
I'm fine with it.
comments about Dr. Dawson, okay.
Oh, I was kidding.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Next topic.
Next topic, school board meetings, new time. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about possibly doing, changing the time of school board meetings in like a pilot type program to see, we floated around the idea of having the meeting in the morning. So Board Member Thor, you kind of led that charge, so I'll let you kind of lead this conversation.
All right, great. Yes, it came up, and I feel like just because we've always done something a certain way doesn't mean that we shouldn't be looking at other ways. Obviously, our attendance at board meetings has been slim. We do a lot of recognitions at the beginning of our board meetings, and then we go into the business portion of our meetings. Turns into a pretty long night, and it's just kind of the same people that seem to be able to come. And so there was a couple different ideas I had. The first one being that for the longest time, there are people that would like to come that have not been able to come because of their work schedules. And so I'm sensitive to that. Also, coming into summer, and we've been doing this for quite a few years now, we do the 4 10-hour days, 4 10-hour work days all summer. So it would seem like it would make sense to me, since our employees are already working the long days, to go ahead and get our school board meetings in during that time. I'm fine with the idea of doing it as a pilot to see how it works for everybody, if it feels more productive, if it feels more active, if people that hadn't been able to participate before, just one specific group, bus drivers, you know, they take kids in the morning and then at 10 o'clock, a lot of times they clock out. It would give them a chance to stop by. We never get to see them. So that would be one group that could potentially be positively impacted. And then the usual time that we talk about when to have our board meetings is in November when we do our organizational meeting. And I believe that Attorney Powers sent out information to all of us about different districts and how they do their meetings and what they actually call them, and sometimes it's headed under special board meeting when there's really nothing special about it, it's just the time. So there were just a lot of different reasons why I wanted to bring it forward, and I guess it kind of comes at a good time on the heels of our strategic plan, because we're talking about active and enthusiastic things and doing things differently and being willing to think outside the box and see how that goes and monitor it. So that's where I am with that. I would love to start early in the morning. I think it would be a good fit, as much as it's been for other people for the evening. So let's give some morning people a shot.
I hear you, Board Member Thor. I do have some concerns. I don't have an issue with doing meetings in the morning. I just want to make sure that we're not disenfranchising a group of people. I think right now, the way it is, we do disenfranchise some folk from coming, which are bus drivers and custodial folk, those folk that are doing some of the support work, and they aren't able to get here. then I also look at, if we move in the morning, are we going to disenfranchise another group of people? I don't know where the proper fit is. I don't know. I'm willing to try a morning to see how it works. Since we moved over here, because we often said we were in the other building that the building was too small and people would come if the building was larger. Well, we've been here since January, and I could tell you we really haven't had the attendance. We're having the same problem that our schools are having, attendance problems. So I'm interested in the conversation. I'm interested in seeing how we can get folk to be participant in our meetings, but I don't want to disenfranchise anybody, because if we move it to the mornings, then what I see happening is we move to the mornings, we're going to have a lot of staff members watching us on YouTube. Teachers won't be able to participate in the meetings like they would. During the summer may be different, but I think when school starts back, it'll be a little bit different. So I just want to kind of talk it out, figure out how we can do it, see where we go from there.
Right, and when you mentioned the YouTube, most people seem to watch after the meetings are over. They may watch some of the meeting and then go on to other things and then watch the rest of it. And as far as trying to find that balance, and that's something that I'm really sensitive to as well. And the other thing that's always been a little awkward to me, and we've even acknowledged it, like we start our meetings and we have the kids come in, or we have citizens that we want to acknowledge and celebrate, and so we do that, and we're trying to get that done, but also give it its due celebration, and then we have to move into the business portion. Everybody's sort of like, oh, it's like making that transition. So then I thought, well, maybe we could have some of our board meetings in the morning, and then have a special, for lack of a better word, board meeting in the evening that's really more tailored towards celebrating all the great things about Marion County. We would still have a short agenda, with, as Board Member Browning would say, shoelace topics on a consent, a tailored agenda, but really use most of that board meeting to acknowledge all the things that somehow have fallen by the wayside over the years. Retirements and student successes, and maybe not even doing it here, because look at here, it's we don't have anybody, and I think a big part of that is because we're doing a lot of things right. People tend to show up when they're dissatisfied, or if there's really truly something to celebrate. And that's why we have so many people here at the beginning of our meetings, and then by the end of our board meetings, it's us. So how can we amalgamate all that into really making this a community-friendly and also very business-oriented? Because let's face it, we're all competing for employees. So if we can make our meetings as business-like as possible so that our employees are also being acknowledged in the hard work that they do, and that's going to be a win for everybody. So I see Lauren Devick out there. I see a citizen. And I'm hopeful that you might have some ideas. Lauren, you're our community engagement director. I don't know when the time would be for public comments, but I think they're here for a reason, so I'd love to hear some of their ideas.
What do you guys, and I heard what you just said about maybe not doing it here, but we know we've kind of caught it, just getting it set up here with the lighting and everything, all that, to move it. I'll tell you an idea I thought about one time. I said, we are a board, 5 different districts. I thought about once, I said, why don't we take the board meetings on the road? Go to every district.
Done before with very
Go to
little
every district. But then when I was actually here when Kevin and them were setting this up, I saw how laborious it would be and we're still dealing with mics and all those type of things and cameras. So I said, that sounds like a great idea, but would we be able to have all of the logistics and stuff in place. I don't know. I think. Hold on. I'm still talking. So I just want to figure out how we can be more open to the public, allowing the public to have access to the meetings without being so disruptive to the district, because it could be very disruptive to the district. Very disruptive to the district. It was Ms. King, then you, Mr. Brown.
I was just going to suggest, because I hear conflicting, some are for, some are against. Me personally, I think I'm 6 one way, half a dozen another. So I like the idea of a pilot, but I'm not sure if we did it just in the summer, we're going to get a true flavor and feel for it. I wonder if we could attempt to try it like the end of May and maybe 1 or 2 times in June, and not really commit for a long time, because we might do it one time and for whatever reason, because it's sight unseen, we don't know, it may not work, or we may try it and be like, hey, this is working. I would rather just try it out, give it a, maybe dip our toe just a little bit, just to see if it's truly something we want to do. If I think we're committing for an entire summer or something like that, we may get in it and realize quickly it's not working or we don't want to do it. So I'm just going to throw that out just to see. But I'm not sure if we did it in the summer. Our employees are off, and they don't work in the evenings, or most of them, and usually it's still an empty room. So I'm just kind of, that's why I want to see it during the school year, and I would also like to see it during the summer. But I'm not even sure I think word would be out, or it may not. It's just.
Would we be able to advertise that? If I like the pilot version. I already told you I like the pilot. But would we be able to advertise something for like May, and then have time for that, because we have to put it out there, correct?
Yeah. So that's what I was, it's the end of April. I'm just throwing it out there. Or if we want to, we could do it in August and September. It doesn't even have to be immediately. But I would still like to see a pilot and see how it works. Well, I guess we know what it looks like now in this. I don't know.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, well, yeah, I just wanted to join in the conversation kind of, because we were getting rather informal, and I like that for this kind of a subject, because otherwise it's really hard. Well, there's nobody here, so,
But
okay.
the TV's still rolling.
Oh, I got it. Well, all right, yeah, the TV's still
YouTube
rolling.
people.
Okay, good, thank you. I need to be, brought into the cockpit occasionally. You can put it on autopilot, but, if you're going to be pilot in command, you better get into the left seat. Thank you. You come up with some incredibly good material, miscommunicator, and I'm dazzled on a regular basis. Okay, so to the subject. We have a program. I'm a traditionalist. We have a program. The people can count on the program. This is not a willy-nilly move around for me in terms of the community. We start every other meeting like this at 9 o'clock. So we've got our test, and you can look out there. Just look at how many people show up. So it's a non-starter. You've had 26 tests this year. So you can just about go look and just see what the comments are, who's here. You do not, most people, here's the reality from my perspective, most people do not spend an evening, unless they have some vested interest in a school board meeting. That's about like a planning and zoning meeting or something like. I mean, you've got to have almost no life at all to go to a school board meeting. I'm sorry, okay, I'm just saying, just look at the data and you'll see, sorry to break anybody's bubble, But
I think you just insulted a lot of people.
I may have, but I'm making a comment, sir. Just let me make the comment. I'm saying that most people in society do not entertain themselves, or that isn't their highest point of interest, is a school board meeting. It's just that simple. But a lot of people, when they do have an interest and want to come talk, we could easily facilitate that. And I'll give you an example of today. An item from a speaker wanted to be given to the attorney. It was facilitated. It was perfect. That's the kind of a situation that we're welcoming when we work. I get it. I see the body language. Thank you. But I'm just saying we can accommodate the speakers. One thing we could do to fill the audience is get rid of or have a workshop on that business about you will speak. It's 3 minutes of almost straight away insult. I don't think anybody here said that, but we've been repeating it on a regular basis, and we got Miss Communicator here.
I did.
You said it?
I'm pretty sure I said that.
Okay.
When I was chairwoman, and it probably was even there beforehand, and there's a reason for that. Sometimes there are people in the audience that do not have decorum, and it does not make well for a business meeting. And so what the attorney read was, it's scripted, it lays it out, it spells it out. So if there should be anything that is, unbusiness-like or whatever, it kind of gives some guidelines. So yeah, this board, there is a board member on there that
okay. And so it's not personal. I'm just saying it goes way back.
I'm not taking it personal. I'm just telling you that you said you didn't think a board member did.
Okay, and I thank you.
Because sometimes there's, right now, everything's calm, there's not anything going on. In the past, sometimes in board meetings, there has been some excitement, shall we say.
Well, excitement is a good thing, I think. Now, let's see.
Not if you can't run your business. If
Chair?
you cannot run your business meeting, it's not always exciting.
Well, okay, I'm trying to make a couple of points here. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. All right. Let me get back to my line of thought. All right, so I'm going back to your comments, like how do we get people in the building? How do we get people to a meeting? I agree that going around on a distributive basis, and I've brought this up before, and that it would be a home run. Do not, and from my opinion, do not stop that, because we set up YouTube programs. I call them generally C-SPANs to keep from using a brand name I'm not overly fond of, but the idea of broadcasting is so easy. I mean, that's an easy call. We could have those students, say in Dunellen, producing something dramatic. You could do it with 6 cell phones. So let's just say it's that easy. And a little bit of Bluetooth, and you'd be off to the races. I would love to bring a lot of people in. We are now, one of the things that would really help us would be, that's 60 feet away, 64 feet away. That is like nutty. I've been trying to figure out who set this up, and I've sort of gotten to the bottom of it. And I sent in diagrams, and I would say that if we set this up correctly, we have a beautiful overflow situation. That would have been analogous to what we had before, where they would sit in the lobby when there wasn't enough room in that little room. If you did, I'd like to see, Superintendent, if you could get this for me, a diagram by feet of this stage, and then the diagram of this one, so we could all we could look at it.
With all due respect, that was at the time I became the chair, and when we made the move over here, I did sit and discuss it with the superintendent and the team and how this was set up. So I don't see it changing. And
well, we could not change it. I get that, but
I don't see it changing right now, because right now, logistically, this is the best. I think if we turned it any other kind of way, we might be in a bad way. So we've heard you. I promise you, we've heard you.
Well, thank you. And that is the first time I've had anyone say we've heard you, Board Member Browning, because these are important things to me in terms of how we function as a district and how my district gets, District 2 gets represented here. Because I get the calls and say, it's so far away as to be very difficult. Now, I'm bringing this, and it's germane to the conversation, because we want to bring people in. That's what I'm hearing. We want to bring people in. Well, this is not set for a board meeting. We are so far back from the edge of the stage, for example. That could be here closer. You could do any number of things and facilitate. One of the gentlemen talking today was almost unintelligible to my hearing, and it's because here he was right in front of us, but he's 64 feet away, and he's got to come through a microphone. So, okay, I don't have to prevail. I'm just making the comment. This is a suggestion that perhaps would have an impact. Now, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I have a hard stop in 5 minutes. I have to be before a group of students at 2:30.
Okay.
Well, if that's the case, we've had two people sitting here.
I know.
All mornings that need to have their opportunity.
Oh, no, I don't want to interrupt their time, because I can continue on after they speak.
Okay.
Well, we've got the 9 o'clock, so we've tested that. We've got the 5 o'clock, we've tested that. People are used at the 5 o'clock, there's a lot more people than at the early one. So, and I'll finish my sentence with saying that if in fact, it isn't necessary if we aren't going this way, but if we do decide to go this way, then I require an executive meeting of this board for some concerns that I have on this issue that I do not want to bring out publicly. On that subject, okay.
There's not an executive
for right now.
There would have to be. I mean, I'll discuss with you, Mr. Brown. There would have to be a valid reason for an executive meeting, and you and I can discuss. I mean, like for example, union.
I'll be glad to discuss it with you, and then you can make the call.
Right.
That's fine.
Otherwise, meeting outside.
I just want to announce it.
Right. Otherwise, meeting outside the sunshine would be absolutely forbidden.
Yes,
right,
and I'm absolutely in tune with that. However, there are circumstances that do need to be discussed, and they do not.
I understand. I'll be happy to discuss with you whether it's eligible for us.
Because there's good reasons for it.
Attorney Powers, you can get with Mr. Browning.
I shall.
As to whether those issues warrants an executive meeting. I want to kind of move fast because I want before.
I have comments about the times, but I would like to hear from them that I may not be able to get to my comments, so that's fine.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Thank you for being patient.
Because that's something I've noticed too, is that we have our greatest participation at the beginning of the meetings when we're actually acknowledging students and employees and the community.
Good afternoon, Chair Cummings, Vice Chair Campbell, board members, Attorney Powers, Ms. Prespatino, and Superintendent Dr. Gullett. I did want to share for your consideration, the Hilton Garden Inn has agreed to open up their banquet room for any evening recognition events that the school board wanted to hold there. I did have a conversation with Mr. Christian as well, and he assured me that his team is ready to go and be mobile and be able to stream everything the way that we have been streaming it. So I did want to share that information for these discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to me, that's very exciting.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Gaikwad.
Who wouldn't want to go to the Hilton?
So fun to be able to take this show on the road and actually recognize in a place that doesn't look like this. That would be great. If you can entertain for just 2 minutes what my thoughts on this situation are, and I believe this might communicate a little bit of what Mr. Browning potentially was trying to say whenever he referenced that people aren't engaged in school board meetings or that they whatever that comment was. Here's my thought on it. If you look at the county commission, they're at 9 a.m. Their meetings are at 9 a.m. If you look at city council, their meetings are at 4 p.m. Two different sides of the spectrum. However, whenever there are issues on those agendas, the house is packed. And what we can do to increase engagement is to potentially, if this is even statutorily possible, to have public comment not just all in the very beginning of the meeting, but actually sparsed out
on specific agenda items that might be discussion points, so that just like county commission and city council do, they hear public comment, just like we do in work sessions. They hear public comment on every one of those issues, and so people actually could be speaking to each of those issues, and that would have engagement throughout the entire meeting, as opposed to just at the beginning and not at all in the end. I use those two references because, again, all of them are in the morning for the county, and all of them are in the evening for the city, and they only have engagement whenever they have something that is pertinent to the folks. So while I'm interested potentially in entertaining a thought of doing, because we do have all the data that Mr. Powers pulled for us, some districts have a morning meeting and then later on in the month they have an evening meeting. My only question about that is, again, it's all due to agenda. And so if we're doing something specific to ensure that our bus drivers can be here, then we need to make sure that that's going to be on the morning agenda instead of the evening agenda, and so it all goes down to agenda. I just want to make sure that that's what we're really paying attention to, is having topics on our agendas that get the community engaged, and they're not going to be engaged otherwise. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Gale. Ms. Laura.
Looking at our online, the April 12th school board meeting had almost 1.4 thousand views. So people are participating and they are watching. I know we have a very large community, but just because they're not sitting here with us doesn't mean that they're not engaged and doesn't mean that they don't care. I agree with Vice Chair Campbell. You know, the agenda is everything. There are things on our agenda that are our business, and that's what we're here for. You know, our work sessions are for one reason, and our board meetings are for another reason. But if we're really serious about engaging the community and celebrating everything that's good about Marion County and continuing to bring our strategic plan to life, I mean, we have a business owner sitting right here that's offering up a venue that will cover all the bases and check all the boxes. I think we'd be nuts not to take them up on it.
I think we have two different things going on.
Well, that would be an evening meeting.
We have two different things.
Yeah.
Like we have a venue and then we have times. So
Right.
we need to.
And they both apply, because we're talking about attendance, we're talking about video, we're talking about distributive, and those things all do apply. And then we're talking about the subject that I'll get with the lawyer about, and we'll address that. But we're also talking about if in fact you really, I'm a businessman, and let me get closer, thank you, I appreciate, I do need to get near the mic. I'm a businessman, and I abhor the way that Robert's Rules consent agenda item has been used. You all know that, because it is not used the way Robert's Rules lays it out. That should be a small, routine, sort of innocuous item, and it should also have full consensus before it goes on. That doesn't happen here. And having more time would just fit right in perfectly with myself. In that regard, I'll just pull them all. Simply because the people have a right to know. And I'm just going to the fundamentals. They have the right to know. I could set a $10,000 for myself level, or a level of importance. Sometimes it isn't about money. But that's the way you fill up the arena, because people cannot figure out that Dewey Decimal System, the way we list an item, with a C in front of it, that it has a C and it's going to disappear into a box and be buried anonymously with no headstone. That's my analogy for it. So there's a lot of issues, and yeah, if we want to spend a lot of time, I'm absolutely ready to spend time. However, I will not disenfranchise people in the evening, because that's when people can typically, it's not everyone, but it's the mainstream, will leave work, have an opportunity to participate with what's going on in their child's life. So that's a big deal for me. That's just the way I feel about it. Now, we're in a discussion phase, so, and I don't mean to be critical of anybody here or of anyone with any vested interest in one way or the other. I'm just saying that's the way this board member feels about it, and those are some of the reasons why.
Mr. Browning, you have a right as a board member to preview the agenda, to review the agenda, and to pull whatever items you deemed necessary for discussion. However, you almost kind of just threaten us like, I'll just pull them all.
No, sir, it's not a threat. It's not a threat at all. No, it is not a threat.
Sir,
No.
I listened to you
It is
quietly.
not a threat.
I let you say whatever you want to say, and I sat there quietly. I'm talking now.
Yes, but that's a
I'm talking. You threatened us. You said, I'll just.
I am not
You
threatening.
said, I'll just pull them all. If you need me to roll
I
it back,
will.
we'll roll it
Yes.
back. Hold on, sir. Hold on.
And
We're
that
not
is
going
not a
to.
threat.
We're not going to denigrate the meeting to that. I'm just stating what I heard.
I don't,
I'm stating what I heard. I'm stating what I heard.
what you're characterizing is.
I'm stating what I heard, and that's how I felt. You cannot say that what I felt is not valid because of what I heard you just say. So what I heard you say, you said, I will just pull them all.
I would be glad to pull them all.
You have
Stop.
the right.
The chair
You have
has
the
the
right.
floor at the moment.
You have the right.
Let's do one person at a time.
You have the right to pull any item,
You bet I
and you don't have to threaten us to pull them because it's your right, and that right has never been withdrawn from you, nor can it be withdrawn from you. However, this, and let me say this, Mr. Gaikwad, thank you so much for offering your venue for special recognition programs. I do think we're talking about two different things. We're talking about timing and possibly doing some special recognition programs at the Hilton Garden Inn. Personally, I would love to take you up on that. I'll let the superintendent deal with that part of it because sometimes I think this board or board members feel that we should get in other folks' lane, and I believe in letting the superintendent handle those things, and our community engagement person can make that stuff happen. I think as a board, you'll see that we all want to take you up on the offer. Okay? Thanks. As far as the meeting times, I don't see we moving anywhere right now with this meeting time. I don't know where we are with this. I don't know what's going to go, but Attorney Powers.
I do need to bring to the board's attention statute 1001.371. That is a requirement that at our organizational meeting in November, when we set our dates, yes, we have to outline and set those things, the schedule for regular meetings. Now here, we would be doing it essentially as an amendment. We would be amending it mid-year, and that's certainly suitable. However, what we would need to do if we were engaging in any sort of pilot or change or alteration, besides just the advertising time that's necessary to make sure that we properly post it, it is also required under that statute that we attach a copy of the schedule and regular meetings, and then the chair and the secretary file that document with the Department of Education. So we'll need to make sure that we do that also within 2 weeks of the time that we make any sort of change.
Okay.
So
that answers that part of the question I had, that if we do move the timing, we have to have at least 2 weeks prior to the actually more than that.
well, we have to have significantly prior to that for advertising purposes. Then after we make the change, whenever we vote, if we do make a change and we vote on that, then at that point, it needs to be filed with the secretary,
Right.
with the Department of Education.
2 weeks prior to the actual first meeting. At least 2 weeks.
I don't know that it says that it's got to be prior. It just says from the time that we make the alteration. And if we make the alteration, it's going to have to be 2 weeks prior because of advertising times. So, right.
Gotcha. So, that kind of presents something that we do need to kind of move down the road on this. Maybe, I love the idea of a pilot, but it looks like more like the pilot would be towards the middle or the end of the summer, is what I'm kind of hearing.
I would tend to say that we would probably do best with about a month lead time between the time we make a decision and the time we have altered meeting times.
Right.
And then we would have to designate whether we were alternating meetings so that we had a morning one part of the month and an evening the next part of the month, or that they were all, we'd have to have that figured out. We couldn't sort of change it on the fly because we have to file that with the Department of Education and of course had to have advertising time. So whatever structure this board determines it wants to have, we just need to make sure that we have time for advertising and filing.
Mr. Orr?
Interesting point about the alternating meetings and worth thinking about because that's what Pasco County does. And speaking to one of their board members, she said that the reason why they do that is to cover, you provide the opportunity. Whether people choose to watch it online and not show up in person is their individual right. But to provide only evening meetings, we're shutting out a lot of people and more all the time. You know, think about the warehouse workers. Think about our hospital workers. Think about people that run their own businesses, you know, that are working on international relations at international times, you know, when it's a different time zone. There's a lot to this, and we are all working so hard, and to me, that's where the celebratory piece comes in, the acknowledgement piece. And to have someone from the community, you know, Karan Gaikwad, offer up the Hilton for an evening meeting with modern technology. You know, my understanding when it comes to consent agendas, I'll just jump to that for a second, is, you know, it's not a money thing. It's items that are typical, routine, normally non-controversial in nature. I've been doing my research on this, and I've been looking at lots of other meetings and lots of other agenda items, and that's kind of the litmus test. And, you know, as elected officials, we have all kinds of latitude. We can pull items at the last minute. We can pull items 2 hours before a meeting. We can do whatever we want to do, and we live and die by those decisions as elected officials. So there was no point belaboring that anymore. It's clear. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. I can do whatever I want. Vice Chair Campbell can do whatever she wants, and so can Board Member King. Whether or not it's a best practice, well, you know, the voters will tell. So when it comes right down to it, what are we here for? We're here to provide as much access as possible. If people choose not to come because there isn't anything that's really important to them, understood. Well, then it'll be a routine, much shorter meeting, and the employees' time will be used wisely, and so will ours. And we'll have the opportunity to do something really cool in the community that hopefully will end up boosting our visibility, hopefully will end up lifting up the community. You know, we're the largest employer in Marion County, and there is a lot of opportunity yet to be tapped that we could be incorporating, you know, into these meetings. And I keep going back to we hurry through these acknowledgments. I think they've even been called fluff, you know, and to get it done, so to speak, and give them their due honor, and then moving right into the business portion. Wouldn't it be nice to, again, have a tailored agenda and then use the bulk of the meeting, the second part, to acknowledge and have it be the community celebration that we really need, especially after the last couple of years. So that's where it's coming from. You know, all I can do is speak from my heart and why I think something's so important. I've said what I had to say. You know, I feel like we do need to make a decision today. It's too bad that Vice Chair Campbell had to leave. But based on what she has said when we've discussed it previously, she seemed open to what we would decide. Her concern, and which is well understood, is getting her kids where they need to be. But I think what I heard was work session days, she drops off her second kid at 7:45 and can be, here for an 8 a.m. start time. So anyway, that's where I am.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. I am not ready today, and especially unless we want to adjourn for a moment, and I will speak with the lawyer, and then he can decide. And and if this is a rush situation.
We're not voting today anyway. It's just consensus.
No, but we're talking about putting it on a school board meeting agenda, on a business meeting agenda. So if in fact we are, I think we should have a full discussion, because it's a workshop. So if you're if you're at that point, and I've got a number of items like this that I would like to bring forward, because I think it's really germane to what we're talking about. And I like Ms. Thrower's comment that it's from the heart. That's exactly where I am, and I consider we have lots of opportunity to do a lot of things, but this is one of the largest organizations, and this is a business. And the key to this is a business meeting. It is not like a celebration. We have celebrations, and we can certainly schedule them. But this is a business meeting, and I now that I do have the floor, that is no threat. It is an opportunity. It is a right. It is incumbent on me to take the items that are, I believe, improperly placed inside a mechanism that makes them anonymous. That is not a threat in any regard. What it is a business recommendation by a businessman who is on the school board. And I believe that these items that I've pulled off, it has not been popular. I got that. I have recently been back through many meetings, and I'm continually chastised, lectured to, bullied, pushed around for pulling those items and putting them out, while at the same time it's described as you have a perfect right to do that at the last moment. So what I'm saying is, I believe we could fill the audience if we were more cordial to those people that come, if we brought the business items forward and we discussed the business items. Clearly, sometimes they go 3 minutes, sometimes they go 30 seconds, sometimes they can go 10 minutes, but they're important items. And this is a business meeting. As far as I'm concerned, we're the largest employer. We'll be hitting $1 billion before anybody knows it. I believe we should leave it exactly the way it is at 5 o'clock. With the 9 o'clock is excellent for anybody that's morning oriented, wants to come and discuss any item that they have. It's a beautiful opportunity. I'll just stand. I'll stand with the data on that one. We just don't have anybody show up for the most part. Maybe one, maybe two, but often none. So, and in the evening, certainly a lot of people can come if, in fact, they feel welcome. And I rushed earlier for Ms. Campbell's request for speed. I did about I think it was about 7, I counted, tests of large groups. And I ran our talk across that group. And I said, read that to this group. And you all need to respond this way. Everybody to a person was insulted. So I just bring that to the board's attention. Just take that aside, sit down at a park bench and read it. And have that said about you. And that's what we're saying about the people that would come and talk. And these are wonderful people. They're not going to be vulgar. They're not going to be improper. They're not going to be whatever in the world we say, however we characterize it. And so we want to honor those people. And when someone has something to hand, there is either a basket, or we always have employees here that can hand it over to the next person. It's the way it's been done properly. So even if the message, like with those constitutional ladies, is not real appealing, it's a beautiful message, eloquently given. And we need to be kind. I have persons that aren't even allowed to come back that we have to address. And I met them here, and they became my board services person to render those services to this board member. And that individual received a letter from the superintendent saying he's not to come on the property, and he's the chair of my textbook evaluation committee. I mean, what in the world? How do you bring these people to the table when they were actually doing a board member's request for a name and a phone number? That kind of thing. He was a regular person that came here. So that's what we have to kind of address. This should be a very cordial opportunity for people to come and speak. And we need to bring them closer. We need to pull this thing together so that it's humanly sensitive. If for no reason at all, just because the building's big, you've got to be at a microphone to talk to 6 people, something's wrong. We could be so much more audience friendly, and I believe we would fill this up, encourage the people, and I think, good things would happen on a very human level. Thank you. I'm against it, shifting it.
Ms. King, how you feel about?
I mentioned it earlier. I like to do a pilot. That way we could do during the summer, get a feel, do it also during the school year, not commit for a long time, but do a pilot and get a feel, decide if it works for us or not. If it works, great. Then I say we move that way. If it doesn't, then we know from our experiences that, hey, it didn't work. I love the idea of going to the Hilton Garden to celebrate our students. That's wonderful. And it does get us out of here. And, it's and that is a personal level when you're there and you talk and see, and it's a fun atmosphere. So I love that idea. I don't know if you guys are thinking the summer, if you're thinking the end of the summer or the beginning of the school year to try the pilot. I'm good either way. I mean, that's what I think. But I have to address something else when I have another board member sit up here and says that he feels like he's harassed and bullied. You are an elected official. And it just, in this day and age, when you're sitting up on the dais with other elected officials and they have an opinion, you listen and you hear. And just because an elected official shares their opinion, by no means is that being a bully. And so that just kind of struck me as interesting. And then I also hear some contradiction because I'll hear that no one's in here, no one cares, no one's paying attention, but then yet we're going to pull everything off the consent agenda. So I'm like hearing a contradiction there a little bit. I mean, I'm good talking about it, but I just hear a lot of contradictions. I'm kind of curious. I'm baffled. We're here to do a job, and that's to run a business meeting and share those opinions and work for solutions. So the pettiness of, you did this, or I'm bullied, or whatever, I would like to see us move forward and just stop the nonsense. I've never sat on a board and heard that. Another elected official is being bullied. So that's all I have to say.
I'm in agreement with the pilot, for the pilot. Just when we start, I'm open to whenever we start it. I'm very, very open to it. So, Ms. Thora, you said you want to do it as well. We're just looking at the time to start it so that we can do the advertising and all those type of things. Mr. Brown has stated that he's not for. So,
yeah, I'd like a little bit more. If I could hear that, if you could expand on the idea of the time and the content, the style of meeting. Could you do that, that you were referring to? Or perhaps you all understand the timing of that and the content of the meeting. Are we talking about in addition or a business meeting, or more in a celebratory situation, bands, or like we had the other day? Could you expand on that a little bit?
My understanding, it was what was offered to us is to be able to come to the Hilton Garden Inn downtown Ocala on the square to do celebratory type meetings.
Functions?
Is that what you guys heard?
That's what I heard.
Do functions? Yeah. Well, I think that's tremendous. I don't think that's an actual business meeting, though. Am I correct? Is it a board meeting? It would be more the.
It would be a board meeting, but it would be more of a celebratory type. Am I saying that right, Ms. Thora? Is that what you heard?
Well, my vision was, because of the fact that we have a large and growing community with varying employment hours, would be to have an evening meeting that is still a business meeting with a tailored agenda and have that taken care of relatively quickly, and then have most of the focus then shift to more of a celebratory piece. We're already having items pulled to celebrate, to acknowledge. That happens often. And I think that that's wonderful. But let's go ahead then, if we're going to do that, and have the employees in front of us and make it special for them, and students as well. The other night when we sat down in the front and had a chance to hear the singing with the show choir, that was pretty darn amazing, and we were all uplifted by that. I'm not sure how this degenerated into a bunch of finger pointing. All I'm trying to do is be cheerful and help our community be included. Yes. And involved, because the community obviously wants to be involved. I mean, we have a lot of people that watch this just because they're not sitting here. But this venue of the Ocala Hilton, that's pretty neat. I don't know if any other school board is doing anything like that. So it's an idea. I'm going to remain firm on the fact that two things. Our business meetings need to be tight, they need to be productive, they need to honor everyone's time. And to me, the best way to do that is to do it during a time of day when our employees aren't working overtime. Summer, to me, is a great time to do it because they're here 4/10s anyway. So it's incorporating it right into their workday. So I would love to see it start for the summer. It's only April now, we could start doing it the first meeting that we're out on summer break. To me, it would be a natural time, and then go from there.
Are you talking about a pilot or how long?
A pilot's fine with me. You know, I think we do need to be adjustable, and as far as how long we would do it for, I would say definitely through the summer, and then definitely through the start of the school year, because by that time everybody would be used to it. And, you know, with the beginning of school, we don't really need to change another thing as school is getting ready to start. So I would like to see it done at least into the first month or so of school, and then see where we're at with it. I'd like to give the opportunity for the Hilton to have a couple of the meetings there.
So I'm kind of hearing something, but we're going to kind of
Especially a welcome back board meeting. We could have that there.
we're going to have to kind of come to a compromise. I'm hearing you say let's start throughout the summer, the whole summer. I kind of heard Ms. King say let's kind of start where we have the summer and the beginning of the year, which I kind of heard you say too as well. I'm in agreement that we should have both. We should be able to see it both in the summer and when school is in session. So where's our compromise? Do we start in July and carry it into September? Do we start in June and stop in August? I mean, I want to be able to see so that we can have real data or information on how effective it is. And I think the only way we're going to see how effective it is to have summer and after school starts to see how effective it really is going.
What about Dr. Gullett? Because it's going to be operational too to pull this off.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, well, help me understand. So what would, we have a Tuesday, Thursday, every other week scenario. Now you're thinking of going to the Hilton on a Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock? Tuesday night?
Yes.
Okay, well, see, I missed that, the night. I thought you were saying 8 o'clock in the morning.
Right. I said both. That
Okay,
our
well,
meetings, our morning meetings would be here, and that we would do an evening meeting at the Hilton.
Okay, so here's something that perhaps this is a bit of a compromise. I like stability in business. If you had a Tuesday evening at 5:30, people are used to it, have been used to it. Now, if you wanted to add something, I would be totally for adding anything you want to add. That's not a problem. Putting the business of this school district, those are sacred. It's 5 o'clock, it starts, people can be used to it. We're dealing with hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes millions of dollars. So that has to have its own dignity. That just is what it is. Now, I'm totally in favor, if you wanted to do it, and you saw some benefit of having a shindig, having a production, that I'm totally in favor of that. Just do another one and have it be, what'd you call it, celebratory, just have it go. That would be incredible. I see that. But I just can't imagine taking the business side, and these items are business items. They're dollars and cents, their revenue, their expense, their expenditure, their budget. It's some of them $42 million, that other one $127 million. Okay, that's business. Now, these others, boy, I would light that candle in a minute. Absolutely want to have a program on, you got, each week you've got 4 other days, just let her rip, maybe a Friday night program. I'd have no trouble with that, but that's in the evening. I thought we were talking about morning. That's what I heard was 8 o'clock
Yes.
in the morning
Yes.
at the Hilton.
No.
No, What are we talking about? What happened to the 5 o'clock? I mean, what are we talking about here? Let's get it down maybe on a sheet of paper, and we know exactly what we're talking about.
All right.
Do you know, Ms. Kelly?
I do know. Okay, so do we agree as a board, do we want to do a pilot starting in the mornings? So may I suggest that we try maybe July, the end, like the middle of July, we begin it, so that way the 10-hour days are going on. We, it's a normal summer, and then we go through September, whatever, as a pilot. And we announce it, we advertise it, and that's how people know. It's a pilot. We know what it looks like in the summer. We know what it looks like in the fall to see if, our community is receptive to it, if we're receptive, if it works out for us as a pilot.
Now,
Those dates, so that's the first part.
5 o'clock meeting, the 5:30 meeting?
That will be switched till the morning.
To morning, what time?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
8.
From 5:30 to 8 o'clock,
Yes,
okay.
so that's what we're thinking of doing.
I'm going to tell you where the problem's going to be with the time.
What's that?
The timing is going to be and the reason I said 8 was good for me during the summer because we have kids, and that's why Allison was agreeing. So 8 o'clock is not going to be good once school starts.
She said it was, because she drops off at 7:45, and then can come right over here. That's what she does with work sessions. Vice Chair Campbell.
I still have to drop off kids too.
What time
That
works?
wouldn't be, the earliest I can get here is possibly like 8:30.
8:30?
8:30, 8:45, because I'm coming from TLC. So. And that was the only issue for me. I don't have an issue with morning. I don't have an issue with mornings at all.
So at 9 then, seeing that.
9, since that would be more continuity for the community too. It's like our work sessions are at 9 in the morning, our board meetings are at 9 in the morning.
That would be perfect.
Okay, I can live with that.
Start at 9. And we're going to start, how about after the 4th? Like let people go on their vacations.
July 4th.
So whatever the school board meeting is after the 4th, I don't know the date. We could begin then. So then we're full on summer.
And let's do this. Let's carry it from July, after the first meeting after July 4th, and carry it all the way to the end of September. That will give us ample time to see how it works.
I have 2 questions I just want to ask that might help with the superintendent's answers may help you with this. If we are continuing, first of all, is MTI going to be a summer school location over the summer? Secondly, if we are carried into September, whatever timing we have, will it impact our bus loop situation and student parking? So I don't know that it will or won't because we currently do that with work sessions. But
it doesn't right now. We're in school right now, so 9 o'clock, it wouldn't.
Where earlier could have.
Right.
Great point.
Right.
Yeah, that is. Okay.
Superintendent?
No, I think that works. I mean, we have a bus out there right now, so. I have, for clarity, I have then July 12th would be the first board meeting after July 1 through September 27th, if I captured that correctly.
When does the summer hours end? When do we revert back to the?
I'm going to look that up.
Let me look. I have it on my calendar.
I think that's ending. Congressionally, they're looking at ending. Congressionally, they're looking at ending that particular nonsense of moving hours in both directions at the equinox and.
I know we're talking about our employees at work hours.
4:10s versus 8:5s or 5:8s. Yeah.
I have through 10-hour days are June 26th through July 31st.
Right. Yep.
For the 10-hour days, if that answers your question, Ms. Thrower.
Okay. So we would have 2 board meetings in July at the morning time, the 12th, and then.
There would still be time to begin the pilot prior to the first July meeting. It could be, a June meeting, but I didn't mean to imply in any way that we needed a huge amount of time. We have to get a couple of weeks to create the amendments and properly advertise. And I would err toward making it 3 or 4 weeks, but not, we could start earlier than July 12th. There's a board meeting prior to that.
June 28th is the last June meeting.
Last June meeting is June
14th and
28th.
28th.
So could we back it up to June 28th? Is that a good compromise?
What would the definition of pilot be? I have two questions. Definition of pilot, what is that? And this Hilton idea of, is that part of this thought of taking, because you can only move from 5:30 to one destination. You can't do it 2 ways and then make it evening and have all that. I mean, it's illogical. So if we take 5:30 and we want to take, what is that? Are we defining pilot as 1 month, 2 meetings, or 2 months, 4 meetings?
Temporary.
Yeah, but I'd like to know what the definition is.
I can partially answer that just from a perspective of procedure. In any event, at our November organizational meeting, it will be revisited. So if the program initiated as of right now, the board decides to alter it by its own vote at some point in September or whatever, then certainly you are able to do so. Regardless of whether you decide to alter it, you may just decide you continue to like it and go with it as it is and make any tweaks you want to.
Right.
But then in November, it will be revisited.
Okay.
So that's a hard deadline.
Right, because, I mean, and we're right at, the June gives us, well, actually more than, the bulk of our year will have been with the old schedule, and we will have essentially now a 4 to 5 month period with even if we went straight to our November meeting of this restructured type program. And then in November, it's all up for grabs again as to what we, want to do, unless you choose to change it before then.
So the restructuring, the pilot, is what is our board definition of a pilot?
That's what I just.
That's kind of a kickoff start. And would
That's what I was just trying to
kickoff
explain.
start be 1 meeting, 2 meetings, 3 meetings, 4 meetings?
From July 28th until, let's just give a hard date.
Until November, for sure.
So you want to go to November?
That's
Unless we all decide that it
September.
just isn't,
I mean, for Mr. Browning, I'm saying let's do from July till the first meeting in October. If we like it in the first meeting in October, then it'll be what it is.
yeah, we could get it on the agenda to talk about it in
Yeah.
November, in October.
So we have 5 months. That would be 10 board meetings. That's the definition of pilot.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have
Can we
that.
just put dates to it, Attorney Powers? Could we
Yes,
just
sir.
say from June, the last board meeting in June to the first board meeting in October? It'll be on the agenda in the first meeting in October.
Okay,
We'll come
so
back and revisit it.
So that's 8.
That's
Well, I would
8
prefer
board
that we say that it's until our organizational meeting, whichever date that is.
Okay.
And then we can discuss it on an agenda prior to that organizational meeting.
Sure. Okay. So that's 8 meetings. Now we're talking. This is workshop. We're talking about going to the Hilton.
Yes.
Now, when we go to the Hilton, then this pilot goes out the window, right?
No, my idea for the Hilton would be to do something along the lines of a quarterly.
All right.
We have 2 meetings a month right now.
Yes.
If those meetings were moved to the morning, or if one is moved to the morning, one remains in the evening, then the one in the evening, at least quarterly, or every month if you so chose, could be the one at the Hilton. So Content-wise, they would both be regular meetings, so they're not set as special meetings. That means that the content of the meetings will be business and will be celebration, and you can then decide as a proportion of which it is that you wish to engage in.
Well, okay, so with that thought in mind, we only would have, say, 6. If we move 2, we'd have 6 left with 2 at the Hilton. Okay, now, defining, as you were just saying, Hilton, we would say this would still be a business meeting, and so, as responsibility, the key would still be this is a business operation. So, business would not be compromised, nor would there be any pressure to shorten business in order to do something else, because that's what it sounds like it's going toward. I would say that rather than that, to compromise the business, because business is business, that if we wanted to add an additional meeting, I would say we go for it. I have no problem with that. Compromising business is a big deal for me, and characterize it as you will. It's my goal to see as much business out on the table, however it's characterized, out on the table, discussed by this board as possible. That's my goal, and it's just a straightaway goal. And it's nothing I want to pay a price for. I am absolutely happy to add an additional day, if that's what you want to do. I would absolutely put in a Hilton Day, we call them Hilton Days, and put in 2 celebratories in a month, in addition. But I do not want to compromise business.
If I may say,
say something?
yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Stewart, please.
Thank you. We're already celebrating at our school board meetings. We spend the first hour at our school board meetings celebrating, so we would still be celebrating. We would just be celebrating at the Hilton at 5:30, quarterly, if that's what we decide on. So it's, the intention of the meeting is no different. It's everything that we've been doing. So, and I don't think there's a board member sitting here that wants to compromise business. Otherwise, why would we have run for this office?
Excellent. So these definitions are important. And do we have, is there an interest in a where you could actually count on a celebratory type situation? I agree, an awful lot of time is spent on things that, like voting for minutes, approving minutes, and just a lot of things, I call them sort of fillers. I've got techniques under Robert's rules that those get handled. Now that is a consent type item. It could be. So as long as we don't compromise business and we have business at a time when the people can see it, and also the people, there is no difference if you're looking at it on the internet. It doesn't matter when it is. So that isn't an issue at all. It's 0, because that's based on the receiver, not on the not on the business itself, not on the business meeting itself. So I don't know. I'm happy to put up a couple days, put up 4 days, put up one every other. On each one of the. You put one on a Thursday or Friday when we have a business meeting, and we could have one on a Friday at the Hilton, and if that's really successful, put one on a Tuesday at night for the on the other routines, and that would give plenty of time for these business meetings to actually conduct all the business. That's the exciting part. I'm happy to do that. Add those extra days in there. Let's light that candle if you think that could work. I'd be happy to put that. An additional, follow the board meeting with a Friday, follow the the Thursday with a Friday or put it on a Tuesday, you know, and people might get used to that. We might set a trend. That might be an exciting concept.
I personally don't think we have to add any additional meetings to our schedule. I think basically we can just move forward with this, and then you're talking about maybe 1 or 2 meetings, or maybe 2 between this time span being at the Hilton for celebratory type things. I could anticipate one being after the first 9 weeks, and I can anticipate another one, you know, closer to the holidays or something like that. Maybe Ms. Thor may have more visions, but I'm just thinking, that's just me thinking. I don't see a need for us to have to
I
add.
think maybe we need another board workshop, because you know, and now I've learned a lot of different things that I see an easy way to accommodate the business side of things with those additions. And if we're only moving part of it, then I think that is confusing to the outside, to our bosses, the outside world of the community. We're moving some to morning, but then we're moving some to celebratory, but it's going to be at the Hilton and it's at night. Would they be at 5:30?
Still going to be a business
Would be
meeting.
the intention.
Yeah, okay.
It still will be a business meeting.
Well, I would say an additional, especially if people got all ready to go and when we're still debating a business issue and it's a business meeting, wow, I would hate to shortchange somebody that's there to sing songs and produce, you know, that level. I would rather that be like a Friday night. Wow, that might be a great idea.
Attorney Powers.
Yes, sir. I want to clarify, because under Florida statute, all the school board meetings are business meetings.
Exactly.
The use of the word celebratory may have started with something that I said a few meetings back in response to a board member's questions. But the fact is that every meeting, as Ms. Thrower was indicating, does include some element, which is an element of recognition. We do, for example, the pledge. We do student achievements. We do school achievements, awards that have been won by the schools. But it's not like an awards banquet. It is a recognition as part of the meeting, just like a county commission does during part of its meeting. Somebody's, you know, recognized with an award, or some donor is thanked, and things like that. It also gives an opportunity for parent or audience participation. That is, so part of the business of the school board is the recognition of those factors. So it's not business versus celebration. It is the business portion may contain some recognition of community events. We do know that in certain instances, some business item will be one which may require or elicit more audience participation. We might have a lot of parents there because their child is being recognized as part of a school that competed at an event and won. And so although that's a portion of our business meeting, it's not necessarily an item we're voting on. It is still a portion of the overall meeting of the school board. That might be one of those types of meetings that we would tend to gravitate toward the evening meetings, whether it's at the Hilton or here, whereas the ones that are a little more
Dry.
I didn't want to say that term, but the ones that are a little more dry would be more likely to be retained here.
$1 billion, that's exciting. That is
Exciting
dry.
in a more dry kind of way.
That is dry. That's exciting.
The ones that were not finance majors would put us to sleep, you know, those sort of things. But
Superintendent Gallagher.
So thank you. Just as a point of information, I heard you talking about dates earlier. I didn't hear this part, but the organizational meeting is on our calendar and posted for November 22nd. So I just wanted to provide that information as you're talking about dates.
Thank you.
Thank you. So
I just wanted to clarify so that if I had characterized something before as celebratory, it wasn't in opposition to the meaning of business. Statutorily, there's not a distinction in particular.
Board meeting is a business.
School board meeting is a business meeting, right?
So what I've heard, and I'm just summing it up, we're going to start the pilot school board meetings in the morning for 9 o'clock, starting June 28th. And it will go until October, what date did I say? What did we say?
Well, November 22nd
Is the organization.
is our hard stop.
Organizational meeting date.
Do we want to go to the hard stop?
Well, you give yourselves the opportunity to be able to withdraw that and do another amendment just like you have now if you choose not to. So, I mean, if you go through to November.
In October, I don't want us to be
Sure.
stuck going to November.
Right.
That's why I'm saying October, and we can revisit
Right.
October and go on. So the first meeting in October? If y'all in agreement, if y'all not in agreement, then we go to wherever you want to go.
Yeah, I'm not in agreement.
Yeah, I agree with you, going till October. I do think we need to revisit it in September, though, because we have to announce it or advertise it 2 weeks in advance. So if we could maybe have that on our calendar in September, we can revisit then and be like, yes, we're going to continue on till November, or
Say the last meeting in September.
And that would be September 27th is the last school board meeting for September.
So
revisit.
we will start on June 28th with 9 a.m. meetings here at MTI. And this is a pilot program until September 27th to September 27th, and it will be on the agenda to revisit, and we can decide then if we want to continue or discontinue. Is that fair?
Yes, and what would we be looking at in terms of the first 5:30 p.m. Hilton meeting on a Tuesday, which is what the Hilton is
Well,
offering?
I think we would let the superintendent figure that out.
Okay.
What would be, I don't want to get in their lanes. I think we need to let them,
Clarification, are we meaning now that we're alternating morning and evening, or everyone is morning until
all morning.
such time as we change the schedule again?
All morning until
Okay,
September.
thank you.
Chair, if I may, and to the question that was raised, we will be happy to coordinate that. My recommendation will be not to do that in the summer, just due to students being out of traditional school year. We do let them in summer school, but we know that families travel, so I would look at and recommend that we consider that at the beginning of, sometime in the fall, if that's acceptable to the board.
It's acceptable. I'm good. You guys good?
I'm not good. I'm not good at all, but that's just my thought. I would be good with adding a program, but I'm not good at moving. I haven't heard from the people other than what the comments I've received so far, but I would like the people to digest this discussion and then find out what we get as board members in feedback.
We still have to bring this to a board meeting Tuesday night to vote, right?
Yes, sir.
People can be there Tuesday night.
I get it. Okay, so
this is just a consensus to talk about this at this Tuesday night's meeting, and we'll do a formal
And
vote.
it would be placed on the discussion under discussion for the board
You
meeting.
put it on my name for discussion.
Right, and we've been talking about this for months.
Right.
I understand.
I've been talking about it for years.
I understand the first, and we came to the Reverend Cummings, and I said, well, let's just try it then for a little while. We'll carry this thing, and that was based on my pulling items. And so I'm very, very aware and cognizant of what's going on. He and I have tried it now, and I think things are working quite well. But the idea,
I'm not sure I'm following.
well, then listen.
Yeah, lost too.
And follow. I'm saying that when we had our meeting with the Florida School Board Association, you brought this up, and it was very important to you, and you brought it up, and Reverend Cummings and I decided. I asked, look, let Reverend Cummings and I handle this for the next little bit, and I think we have.
What?
the idea of pulling, okay, maybe.
Oh, about pulling items?
Pulling items.
Well, that was your right. That's what I said.
No, I say it was my right, but it took, it made the meetings long, and I appreciate your thoughts. And then maybe we should start in the morning. I said, no.
But hold
let's
on,
don't.
let me stop you for a second, Mr. Bryan, because how you're saying this implies that there was some meeting between you and I.
Oh, it was in an open meeting.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You're implying that we had a meeting outside of the sunshine.
No.
That's what you just implied.
This is no, this was, I think, I don't know, the 18th or something like that of October, whatever it was. It was the school board association meeting that we had. It was a special meeting, and it was on a Monday morning, and, we had a lot of frank discussion.
Training.
That was an open meeting.
Training.
That was
I
an
said
open
you
meeting.
had the right to pull whatever you want to pull.
Yeah. So no, we had the discussion very clearly. I mean, it was a.
Please confirm that I have been wanting to try a different time since maybe even before I got elected.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that's
thank you.
fine. That's fine. You
That
can
was one of the
confirm
very
that.
first things
I'm making my points.
That was one of the very first things, Ms. Thorough, when we got on the board. I remember
Ran
you
on kids, family, community. So that's where it ends for me.
Well, I'm not politicking. What I'm doing is I'm saying that it is a near and dear to my heart as a business meeting. The reason I'm here is for the business aspect of operating a school district, and that these items that come forward, it's a little bit of a strain, I get it, but the comment was we would have all day then to do it.
Right.
And I said, we don't need to go there. Let's just, Cummings and I'll handle it for the next little bit. Let us work with this out. And so.
You keep saying that, Mr. Brown. You're implying that.
No, that was in the meeting, sir.
Okay.
In the meeting. Oh, no, in the meeting. In the meeting. In other words, we're.
What's changing is the time.
Yeah, so the time is going to, so again, Attorney Powers, Superintendent.
Oh, we have all day then to be able to
work
work out the meeting, which is a good thing for taking things out of the bulk condition of consensus, and it moves them onto the table, which is a great idea. I'm liking it. So, and at 9 o'clock, that can work. On this pilot, I think we know where we are. I'm not in favor of changing the time. I think the community wants 5:30, and I think that's where we ought to leave it. We could add some more, so that's where I am. Though we've covered a lot of ground here today.
The consensus is that this will be on Tuesday's agenda, to discuss, to the vote, this coming Tuesday, for a vote of the full board on meetings starting at 9 o'clock on June 28th and going till September 27th at 9 o'clock a.m.
It's already been advertised on our agenda for this work session, so I presume it's been advertised as part of the work session that leads into the school board meeting. In other words, we're not adding it. It's already there, right? No. It is not as a board topic? Okay.
No, it is not.
All right, in that case, I mean, as agenda items have to be advertised in order to be placed. So, right, we can't
So it'll be on the next
can't do it for Tuesday.
School board's meeting,
Right.
not this Tuesday.
Not coming up. It'd be on the next one after
Which
that.
gives us time, because the start date for it is not till June 27th. So it won't be this school board meeting coming up, it'll be the following school board meeting. That'll
Let's
be
say
on
the date. Let's say that date. What is that date? Of that.
May,
That would be, next board meeting would be May 10th.
May 10th.
May 10th.
It'll be on the May 10th agenda.
And it'll be on the actual agenda, not on consents.
I've already asked for it to be pulled.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. Man after my own heart. Thank you, sir.
It'll be on the discussion.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other comments in regards to school board meeting times, guys? All right. Superintendent, I'm sorry, you have any comments, Superintendent?
No, I do not. Thank you very much.
Ms. Presbitino, any comments? Attorney Powers?
Nothing additional from legal, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. King?
Yeah, yesterday I sat on the DOH meeting. It's been a while since they've had one. They're seeing an increase in the Omicron in South Florida. A little bit here, slight in Marion County, but they're not really seeing it in schools. So that's a positive up to this point. You know, just maybe keep it on your radar. There might be a trend up, maybe not. And just thought I'd share that with you. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I was glad to see the numbers this week. I think we had 1 or 9 or something like that. I mean, single-digit numbers is good.
It's small. And what he said is, like, with this variant, I guess it's the Omicron
BA.
2 or maybe
BA.
second one. I don't know. I'm not, whatever the second variant is. And he said that it seems to be more infectious, but not as, like people aren't getting as severe, as they have in the past. But he did mention that in Europe, they have like a 4 and a 5 and other, but it's not here in Florida. So that's good. But just, we're paying attention. I know Dr. Gullett and Dr. Hembrook are paying attention to what's going on, with our schools. But it was still pretty good news. So I thought I'd share that.
Thank you, Ms. King. Mr. Browning? Any comments?
Yes, and I've actually already covered them for the most part. I would like to see this venue be workshopped. I believe it will go a long way toward pulling folks in a comfortable, welcoming, business-like way. So I would like to see that addressed on a workshop level, and I believe it would pay big dividends. I loved the way it went today with cooperative handing of documents. That's a very, very positive thing. If we can make those things happen, we can eliminate a lot of negativity. And I would like to revisit that old instructional reading so that it is more cordial. I just, for example, spoke at the county commission, and it is so welcoming, so appropriate, so businesslike, so accommodating for our bosses. So I just love it. I did lightly cover many things. Let me just see what else we got. There was important torium setup. We don't need a basket. We're actually getting things moved nicely. I did want to say that the recent arrest was thrown out. I think that's an important thing because a lot of people were aware of that. The one that was not thrown out is my board support person who was sent a letter not to ever come back on the property within some period of time. I haven't read the letter exactly. I think it's totally inappropriate. I'd like to see that cleaned up, brought forward, or some manner of indictment. I mean, it was just like board chair sent somebody out. I text somebody out there, being our safe school director. My person, who is my support staff person, private support staff person, was asked never to return. Improper. I just want to register that. If you can get any feedback back to me on that, Superintendent, I would like to see that because he does work for you. I think the person that wrote that letter, I would like to see that rescinded, and I would like to see an apology go out for that. Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Ms. Thora.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to reserve any more of my comments until Tuesday night. It's been a long day. I'll just give a little preview. I am super concerned about the surge in social media triggered violence on our campuses. I think that we have a lightning in the bottle moment to provide some leadership in the school system on this issue. I am becoming less and less comfortable with having cell phones on our campuses free. And I have been thinking a lot about this. Summer school is voluntary. We want and need kids to participate, but we also want and need kids to be able to focus on the school tasks. We want our staff to feel like there's going to be a good, strong connection with their students, and that they're all coming for the right reasons and leaving the junk that is really preventing our kids. It's robbing them of their childhoods, what is happening with this social media. And if we're going to be spending upwards of $3 million and working so hard to provide a summer school program that gives us the most bang for our buck, the most return on investment, and that really honors the dignity of being a child, I'm not sure where cell phones fit in anymore in that realm. And what that would look like on each campus, what that would look like for our district. Obviously, the devil's always in the details. But what I do know is that our students are being compromised, and we cannot count on these social media accounts to not publish things, because they are. And they have been reported by countless parents. I'm hearing from countless parents. I think that the community is at a tipping point. It's something that as a school board, I am happy, along with the rest of my board members, to provide leadership on this issue. This is a community problem. And it's time to act. So I'll leave it out there. I'm sure I'll be hearing from people about what I just said. I hope that I do. I understand that even as adults, we've gotten very used to having our cell phones. In fact, many of us are so used to having our cell phones, we get anxious when we don't have them. So think about that. Transfer that down to a child. You know, what in God's name makes us think that our kids can control themselves with accessing their cell phones when they really need to be at school to focus, build relationships? I said I was going to be short on this, but obviously I'm really passionate about it. I've seen it happen at our school-based camps that we used to have in the summer. The stark contrast between the kids having access to their cell phones and not having access to their cell phones during that camp time, like night and day. So I would offer up to the community, let's give our children a chance to really be children and give them some relief from that constant barrage of social media. Let them be at school to learn how to be friends with each other again, to learn how to talk to each other again, to interact with their teachers appropriately again. And let's give ourselves a break from it too. I would love to see this as a community initiative that we all get behind. Wouldn't it be nice to walk into a restaurant and see people actually facing each other across tables, talking to each other while they're waiting for their food, doing the initiative that Vice Chair Campbell spoke so highly of from a few years ago? It's time for us to think very seriously about what we're willing to accept as a community and what we want our culture of Marion County to look like as we grow. That's all I have. Thank you.
Chair Amick. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment, if I may, on a related item that Ms. Thrower has brought forward. And I did want to tell you all that I had a meeting the other day with Sheriff Woods and Chief Balkin and their team, and I did ask if we could partner together to address the broader issues that we're facing in our schools and in our community. A lot of the recent events that have happened in our schools have started in the neighborhoods, And they said absolutely. So more to come on this for us all to partner, including some other folks in the community, and send a message out to our community and ask for help. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Story, because you actually went into where I was kind of going to with the superintendent. Well, she and I talked the other day after having that conversation with the sheriff and Chief Balkin, and possibly talking about doing some type of marketing type campaign, infomercials, whatever, involving all of us, because they need to see all of us saying the same thing. I think sometimes when they see that everybody's not saying the same message, people twist the message. So if all of us are saying that we're not in agreement with the violence in our communities, we're not in agreement with these kids, how they're conducting themselves on these campuses with the melees and all those types of things, but they need to see it as a concerted campaign from all of us. And that was the things I talked to the superintendent about on just Tuesday. So more to come with that. We'll be getting with the sheriff and the chief of police, OPD, Bellevue PD, Dunellen PD, whoever's a PD. We need to talk, because it's a countywide issue. You know, we can't just say stuff is happening just at the inner city schools, but they're happening in the rural schools too. And we need to address it as a whole. And so thank you for saying that, both of you saying that. I'm going to reserve my comments today, because there's so much stuff that I want to address, but I think I need to reserve it, because I think our time has been belabored very far too long right now. So I'm going to adjust. And meeting is adjourned at 3:29 p.m.